as much. Making no attempt to take her cloak, his younger self started over to some imagined place in that room, and he stretched out his hands and rubbed them together. The hearth. Isabel removed her cloak and draped it over the only other chair upon the stage. Grabbing a pretend fireplace poker, he added a log to the pretend fire. "You were to leave this morn for the Duke's." "Yes, yesterday morn," she clarified. Still stoking the fire, he glanced up with a question in his eyes. "My family left yesterday." Isabel wandered deeper into the room. "I chose to stay behind. With him. She'd chosen to be with him." Cyrus's throat moved painfully, and he had to look away from the action unfolding. "Why ever would you do that?" the actor chastised. All the while, he attended that fire as if it were the most important thing in the world, when it hadn't been, when she had been. "You hate London." She did. When he'd established his business, he'd not even taken that into consideration. It had been a foregone conclusion that his offices would be in London. "I didn't wish to go to my grandfather's this year," Isabel was saying. That would have been the first and only time in the whole of her life that she'd not wanted to take part in the notorious house party. "Impossible." The man playing Cyrus returned the poker to its rack. "You've always enjoyed visiting during the Duke's Christmas-tide festivities. Your family's annual holiday production is one of the favorite things you do all year." Isabel joined him beside the hearth, staring into the pretend crimson and orange flames he'd stoked. How much damned time had he spent on the fire? So much time, when he should have been only attending her. "It isn't the same without you being there, Silas," Isabel said softly. He, the actor, took a step toward her. In the moment, all of this was confusing, as Cyrus played silent observer to his younger self and his greatest mistake. Young Cyrus continued past her, and drawing out his desk chair, he sat. "I've never been there," the other man said, with such a complete lack of emotion that Cyrus winced. "'Tis the ducal Christmas-tide festivities." Nay, he hadn't. For as friendly as Cyrus might have been with the Duke's nephew, that close connection meant little to his grace. Shifting her focus from the pretend hearth, she turned and faced the actor. "Silas." He'd returned to his work, as engrossed now as he'd been when she'd studied him from outside. She stared on, unblinking. Her hands shook, and she rubbed at her arms, as if to give them purpose, as if to hide their trembling. "Are you working?" He dipped his pen into his crystal inkpot. "I believe it should be fairly obvious that I am." Licking the tip of his index finger, the young Cyrus reached for the Pounce powder to dry his page. Isabel slapped her palm down on his just completed work. "Bella!" he exclaimed. "The ink is still wet!" His heart hammered with a slow, sickening dread. He knew where this went, how it ended. And all over again, he wanted to flee. Cyrus eyed the door behind him, and in doing so, his gaze found the guests riveted, their eyes fixed on the performance that was his life. "I don't give a damn about the wet ink or your ruined work," Isabel said in quiet tones. "We've been betrothed for nearly 3 years, Silas." He scoffed. "It's not been 3 years. It's 2 years, and not even 6 months. You bloody pompous bastard, with your understanding of numbers, and not much more." Again, the young Cyrus made to turn the page, but Isabel planted the tips of her fingers onto those tabulations, so that if he wished to proceed in this battle, he'd rip his work in the process. "We were to marry in 6 months, she said. "Even 6 months is too long, Isabel. I want to begin tomorrow with you, today." His mouth moved with that avowal he'd made. "Opportunities presented themselves," he said. "You know that. We've spoken at length about the possibilities." His eyes slid shut once more, And he sat in his cowardice, just listening, unable to watch. Not seeing, however, did little to dull the throbbing ache in his chest. "It was only to be the Viscount's business you saw to." The gentleman set his pen down. "And you would have us settle for less than what we could have?" "It's not just about what we have. It's the life we have together. And at the present, we have little together." A sound of impatience escaped him. "Of course we do." "Adding of course doesn't make it true, Silas," she said softly, as he was wont to do when trying to hammer home a point. The young Cyrus swept his arms over the ledgers resting on his desk. "I'm doing this for us." "I just want you. I don't care about a fortune." She gathered his hands and held firm. "I care only about you and me, Silas. I want a future with you." Cyrus's mind stalled. That wasn't what had played out. He searched through his memory for pebbles of what they'd said that day. He'd hurled her origins in her face. "I don't know what your struggles have been," Isabel murmured. "I don't know what fear compels you. I only know that I want you to let me in, so that we can face each challenge together." Cyrus's eyes flew open, and his throat constricted. At some point, Isabel had quit the side of the actor playing him and had wandered to the very edge of the dais. She stood there, staring out at the audience. Nay, not at the other spectators, at him. "I don't understand." Had he spoken aloud? He couldn't hear anything over the hammering of his heart. She stepped down from the dais, and the crowd gasped as she drifted closer to Cyrus. "We stopped speaking to one another, stopped listening. I was jealous of your work and could not find the words to tell you what I wanted, what I needed, for us." Before he knew what he did, he quit his chair. The crowd gasped as he walked toward Isabel, meeting her halfway. He and Isabel faced each other, all the guests forgotten. "You shouldn't have had to," he said quietly. "But I should have," she said with a quiet insistence. "I know that now, because that is what couples who love one another do, Cyrus. They communicate, even when it's about the ugly topics that hurt the most." Isabel tipped her head back and met his gaze. A sheen of tears glossed the surfaces of her eyes. "I don't want you to give up on your dreams, just as you didn't demand I give up on mine. I just want to be a part of them. I love you," Isabel whispered. His shaking hand came up to touch her cheek. "What are you saying?" he asked hoarsely. And then the silken softness of her flesh was gone from his palm as she sank to a knee. "Marry me, Cyrus." Another round of gasps went up, so loud they drowned out the pounding of his heart. "Spend forever with me." And when he remained absolutely motionless, silent, Isabel lifted her gaze to his. The uncertainty there cleaved him in two. "Please? Please." With a groan, he swept her into his arms. "Yes, Isabel," he rasped between kisses, half laughing, half crying. "Yes, I will spend forever with you." "Is this real?" Maeve whispered loudly in the crowd. "I cannot tell if this is the performance." I do not know," the Countess mused, looking to Derham. And then Isabel's mother and cousin winked at one another. Holding Isabel close, Cyrus stared briefly over the top of her head to Derham. His friend, her cousin, winked again, this time at Cyrus. And then it hit him. The invitation, the pairing with Isabel for the pantomime, the German mentor. Cyrus looked down at Isabel. He coordinated all this. Derham, he clarified. He was playing matchmaker. And by your mother's look and smile, she was also part of it. Isabel's puzzled gaze followed Cyrus's to Val. Uncertainty flared in her eyes, and when she spoke, her words emerged haltingly. "And do you have any regrets at their interference?" "Yes," he said automatically, and Isabel's face fell. Cyrus lightly caught her chin, bringing her eyes up to his. "I regret they didn't interfere sooner." Her lips parted, and then a watery smile formed on her lips, and Cyrus kissed the shock from her mouth. "I love you, Isabel. I always have. I want to spend forever with you," he said, his voice hoarsened with emotion. Isabel lovingly stroked her palms along the lapels of his jacket. "Tell me, Cyrus Hill, are you saying yes to my proposal?" He grinned. "I am." And with the guests cheering wildly and clapping and crying behind them, Cyrus kissed her once more. Compromise Under the Mistletoe by Jana McGregor. Chapter 1. Old Hallig Inn, Cheshire, December 1815. The happiest of seasons, at least for some. Caroline Whitmore tightened her stomach for the all-out brawl that was in her future. A familiar deep voice wished the innkeeper a happy Christmas. The dark, rich vibrance in his greeting reminded her of a perfectly aged brandy. The slight pounding of boots and the slap of a hat against a thigh provided further proof that Lord Stephen Whitmore had finally arrived. She glanced at the clock on the fireplace mantel. He was early, as was his custom. Yet this time, he was only 5 minutes ahead of schedule, instead of his normal 10. Perhaps he'd changed his habits since she'd last seen him. After all, it had been exactly 1 year to the day since she'd left him. "M'lady!" the friendly innkeeper, Mr. Bertram, called out as he knocked on the private sitting-room door. "Your husband is here to fetch you for the Duke's revelry party." As Caroline forced her gaze to her husband's, the quill she held between her fingers cracked under protest. Damn him for looking so fine. That was a lie. He was better than fine. The sharp angles of his cheekbones framed his face just as she remembered. His eyes were still huge, with the same bold blue color. They'd always had the ability to steal her breath. But not today. Caroline threw back her shoulders in defiance. She would not allow herself to moon over him. His nostrils flared, and one side of his mouth quirked upward. It made little difference whether it was an anger for her disappearance, or because she was under the same roof as he. She'd not allow herself to feel any guilt for her decision to leave him last Christmas. It was his favorite holiday, but she'd had no other choice. She would have lost her sense of worth if she'd stayed any longer. Enough of such thoughts. There were more important things to attend to, namely, business. And that business would take place at the Duke of Greystoke's revelry party, an annual gathering during the holidays, and one of the most highly sought-after invitations in all the kingdom. Of course, it helped that her uncle was the Duke of Greystoke, and her cousin Christi issued the invitations. Though the Duke selfishly took all the glory for the event, her cousin had shared her involvement with Caroline. It was Cressi's work that made the event spectacular. She stood slowly as Stephen came to her side. As she tilted her chin and pasted on a slight smile, his rich scent surrounded her, marking her, reminding her of all the times they'd made love. Their compatibility in bed had never been an issue. A sudden rush of heat marched across her cheeks. It always occurred when she thought of him pleasuring her, putting her above everything else in his life. That had only happened when they were in the bedroom. All other times, she had been nothing more than a piece of furniture gathering dust. "Caro, how lovely to see you again." His voice dropped an octave, making her blood thicken. With a surprise attack, he took her hand and brought it to his lips. Though the kiss was perfunctory, Her heart fluttered in approval. One would think after a year she'd be immune to him and his charms. "Do either of you wish for tea or something a little more celebratory?" Mr. Bertram waggled his eyebrows. Christmas tide is always a favourite of me and my missus. A little mulled wine or spiced grog for the occasion?" Caroline smiled politely. "No, thank you." "Mr. Bertram, I've already prepared a tray. Never you mind, my lady. 'Tis no problem at all," Mrs. Bertram called out as she entered the room, then set out the mugs of mulled wine and a plate of shortbread. The aroma of mulling spices filled the air. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea to have a drink for fortitude. At least it would keep Caroline's mind off Stephen's tantalizing fragrance of evergreens. Mixed with his own unique masculine scent, the combination was deadly, at least to her self-control. Her husband gifted the innkeeper's wife with a generous smile. "Thank you, madam. I'm sure Lady Stephen will enjoy it immensely. I'm certain I will." Mr. Bertram's good wife blushed at Stephen's kindness, then curtsied before leaving. Her husband waited at the door. Without warning, Mr. Bertram caught his wife around the waist and pointed above. Like a wedge of geese following the lead goose's directions, they all, at the same time, looked above the door. Mrs. Bertram giggled like a young girl of 15 at the sight of the mistletoe, before the innkeeper kissed her soundly on the lips with a loud smack. "Merry Christmas!" they called out in unison as they shut the door behind them, the happiness in their glad tidings echoing through the room. Quickly, the joyfulness evaporated, leaving Caroline alone with her husband. Without a word, Stephen walked to the opposite side of the small table. The fire blazed in welcome, and he waved a hand for her to sit. She was the granddaughter of the previous Duke of Greystoke and the niece of the current Duke. That fact alone meant she knew manners, and it was still her duty to serve her guest. She'd been the one to initiate their rendezvous. After sitting on the edge of the wooden chair, she straightened her skirts and reached for a plate to serve him. Before she could do so, Stephen sat across from her and picked up a plate where he piled several pieces of shortbread. Caroline had expected him to set it in front of himself. Her eyes widened slightly when he handed the plate to her. Caroline took a sip of the delicious wine and forced herself to relax. At least they were being civil to one another. She cleared her throat, determined to be pleasant. "I believe that's the first time you've ever waited on me." "If you'd have stayed with me during the last year, maybe it wouldn't have been the first time." The devilment that flashed in his eyes pinned her in place. Why was she surprised that anger roiled under the surface of his calm demeanor? "Stephen, don't." He didn't acknowledge her plea, nor did he continue to badger her. With a natural nonchalance, he leaned against his chair and took a swig of wine as he studied her. Carefully, she set her mug down. "I'm sure you have questions." Before she could continue, he shook his head. "Actually, I only have one." She cocked her head. For him to go along with her plans without asking about every detail was a shock. He was the most diligent man she'd ever met when it came to work. Unfortunately, he never considered her as important. "Why?" he demanded. "Why what?" she countered. He leaned forward, halving the distance between them. His eyes weren't flashing anymore, but blazing in smouldering anger. "Why did you leave me?" "I told you." She nibbled on the inside of her cheek. It was a burdensome habit, but it kept her somewhat calm. "Because of Betsy?" The incredulity in his voice shot through the room. "It wasn't Betsy." She kept her voice even. "That's not what you wrote in this note." He pulled a piece of her stationery, torn and well read, from his coat pocket. He opened it, flipped it onto the table, then pointed at a paragraph as if daring her to read it. Though Caroline had every word memorized, she dipped her gaze to the letter. "Furthermore, if you remember, Betsy destroyed my flower garden The one I spent months creating. You said it wasn't her. However, the evidence suggested otherwise. Rose petals fell out of her mouth as she stood in my garden chewing her cud. I can't live where a meandering vagabond ruminant is believed over me. I stand by what I wrote, she said calmly. With a smirk, Stephen slid her a side-eyed glance. In defense of the old girl, that week her milk had a divine floral essence to it. I thought you enjoyed it. He would not ruffle her, though the 15,000 butterflies in her stomach were threatening to fly off and take her with them. This isn't about Betsy and her gastric adventures. I've tried to talk with you about our marriage dozens of times. We didn't have a marriage because you were never around. Except at night in our bedroom, I never crossed your mind. You never told me when an emergency arose at the Hartfield Hall estate that needed your assistance. You'd be gone for hours doing estate work without me knowing what you were doing. What about when you had to travel to London for a week? I found out that you'd left from a servant.
Caro, he said softly, I was completely devoted to you, and you were aware I had responsibilities that demanded my attention. That's my work. Every new marriage is an adjustment.
No. She shook her head curtly. Being considerate isn't an adjustment. Let me make it easier for you. I needed to be important to you, and you never allowed me that opportunity. He stared at the table as if trying to divine the proper response before addressing her.
You're my wife. Of course you're important to me.
Not as important as the rest of them. She waved a hand in the air. For instance, practically everyone on the estate, not to mention Betsy, follows you as if you're a gift from heaven.
I must be imagining this, he mumbled. My wife is jealous of a cow.
I'm not jealous of Betsy. He was deliberately twisting her words. The fierce urge to pace the room made Caroline itch. Instead, she lightly tapped one half boot under her skirts. She's not just a cow, and you're well aware of that fact.
You make it sound like something tawdry.
Stephen raised an infuriating eyebrow.
I suppose I can see where the jealousy comes from. I admit we are close. I did raise her from birth. She's always seen me as someone special.
He leaned a little closer, never taking his eyes off hers, and lowered his voice.
You did once, too.
She felt that familiar pull, the one that neither of them could resist. It would be so easy to close the inches between them and press her lips against his. The fullness of his bottom lip always intrigued her. She never could deny herself the opportunity to nibble on that tender flesh. The blue of his eyes sparkled like a dark, rushing river. Betsy the cow probably thought his eyes resembled sapphires, but they were deeper in colour. They reminded Caroline of cobalt, and like a magnet, she was drawn to them. Don't twist this into something as simple as Betsy. It's the whole herd, your tenants, the community, the entire estate, and everything and everyone else. You have your priorities, and I have mine. You're an intelligent man. I thought you'd have understood. She forced herself to lean back, breaking the spell between them.
Perhaps I get a little too focused on a task when I'm working, and can't be distracted.
He appraised her with a stare designed to tear down her defenses.
You want more attention? Is that fair to say?
Seriously, Stephen, it's more than that.
I'm at a loss. What is it then?
He thrummed his fingers on the table.
Would children be the answer?
Children? She asked in disbelief. She pressed the serviette to her mouth to smother the urge to scream. After a few seconds, she felt it safe to continue without lashing out.
It might help, he offered guardedly.
Another thing to add to your daily to-do list. Have children. Were all men this obtuse, or just her husband? Unbelievable, she muttered. You still don't understand. If we did have children, you would just ignore them.
I don't understand why you feel that way. He crossed his arms over his chest. You have my utmost esteem, and our children would too. A slight hesitation lurked in his hawk-like eyes. If you wanted a dog instead, it would hold my esteem also. Fighting to stay composed, she rested her head in her hand. You want to be my partner? He asked. Yes. Perhaps he was beginning to understand. I don't need one of those. What I need is a wife. She released a stilted breath. Why had she allowed herself to hope he'd changed? Caro. Her name sounded like a plea. Tell me what to do. Help me convince my uncle that we're happily married. Only until he releases my money. The disquiet between them vibrated until she couldn't take it any longer. She made the mistake of glancing at his lips, the very ones that had tasted every inch of her. She could not let herself be swept away by him or his perfect lips. It had to be the Christmas-tide enchantment that made her mouth water when she looked at him. She shook her head once to remind herself why they were together again. £20,000. That's what this whole visit was about. Pretending she and Stephen were a happy couple, so her uncle, the Duke of Greystoke, would give her the money from her trust. Caroline would soon turn 24, and the trust ended when she turned 25. Only the Duke had the power to give her those funds early. When she made the request weeks ago, he had demanded she attend the party with Stephen. With a quick, efficient movement, she pulled her chair closer to the table. I've drawn up a plan that should make the entire holiday pleasant and agreeable for us both. A plan? I'm agog with curiosity. Feigning to be a happy couple during the revelry should be easy for you. You were always an excellent actress, as can be attested by your acting abilities when you played the happy wife. He lifted his mug and took another sip of wine, then pressed his lips into a straight line. Or at least, I thought you were happy. But I digress. Pray tell me your thoughts. Her left eye twitched at his sarcasm. May I remind you that I'm willing to split the amount with you? £10,000 is something to take notice of. She slid her eyes over his body, then back up, as if evaluating him. Even for you. You wound me, wife. He ran a hand through his raven black hair, the length too long to be considered fashionable by the dandies around town. It suited him perfectly, softening his sharp, masculine features. That amount would come in handy. He exhaled ever so slightly and leaned against the back of his chair while straightening his legs. The mill suffered some damage recently, and it needs repair. I would be forced to dip into Hartfeld's Hall's reserves, but with this money, I wouldn't have to. His eyes creased in worry. She'd seen the expression once before, and it had unsettled her. One of his tenant farmers had been in an accident that resulted in a crushed leg. Stephen had been consumed with guilt because the farmer was helping with the estate harvest. Her husband had made it his mission to find the best medical treatment. He'd paid for the cost and had taken care of the man's family. Things had to be dire at the mill if he was actually considering taking money from the estate's reserves. To Stephen, those coffers were untouchable. He truly cared for the people who worked on his estate. If only he had cared about her with the same ferocity. Now she was being maudlin. He'd always taken care of her financially. He'd been generous in his allowance. His generosity had allowed her to reside in London for the past year. Caroline tucked her chin and examined the paper on the table. Slowly, she slid it across. I think this will come in handy if we're caught by surprise, or question how we should act around one another. All we have to do is follow the plan I created. Stephen reached into his morning coat and pulled out a pair of spectacles. Caroline stilled at the sight. They were the ones she had given him during their first year of marriage for his birthday. She didn't even think he had appreciated the gift. He'd simply murmured his thanks, then tucked them away in his desk, never to be seen again. Completely unaware of the turmoil running amok through her thoughts, Stephen's eyes raced over the page. He slipped the spectacles from his face and put them away without a sound. He pressed one fist against his mouth, as if he battled for control over his emotions. She'd shocked him with her demands, obviously. Yet, something wasn't right. She leaned closer to examine the page that had caused him such irrefutable anguish. Everything she'd written had been straightforward and clearly laid out as to the expected behavior between the two of them, both privately and publicly. That's when she noticed that his shoulders were slightly shaking. The cad! He was laughing at her document. He was laughing at her. Stephen's older brother by a year, the Marquis of Rancourt, would have punched him in the shoulder if he were here. Never anger a lady had always been the family's mantra, and Stephen tried to follow that creed. But some of Caro's terms were absurd. He peeked across the table and saw that her cheeks were flushed. Her brown eyes shot sparks of raw anger in his direction, which made her that much more beautiful. Her chestnut hair was neatly arranged around her heart-shaped face, but the moue of displeasure around her mouth gave him pause. How long had it been since he'd last tasted those delightful full lips that always reminded him of the brilliant pink of spring's blossoms? Too long. Exactly a year and 3 hours. It didn't escape his notice that today marked the anniversary of her leaving him without a goodbye, other than the letter he always carried on his person, a reminder that his wife had chosen London over him. He shouldn't have teased her about Betsy. Another bad decision on his part. Caro, don't be angry with me. He smoothed the corners of the document before him. You must admit, the idea of dictating that we share a pot of chocolate when we break our fast is a little controlling.
I wouldn't say controlling. I'd say prepared. We must plan for every contingency. She pursed her lips. If my uncle is well enough to come downstairs, he eats later than everyone else. I thought it best that we break our fast and are gone from the dining room before he arrives. I'm willing to change the chocolate to tea. The important thing is that everyone else see us together, so that word travels back to my uncle that we're husband and wife. This time, she was the one to thrum her fingers against the table.
We are husband and wife, and will always be so. He clenched his teeth so tightly that, for an instant, he thought he might have broken his jaw. You're willing to forego the chocolate, and will consider tea. When shall we partake in that? And how shall I drink it? With sugar and cream, or just cream? What if I want coffee? What impact will that have on our appearance as a happy couple? I know you despise the brew. She studied her clasped hands.
Don't mock me.
I'm not. I'm making a point about how ludicrous this is. It's Christmastide, a time for people to celebrate and enjoy one another's company. It's my favorite time of year, and I'll be damned. He let the words trail to nothing, then blew out a breath. I've been devoted to only one woman in my life. You, and only you. How in God's name was he supposed to address the real issue that bothered him? Oh, to hell with it. Best to lance the wound, as they say. This proviso that we share a bedroom, but I'm relegated to a cot in the dressing room. He sliced the air with his hand. No. Her eyes widened.
What do you mean, no? If we're not together, then my uncle will know we're pretending.
The servants tidying our rooms will know we're not sleeping together. Word will reach the Duke within minutes, I expect.
Caroline leaned forward, and a slight smile tugged at her lips. I've thought of that. You can make the bed every morning before they arrive.
He smirked at the suggestion. No. She stared at the ceiling for a moment.
All right. I'll sleep on the cot and make the bed.
No, he repeated. If you want my cooperation, then we sleep in the same bed every night.
I can't allow that, she answered while waving a hand in dismissal. We'll climb into bed. Then things will happen.
Tell me what things you imagine happening.
That comment is beneath you, she murmured.
As I recall, you like to be beneath me, except for that time in the library. Remember?
He lowered his voice.
What about the kitchen when we both wanted food? We ended up eating something else.
Stephen. The hesitation in her voice encouraged him to continue.
The last time was a little over a year ago, when I bent you over the chair in my study. Then I whisked you upstairs. Then I was the one beneath you, remember?
Her slight nod was as clear as if she shouted her answer from the window. Her mouth softened, and desire smouldered in her eyes. It always reminded him of a banked fire that threatened to blaze instantly. Blood roared through his veins as his own desire threatened to incinerate him from within. One long, lonely year of sleeping without his wife was about to come to an end if he had his way.
Whatever problems we had with our marriage didn't move into our marriage bed.
He leaned closer until a mere inch separated them. Her sweet fragrance surrounded him, and her breath, that familiar peppermint scent, caressed his cheek. It would be so easy to close the distance and kiss her as he longed to do. Instead, he caressed his finger up and down the soft skin of her cheek. She closed her eyes in response. Abruptly, she leaned away as if awakening from a bad dream. All right, we'll sleep in the same bed, but that is all. We sleep, and nothing else. It was a slight victory on his part, but it wasn't enough.
We make love at least once. I will choose the occasion.
He reached for the well-worn goodbye letter she had written him and carefully put it back in his pocket.
Otherwise, I'm going home and spending the rest of the Christmas holiday with my brother's family. The decision is yours. Shall I have both carriages readied, or just one?
Chapter 2. Caroline had little doubt she resembled a mouth-gaping open trout caught by a fisherman's hook. How in the world was she supposed to respond to Stephen's demand that they share the marriage bed and its pleasures? It would be easy to say yes. When she had recalled all their torrid love-making sessions, her pulse had pounded at the base of her neck. Stephen had seen it too. The way his nostrils had flared when he'd studied her had made her feel naked. The truth was, she always ached for his touch, and he the same for her. Every time, she'd enjoyed their love-making. After her favourite maid had explained what to expect from the marital act in bed, Caroline quickly learned that a significant amount of detail had been skipped over. She had been more than surprised, and frankly thrilled, when Stephen had filled in all that missing information. However, his prowess between the bedsheets and in the other rooms he'd mentioned did not negate the fact that he'd left her alone the rest of their time together. In essence, he was married to his estate, and not her. She would not and could not forget it. She'd made a promise to herself. She would not be treated like a piece of artwork hidden behind a screen, only to be noticed when it was time to dust. An apt analogy, if she did say so herself. As a young girl, she'd spent her time roaming the portrait gallery of her home. It was her favourite place. One day, she'd found a discarded self-portrait of her great-aunt Agatha in the attic, and had become enchanted with it. She'd immediately hung it in the portrait gallery. Forsaken by her mother while her father barely registered her presence, Caroline had taken a vow in front of her great-aunt Agatha's self-portrait that she would never allow herself to be ignored by family again. Stephen was her closest family, and he only paid her attention when it suited him to do so, at night, in bed. She slowly rose from the table. Stephen stood after her, nodded his farewell, then walked toward the door. Caroline swallowed her immediate outrage and forced herself to think. She'd always prided herself for the ability to ferret out the logics of a matter, but with him, it was a difficult task at best. She made the mistake of looking across the room where he stood with his legs apart. The stance emphasized his broad chest and narrow waist. Yet, it was the determined gleam in his eyes that made him breathtaking.
Caro, it's not that difficult of a proposal.
He depressed the latch of the door and pulled the door open as if to leave. "Stop! I beg of you!" She rushed forward. He slowly closed the door, never taking his gaze from hers. If he helped her with this, it would be worth it. Besides, why shouldn't she enjoy a night of love-making? "I agree." One side of his mouth quirked upward in a roguish smile. Now he wasn't playing fair. She had seen that same smile 100 times before, and it never had failed to charm her. For the love of heaven, she was in trouble. Whatever argumentative abilities she possessed, she needed to guard them with her life. The situation before her called for diplomacy and friendly persuasion, not her strong suits. She couldn't allow him to control the situation any longer. For one thing, he might well threaten to leave again. "On one condition," she volleyed.
"And that is?"
Stephen's entire body tensed at the words. Good. She still had the ability to get a reaction from him. "I will sleep with you every night in bed, and I will make love to you one night, of my choosing, not yours."
"I choose the night," he corrected.
"No." She straightened her shoulders and narrowed her eyes for effect. "The only way I agree is if I choose the night."
"That settles it," he said. "I'll take my leave now. Merry Christmas tide."
Bother. Wait. "I agree. Only if you promise not to leave the house party, nor will you threaten me with leaving again. After my uncle sees we're a happy couple, then by all means, go on your merry way." Silence met her demand. Caroline held her breath until she was certain her lungs were on fire.
"Done."
That one word broke the silence, and Caroline gasped for air. It was finished, and she couldn't help but smile in triumph. But then, a wicked grin spread across his lips.
"Congratulations, dear wife. But I must share a little something."
His words melted the smile from her face. Warily, she regarded him. "What is it?"
"The truth is, I was never going to leave you. Leaving is your forte, as you demonstrated a year ago. It's not mine."
With that, he walked out of the room. His demeanor turned immediately jovial as he called for his carriage. She stood frozen as her mind whirled. He hadn't cared enough to find her in London when she'd gone there. For days, she had expected him to come to her after he realized how much he missed her. Hertford Hall was only an hour from London. As the months drifted by, he never deemed her important enough to come see her. He wrote a few curt words every month when he sent the monthly allowance. She'd answered immediately for the first 2 months, but when he never answered her answer, she'd realized it was a wasted effort. At some point in the last year, she'd actually tried to figure out whether her husband said more to her in those notes than he had on an average day when they lived together. But the task was too depressing. He didn't care to visit her, nor did he try to persuade her to come home. The truth was that her husband didn't really give a damn where she was, though, obviously, he'd prefer that she was in his bed. Even now, his only request had to do with bedding, not with conversation or dancing or anything that distinguished a wife from a mistress, to be blunt. Caroline folded her papers and slipped them into her reticule. Her time would best be spent working on how to convince her uncle they were a happy couple. She marched out of the room and found Stephen enjoying a conversation with the innkeeper and his wife.
"Darling, there you are,"
Stephen announced with a smile, holding out his hand as if nothing unsettling had occurred in the moments before.
"The carriage is here. We mustn't keep the horses waiting. Mr. and Mrs. Bertram were kind enough to place several hot bricks in the coach for our comfort."
"How thoughtful," she cooed. "Thank you." When she reached Stephen's side, he took her hand in his and raised it to his mouth. At his warm touch,
she blinked twice. She'd forgotten how long his fingers were and how big his hand was. "I can't wait until we're alone together, my love," he whispered. At Stephen's murmurings, Mrs. Bertram sighed. Caroline wanted to roll her eyes. Well, who knew her husband could play the besotted lover? Two could play at his game. Caroline beamed at him. "Oh, darling, you mustn't say such things." She turned to Mrs. Bertram. "I've always considered a good husband resembles a well-trained hunting dog. Don't you?" She didn't wait for a response. "All you have to do is feed them regularly, scratch their belly every once in a while, perhaps give them a treat or two, and they're devoted to you for life." Mr. and Mrs. Bertram's eyes widened. "Charming analogy, darling." Stephen chuckled, but the sound held little humour. He turned to the couple, and they quickly exchanged Yuletide greetings before he escorted Caroline out into the cold. As everyone in the courtyard examined them walking together, she hooked her arm around his. After nodding to a couple who were entering the inn, he leaned near. The warmth of his breath tickled her ear. "What do you think happens when you kick that same dog out into the cold? I wonder if he's still as devoted." "I think the proof is whether the dog still begs to sleep in the bed." She squeezed his forearm, then regarded him with a sweet smile. "You weren't kicked out. I left." By then, they'd reached his carriage. "I want to take my vehicle. Where is it?" Stephen shook his head slightly, as if shaking off a physical blow. "I told the coachman to return it to London." Once again, he was making a unilateral decision for both of them. "You had no right. My trunks were in the other carriage." "I had the groomsman move your things here." He smiled slightly. "Besides, mine is bigger. If the Duke discovers your carriage is here, he'll know we're not really back together. This way, it appears we've travelled together and stayed at the inn before the party to spend time together." "How thoughtful of you," she said sweetly. Without waiting for him to respond, Caroline took the footman's hand, then stepped into the carriage as if she owned it. Stephen followed with a slightly stunned look on his face. Caroline sat in the forward-facing seat and adjusted her cloak about her as she rested her feet on the warming bricks. She took a breath and collected herself. "How will I travel home after the house party?" "I'll make certain you arrive home safe and sound afterward." He crossed his heart with his forefinger. "On my honour." She leaned back against the squab, watching Stephen as the carriage jerked into motion. "I wish my uncle wasn't making me do this." "Perhaps this is his way to ensure you would come." Caroline shook her head. "I'd already accepted Cressie's invitation to attend before her father sent the letter demanding both of us join the party, or I wouldn't receive my money." His mouth thinned into an angry line, the displeasure written all over his face. "You were planning to attend the most celebrated Yuletide festivities without a single thought of me. The most popular event in all of England, where men and women seduce each other. Marriages are destroyed." "Marriages are made there, too," she countered, then glanced down and pretended to study her clasped hands. Guilt consumed her that she hadn't considered his displeasure at being left alone at the holidays. "I'm not really fond of large gatherings." Her confession would show how alone she was in the world. But he deserved the truth. "But I had nowhere else to go for Christmastide. I thought you'd go to your brother's house to celebrate. No one else invited me because they think I'm married." She let the words trail to nothing. All her friends were visiting their relatives in the countryside, and no one had thought to include her except her cousin. Stephen leaned forward and placed his hand over her clasped ones and squeezed gently. "Did the thought ever occur to you to come home for Christmas?" he asked softly. "To come home to me?" A dull ache rattled around Stephen's chest as his anger evaporated. The look of forlornness on his wife's face practically brought him to his knees. Caroline had always been strong and confident, but this reaction meant her wounds were deep. She kept silent and focused on the snowy landscape racing by as they made their way to the Duke of Greystoke's winter estate. He ran a gloved hand down his face, hoping to find something he could say to ease the gulf between them. "You're always welcome home." She shook her head slightly, but still kept her gaze trained on the view outside the window. "I'm aware you would allow me to live at Hartfeld Hall, but it's not home." She finally turned her attention to him. "Home is where you're appreciated, and a part of something greater than yourself. I'm trying to create that in London." He tamped down the urge to argue about her not being appreciated. "Tell me what you're doing in London." The brightness in her eyes was reminiscent of a perfect sunrise, ready to rule the world. He'd always thought her pretty, but now she stole his breath. "I plan to buy the building I've been living in. I'd like to open an art gallery for women. There are apartments for studios on the main floor, along with 2 large rooms that would be perfect to display their work. So many wonderful artists are women and never get a chance to show their talent. I plan to change that." Interesting. In 2 years of marriage, he'd never heard her speak about her love for art. Perhaps she was right. He hadn't made time for conversation. He wished he had. "Will you paint also?" Her cheeks flushed a perfect shade of pink. "No, I have no talent, but at my father's country estate, I roamed the portrait gallery and studied every piece. They were so lifelike and seemed to come alive." She stopped suddenly and bent her head. "You'll think this silly, but when I was a girl, I would sit in front of my great-aunt Agatha's portrait and just stare at it." "Why would I think that silly?" She met his gaze and tilted her chin in that defiant pose he'd remembered during their year together. She always did it when she was unsure of herself. "Sometimes I'd talk to her. She painted it herself, you see. She was so present in that self-portrait, as if she was standing before me." He didn't respond immediately, understanding falling into place. Caro had been lonely growing up with no siblings after her mother had abandoned her father and her daughter. She would have told him this years ago if he'd taken the time to ask. Caroline straightened her shoulders as if daring him to say something insulting. "Darling, I would only think it's silly if your great-aunt Agatha had answered you." When her eyes filled with a fierce, sparkling light, he knew he'd said the right thing. "After my mother left, there wasn't anyone who took an interest in me. I really didn't have anyone to chat with, except for the servants. But they all had tasks and duties to perform, so—" She smiled and wrinkled her nose adorably. "I made my great-aunt's portrait a sounding board, a friend. When I got older, I filled my time with the biographies of the masters and learned everything I could about the business of representing artists." Her life had been so different from his. Stephen had grown up in a large, loving family, but their father had instilled a strong work ethic in all his children, including that one's responsibilities to the estate and the people who worked the land came before pleasure. Perhaps he might have taken that responsibility a little too far. "I wish I'd known this before." The fragile peace between them shattered when she shot him a chilly stare. "You never asked. Why? Would it have changed anything?" "Of course it would. You're my wife." "So you say, after I've been gone a year," Caro said. "I don't want to argue. Forget I said anything." Her unhappiness lingered in the air. Stephen struggled to find a way to keep her talking. The sound of her voice, even if she was angry at him, filled the emptiness that had haunted him for the last year. "Would you continue to live in the building?" She nodded briskly. "There's a large apartment on the top floor. I plan to hold receptions and salons there." She smiled. "I already held several, inviting artists and patrons." He narrowed his eyes, He didn't like the idea of her never coming home. She'd made a life without him. For a moment, he thought of her mother running off with her lover to the Americas. But Caro was entirely different from her poor excuse for a parent. The urge to bring her home had been fierce. He hadn't wanted to force Caro to return to Hartfeld Hall. That would have been a recipe for disaster. He wanted her to make the choice to be with him for herself. As with many couples, theirs had been an arranged marriage. Their fathers had been lifelong friends and thought their children should marry. Both Stephen and Caro had been young when they'd said their vows. He was only a month older than her. But in their year of separation, he felt as if he'd aged a decade. If only he could have their first months again. He'd fallen in love with her and had foolishly believed that she had fallen in love with him. The carriage turned off the main road onto a drive lined with stately elm trees. In the distance, the large estate of the Duke of Greystoke reigned over all it surveyed. Fittingly, the stone used to build the hall was grey. It would have been stark and ugly, except for the merry boughs of evergreens and holly that decorated the windows, doors, and even the massive staircase that led to the front door. The festive atmosphere seemed to glisten before them. "We're here," Caroline said softly. "Remember to follow my plan." Stephen would follow his plan. He intended to use this holiday to woo his wife. He should have done so when they were first betrothed. It would be the toughest challenge he ever faced, but he believed in Christmas miracles. "Don't worry, Caro." He knocked on the carriage door, and a footman in the Duke's livery instantly pulled open the door. "I know exactly what needs to be done." Chapter 3. As Caroline and Stephen entered Greystoke Manor, her trepidation grew with every step, until she felt as if the wisest decision for both of them would be to return to the inn and skip Christmas altogether. She chided herself for such a thought. Where was her backbone? She had promised herself she would see this through, and so she would. She just had to remember that every day she spent at her uncle's party, the revelry, brought her closer to securing her future, along with providing opportunities for women artists. Besides, she relished the opportunity to see her cousin, Christi. Too much time had passed since they'd last been in each other's company. When she and Stephen reached the top steps, the butler, Twist, greeted them with a deep bow. "Lord and Lady Stephen, welcome to the revelry at Greystoke." The opulence of Greystoke was always awe-inspiring, but decorated for the revelry, it took her breath away. Her gaze darted from the evergreens arranged in beautiful vases to the garlands spread throughout the room. The scent reminded her of a forest. The ceiling held branches of mistletoe and kissing boughs suspended from hooks. It looked as if they had entered a magical Christmas fairyland. Twist nodded to a footman who stepped forward to take their coats and wraps. Stephen helped her with her cloak, then gave it to the footman. "Caro, you're finally here!" Christi came running down the steps with a reassuring, incandescent smile. Though such an action might be looked down upon by the most proper dames of society, no one chastised Christi. She was the Duke of Greystoke's daughter. "It's been ages." Christi pressed a kiss to each of Caroline's cheeks and followed up with a tight embrace. Caroline did the same. "I know, but I'm here now. We have much to discuss." Christi turned to Stephen. "Welcome, my lord. My father and I are delighted you're here to celebrate with us." He executed a perfect bow and raised Cressy's hand to his lips. It was irritating to watch him turn the simple greeting into something significant. Anyone receiving his attentions felt as if they were somehow special and privy to his deepest thoughts. Why? Why couldn't he have bothered to do that with her? Perhaps she had expected too much. He had a tremendous amount of responsibility for running his estate, taking care of his tenants, and managing the hundreds of acres of land and forest that surrounded their house. No,
It was his house, not hers. To think anything different would negate all the tears she'd wept and the sacrifices she'd made over the last year. Christi announced, "This year, all guests are given a task in the preparations for Christmas. There are 2 remaining items on the list appropriate for couples." She pulled a piece of paper from her skirt pocket and quickly perused it. "You can find the Yule log, or you may take responsibility for the children's Christmas carol performance." The only choice was the Yule log. She and Stephen could pick out a log, tag it with a ribbon for the footman to bring to the house, then be back in front of a fire within an hour. The children's choir would require hours of practice time, which meant they'd be forced to spend hours in each other's company. "The Yule log," Caroline stated. "The children's choir," Stephen answered at the same time. Stephen took her hand and brought it to the middle of his chest. "Darling, your wish is my command. The Yule log it is. I always wanted to see the Duke's estate." If there was one thing Caroline detested, it was tromping over frozen land in the cold. An hour to secure the log was her limit. "If you have your heart set on seeing the estate, I'm sure Christi could arrange a tour of the barns and stables. The list of gentlemen's activities includes just such an event," Christi reassured them. "I'd rather you joined me," Stephen said to Caroline with a sinful smile. "If it's cold, I'll keep you warm. Besides, you appreciate my fascination with animal husbandry, particularly cattle." He raised an eyebrow. She never should have allowed him to bring Betsy into her reasons for leaving. The word no was on the tip of her tongue, but then she thought better of it. Best to give in and prevent an argument that the other guests might overhear. "We'll have to see what other events are planned. But to spend time with you and the cows? It's almost as if we're at Hartfeld Hall for Christmastide." Caroline clasped her hands together, then turned to Christi and nodded with a forced smile. "We'd be delighted to find the Yule log." "It's settled then," Christi announced. Twist begged for Stephen's attention to discuss the Duke's preferences for the perfect Yule log, and Christi took Caroline's arm and led her a slight distance away. "Do look at this stained glass Christmas panel. It has been in the family since the first Duke of Greystoke," Christi said. Discreetly, she stole a glance at Stephen, who was listening to Twist. "Is everything all right between the 2 of you?" Caroline nodded. "Yes." Christi smiled hesitantly. "I'm happy to hear it. Mrs. Peters is in charge of the bedchambers, and I suggested she put you in the green bedroom. It's one of the biggest. I thought you'd be more comfortable there, away from the others. I chose the decorations with you in mind." "It sounds perfect. I can't thank you enough for inviting me," Caroline said. "You are family, and always welcome. I'm sorry you missed last year, but don't thank me yet. Father instructed me to inform him the minute you arrived. He wants you and your husband to meet his solicitor in the ducal study. Unfortunately, my father won't attend. He hasn't left his bed in several weeks." "I'm sorry, Christi," Caroline said. She wasn't fond of her uncle, and she didn't like the way he turned her cousin into something of a superior servant. But she was still sad that he was dying. "His Grace is determined to live through the revelry," Christi said, an unreadable expression on her face. "He will be glad that you both arrived safely. Before we see the solicitor, may we change out of our travelling garments first?" Caroline hadn't expected to be thrown into the lion's den so quickly. Cressi's smile turned sympathetic. "You know how he is. When my father wants something, he wants it right now. Sometimes he reminds me of an adolescent, and even more so now that he is ill." Just then, a group of guests came down the stairs, demanding Cressi's attention. "I must go. We'll talk soon." With that, she squeezed Caroline's hands once more and walked away. As Caroline waited patiently for Stephen to finish talking with Twist, 3 more couples arrived. Luggage and servants crowded into the entry that grew loud, with a frantic energy like a cacophony of chaos. The Duke's dogs barked in excitement.
Children squealed in glee over boiled sweets in bowls placed strategically around the room. Above it all, the din of female laughter echoed around her, while male voices guffawing over some story joined in the chorus. It was overwhelming after living quietly on her own. When she turned away from the clatter, Stephen was staring straight at her as if he would devour her. Her heart somersaulted in her chest. Of course, it was all part of their act. He was expressing desire, not love. She had to remember that critical part and not let her heart lead her brain down the wrong path. In 2 strides, he stood before her and took her hand in his. "What's wrong?" She inhaled and shook her head slightly. "It's nothing." "You look as if you'd rather be anywhere else but here." He bent ever so slightly and whispered in her ear. "If it's any comfort, I agree with you. Perhaps we could visit the Duke's cowshed." "You're incorrigible," she answered. "If it brings a smile to your lips, then I don't care." She dipped her head to hide how much Stephen could affect her. When he brought her hand to his lips, she tried to pull away. He tightened his grip slightly. "Don't, Caro. People are watching," he murmured. She released a shaky breath and nodded. Unfortunately, such false shows of affection were necessary over the next fortnight. "Look, Dorotha," a haughty voice said behind them. "There's nothing more romantic than a couple mending their differences." "Lady Riverton," Stephen whispered. "She's directly behind you." "I'm not certain she understands the word mending," Caroline said with a syrupy smile. She tamped down the urge to turn around and stare. Instead, she batted her eyes at Stephen in a show of modesty. "When she used to visit my mother, they would embroider together. Lady Riverton never could stitch a sampler, let alone actually mend a garment." Stephen tilted his head back and laughed, really laughed, one of those jovial sounds that stopped all conversation around them. Ignoring the rest of the guests, he bent down and brushed his lips against the sensitive skin below her ear, then whispered, "I can't attest to your mending abilities being any better than hers. I never saw you with a needle." She leaned back in feigned outrage. "I'll have you know, I can sew a straight line with my eyes closed." Still chuckling, he shook his head. "Well then, darling, I can't wait to see how you'll mend our differences." She blinked at him. Did he think that was even a possibility? She'd never entertained the thought. With a wink, he continued, "I have every confidence that, between the 2 of us, we'll become excellent tailors before this holiday is over." "What does that mean?" she asked, frowning at him. "Let's investigate the possibility later." He linked her arm around his. "Twist mentioned that your uncle's illness delays our greeting him, but the Duke's solicitor is ready for us." Then he said the words that only she could hear. "It's time to break a leg. The real performance is about to begin." The footman who had escorted them through the endless maze of intersecting halls knocked once on a massive door. On the other side, another footman in matching livery swept it open. Bile rushed up her throat. Caroline placed her hand on her stomach in an effort to control her nervousness. To show any hint of weakness would end their visit early. As if aware of her unease, Stephen squeezed her hand. "I'm right beside you." Indeed he was, and it was comfort. With a contrived calmness that was at direct odds with her disquiet, she stepped into the Duke's study. It was empty, but for the Duke's elderly solicitor, Mr. Beakins. The massive desk where her uncle would normally have sat was vacant. "Lord and Lady Stephen, welcome," Mr. Beakins called out, coming creakily to his feet. With a wave of his ink-stained hand, he motioned both of them inside. Without taking her gaze from the solicitor, Caroline walked to the table at the far end of the Duke's study, where the solicitor had set up his portable desk. "Good afternoon, Mr. Beakins." The solicitor nodded in greeting. "How is my uncle? My cousin mentioned that he is bedridden.
I'd like to greet him. The solicitor shook his head.
The poor man. He isn't receiving visitors today, except for his immediate family.
Is he so ill that my husband and I cannot see him? I'm his niece, she pressed. Aren't we family? The solicitor lifted one corner of his mouth in a vestige of a smile.
Perhaps tomorrow. The Duke requested that I handle the matter of your trust. Please be seated.
Thank you. Caroline's voice wobbled slightly. Apparently, she was a matter and not a part of the immediate family. Once she and Stephen were comfortably seated before the elderly solicitor, he picked up a piece of foolscap and peered at it.
The Duke wished me to inform you that the last time he saw you, you looked more and more like your mother.
He looked up from the papers he was reading and added, with an apologetic air.
He also said that it wasn't a compliment. Her mother was a pretty woman, but had as much good sense as the goose will eat tomorrow. His words, not mine.
I will not tolerate incivilities toward my wife. Stephen's voice was even, but with an unmistakable menace underlying it. Caroline swallowed. It would be lovely if he actually cared enough to defend her as his wife, rather than merely as part of a performance. The solicitor bowed his head.
My lord, I'm aware this is uncomfortable, but the Duke demands I say his piece.
He sighed.
I'm to report to him about the status of your marriage every day.
Mr. Beakins's gruff admission launched 1,000 goosebumps across Caroline's arms as if she'd suffered a sudden chill. You can assure the Duke that Caro and I are together as husband and wife, Stephen answered curtly, insulted rather than afraid. If only she could be more like him. The solicitor held a silver monocle to one eye, magnifying it. Under his intense stare, Caroline held still, never looking away. He turned his attention to Stephen. After a tense moment or so, he dropped the eyepiece and looked back at his papers.
Lord Stephen,
the solicitor looked to Caroline.
Lady Stephen, I'm merely doing my work as the Duke directs. He doesn't want either of you to waste his time.
That told Caroline precisely how important she was to her uncle. She swallowed hard, but reminded herself that she knew that already. Stephen reached out and took her hand in his. The warmth of his palm against her own was a balm to her rattled nerves.
I have it on good authority that you two met at the Hallig Inn this morning.
Mr. Beakins leaned forward in his chair.
You arrived in 2 separate carriages. If you'll forgive the presumption, that fact does not suggest you have healed your differences. I'll have to inform the Duke, and he has strong views about marriage, as you know.
Appearances can be deceiving, Mr. Beakins, Stephen answered with a sly smile. We're here, aren't we? I guarantee you that nothing would keep me from attending the revelry with... He turned to Caroline and smiled. My wife. Her heart pounded against her ribs, as if trying to break free. Whether it was to escape the solicitor's scrutiny or fly into Stephen's arms, wasn't a question Caroline wanted to examine too carefully. Yet, one thing was certain. Her husband's smile should have been declared a lethal weapon. A woman could definitely become lost in a romantic labyrinth with such a look. She definitely had before. She could not allow it to happen again, or her heart would lay in shambles, just as it had when she left him a year ago. Still, it was comforting to have him by her side, facing the Duke's solicitor.
Here is the Duke's final word.
The solicitor cleared his throat as he pulled a document from the corner of the Duke's desk.
His Grace has generously agreed that Lady Stephen will receive the sum of £20,000.
He wrinkled the bridge of his skinny nose.
Only if he's fully and completely satisfied you are living as husband and wife.
Caroline didn't move a muscle, but her stomach was performing an endless loop of somersaults. How will we prove it to him if we can't see him? Only we know our true regard for one another. Caroline directed her gaze to the solicitor. If they obtained a clearer definition of the Duke's requirements, the task might not be as burdensome as she once thought.
That's for the Duke to know, and you to prove.
The solicitor smiled faintly.
His Grace possesses a wry sense of humour, you know.
When neither of them responded, the solicitor blinked.
Now, where was I? Oh yes, right here.
He pointed midway down the paper before him.
If you're truly together, it will be apparent for all to see.
No one uttered a word. Mr. Beakins grimaced slightly, as if embarrassed, then gazed out the window. After a moment, he looked back.
The Duke is dying. He wanted me to tell you that, before he meets his maker, he wants to do right by you.
He nodded to Caroline.
He said it was the least he could do for his dearly departed brother, since you were his only child.
She wanted to hiss at the comment, dearly departed brother. If her uncle had truly cared for her father, then the selfish man would have visited them at least once, to see how her father fared after her mother had abandoned them. Perhaps the Duke could have helped. After Caroline's mother left for the Americas with her much younger lover, her father faded, and when the news came of her death, he crumbled like a piece of decayed wood. As Caroline grew from a child to a young woman, her vibrant father, who'd once been a joy to be around, had turned into someone she didn't recognize. He became a shell of a person, ready to wither away. Caroline had no doubt that the desperate sadness her father suffered caused his early death. She bit her tongue to keep from challenging the Duke's words. He'd never cared for her father or for her. Stephen lifted one perfectly arched brow. I was unaware that His Grace had been close to Caro's father. I never heard any mention of it. Though his tone was even, he leaned back in his chair, the challenge in his body there for all to see.
The Duke cares for your wife. That's where you come in, the solicitor declared. The Duke is concerned that, if she receives those funds now, you'll lose her forever. He doesn't want his niece turning into a flighty piece of baggage like her mother, who only thought of her own happiness. He believes the move to London by herself doesn't bode well for her future.
That's not true. Caroline tilted her chin in defiance. I am nothing like my mother.
Beakins, enough. Stephen's rebuke was clear to all. Caro will never be like her mother.
The solicitor winced.
Pardon my frankness, sir, but how would you know? Lady Stephen has been living in London this past year. Everyone knows it. Society is talking about it. Prove to the Duke that you're both happy with each other. If he believes it, then she'll have the money. The Duke won't attend many, if any, of the events that Lady Cressida has planned, but he will have eyes and ears everywhere. He'll know if you're trying to fool him.
Mr. Beakins smiled slightly.
For your sake, please don't. The Duke will see through it. If he feels you're attempting to gammon him, he'll make access to the trust even harder.
The old man relaxed against the back of his chair.
But never fear. His Grace is a fair man. Whatever tales come his way, I'm certain he'll make his own judgment.
She wanted to roll her eyes, but managed to keep her expression impassive. The solicitor examined his paper again, then glanced at them.
I forgot one thing. The Duke demands to see you both at the pantomime. If he is able to attend anything, it will be the pantomime. Cinderella this year.
What are you talking about?
Stephen's voice was so low, it sounded like a growl.
The pantomime is an annual custom. Lord Stephen, I understand this is your first time at the revelry. The Duke expects everyone to attend.
Mr. Beakins tidied up his papers.
It's mandatory for you both. If you'll excuse me, I have other business.
Stephen stiffened beside her, then murmured for her ears only. "Why do I feel like we're two puppets, and the Duke is pulling all the strings?" A footman stepped forward to usher Caroline and Stephen into the hallway. Once there, the liveried servant, who closely resembled an automaton, bowed, then returned to the study, leaving them alone. "Stephen," she said softly, hoping to calm the anger that flashed in his eyes. "We should depart now, Caro. I don't care for how your uncle treats you. The Duke can't order you about like that." The stiffness in his body practically screamed fury. "He doesn't deserve your company." She placed her hand on his arm. "You promised you'd stay here, with me." He studied her hand as his nostrils flared. She'd never seen him this angry before. Was this how he'd reacted when she left him? Her common sense answered, no. If he'd cared half as much about her departure as he did her uncle ordering them to attend a pantomime, he would have come after her. Chapter 4. Stephen scanned the corridor and then drew his wife into a diagonal hallway before one of the Duke's ever-present footmen could appear. He walked another 50 yards before he stopped and turned to face her. "Your uncle is barbaric." His words were sharp and cold, much like ice chips. "This whole event is a waste of time." He had little doubt the veins next to his temples were pulsing in time with the angry beat of his heart. He could tell from her eyes that he'd startled her. She looked almost heartbroken. A stab of guilt pierced his gut. "It's Cinderella." Caro blew a stray lock out of her face. "All we have to do is attend. You don't have to participate." She peeked up at him and smiled. "It might even be fun." "I won't participate. Your uncle is outlandish, puerile, not to mention controlling." He huffed out a breath, hoping it would tame his frustration. "Nor will I attend." "But what about my uncle?" Caroline worried her lower lip between her teeth. Instantly, he stilled like a wolf with a rabbit in its sight. Whenever she did that in front of him, he wanted to devour her, right there, up against the wall. Again, she nibbled her lip. "He'll guess the truth if I attend by myself. And you heard Mr. Beacons. He doesn't want me to visit his bedchamber." The next 2 weeks were going to be torture. He should have just said no to this whole interlude. But his wife still intrigued him. She would always intrigue him, even when they were both in their 80s. A movement caught his attention at the end of the hall, a flash of someone in ducal livery, spying on them. Caroline rested her hands on her hips, much like a governess scolding a recalcitrant boy. "You mustn't—" Stephen leaned forward and pressed his mouth against hers, then swept her into his arms. Their teeth clashed. It was the most inelegant kiss he'd ever given his wife, but he didn't want anyone overhearing their argument. At first, Caro pushed against him as if she wanted him to let her go. He turned slightly, so his back was to whomever was behind him, shielding Caro from spying eyes. "Someone is watching," he whispered as he caressed her mouth with his. "Make it look real." Her eyes widened for a moment before they fluttered closed. She reached up and placed her arms around his neck and gently caressed him. When she pressed her body against his, Stephen wanted to roar in approval. He groaned when she flicked her tongue against his lips. My God, how he'd missed holding her in his arms. Her mouth was like a feast spread before a starving man. He'd never have enough of her. With one hand resting on the small of her back, Stephen pulled her sharply against the hard angles of his body. "Caro," he whispered, long-denied desire rumbling in his voice. At the sound of her name, she moaned softly, and then pressed her open mouth to his. Their tongues tangled in a sensuous dance that threatened to incinerate them both. He was already hard, but now he felt an ache that only she could soothe. His rigid cock strained against his breeches as if begging for attention. Caro's lips softened under his, and he brought her even closer. But it wasn't enough. He'd been denied tasting her for a year, and he'd not let her go until he had his fill. She was such a wee thing, yet she fit perfectly in his arms. God, he could take her right now, here, in the corridor. As that thought crossed his mind, Caro broke the kiss. By the dazed look in her eyes, she wanted him too. Panting slightly, she was clearly out of breath. She had that faraway look he'd come to recognize in their married life. It was a haze of desire that the two of them could conjure up in the spur of the moment. It had always been that way between them. He bent and pressed a kiss on the perfect indentation at the base of her neck. The tremble of her pulse against his mouth made him feel protective, and he suddenly remembered the prying eyes of the footman set to watch them. "Aha!" a voice called out, as if in answer to his thought. Instinctively, he tightened his arms around her before he turned his head to see the intruder. Twist the butler regarded them, one eyebrow raised. "I see you have found the mistletoe I directed to be hung here. I didn't think anyone would venture into this corridor, but just in case..." He clasped his hands behind his back, clearly pleased with himself. "Better to be over-prepared, I say." "Mistletoe," Caroline whispered, but loud enough that Twist heard. "Indeed, my lady. Just look." He pointed above them. They tilted their heads back at the same time. 15 feet above them, dripping with festive red and white ribbons, was the largest kissing bough of mistletoe that Stephen had ever seen. "Don't mind me." Twist turned back the way he came, with a military precision that would have made any soldier in the British Army proud. "Nothing more romantic than mistletoe kisses." His voice faded as his footsteps retreated. Caroline blinked twice, as if trying to clear the passion that swirled in the air. "Good thinking," she whispered. "What do you mean?" Stephen rasped. "To find a mistletoe kissing bough." Caro ran her hands lightly down his chest, smoothing his coat. He still had his arms around her, and when she dropped her hands, he felt empty, as if something rare and precious had been stolen from him. To keep from taking her in another kiss, he stepped back and cleared his throat. Too much too soon would ruin his chance to woo her. He had to make her see that they belonged together, not just in bed, but at all times. "I think it's time we changed from our travelling clothing," she said. "Perhaps we should scout for other mistletoe kissing boughs scattered through the house." With the sincerest expression Stephen could muster, he captured Caroline's gaze. "You never know when we might have need of one again." Her brow furrowed into delicate lines as her desire melted into wariness. "Perhaps our time would best be spent joining the others, and not arguing," she said. Though she clearly intended to be stern, the effect was ruined by her swollen pink lips. "We'll discuss the pantomime later." As they walked back to the main hall, Stephen was careful to hide the smile that lingered on his lips. This might be the best Christmas of his life. With Caro by his side, he could sit through the pantomime while daydreaming about sharing kisses with his lovely wife under every single kissing bough they could find. Caroline and Stephen parted when they entered the main hall, as several acquaintances demanded Stephen's company. New guests were milling about, partaking in seasonal treats such as mince pies, fresh oranges, and mulled wine. The scent of cloves and cinnamon filled the air. Caroline closed her eyes and breathed deeply. Her lips tingled from Stephen's kisses. For a moment she felt as though she were back at Hartfeld Hall, where they'd shared such intimacies before. There was no denying that her husband was an expert at kisses. It wasn't enough, she reminded herself. He hadn't abandoned her the way her mother had, but he was still absent from her life, even when they lived together. He was completely uninterested in her as a person. Perhaps it was his nature, and she would never change it. Or perhaps she was just not the sort of person who could inspire that devotion. Her own mother's departure proved that point. It was beyond foolish to wish for something she could never have. A real marriage between two people who loved each other more than they loved anything else in the world. It was best to focus on creating a community of her own in London, while helping women with a passion for art find a place to belong. She could give back to her childhood friend and confidant, her great-aunt Agatha, a marvellous artist whose talent had been completely ignored by her family and the world.
Caro, is that you?
She turned to the familiar voice and immediately smiled. It was one of her friends from finishing school, Miss Diana Holden, now Lady Ford Castle, after she'd married the Earl of Ford Castle last year. Diana was one of the few true friends Caroline had made during her years at the institution. It wasn't just because Diana never gossiped about Caroline's scandalous mother. Diana had a truly kind soul.
My lady.
Caroline dipped a curtsy.
Stop. I'll always be Diana to you.
Her friend gave her a hug.
I'm so happy you're attending the revelry this year. Congratulations on your marriage.
Caroline examined her friend, who positively glowed.
I'd say it agrees with you.
Indeed.
I'm very much in love,
Diana answered, then sought her husband's gaze.
And so is my husband.
The Earl gave his wife a blinding smile. Caroline's heart squeezed at the sight, and she had to blink away a sudden rush of tears. She received heated glances from her husband, but never a smile like that. Now she was feeling sorry for herself. Just because she wanted that and hadn't found it in her own marriage didn't mean she should begrudge others. Diana tilted her head toward Caroline and held her fan to cover her mouth so others couldn't hear.
If you find yourself alone at the party, you can always join John and me.
Before she could respond, Stephen left the group of men he was chatting with and stood at Caroline's shoulder. I plan to keep this beauty by my side. Diana's eyes widened slightly, but with her usual grace, she recovered her composure quickly.
Lord Stephen, I didn't know you were attending the revelry. How pleasant for you both.
Indeed, he replied as he gazed into Caroline's eyes. I'm the most fortunate man on earth. When she searched his face for the teasing she expected to find there, her heart tripped a beat. For in his dark blue eyes, he seemed to be pleading with her to believe him. She hesitated, unsure what was real and what was pretend. Before she could respond, the Earl of Ford Castle slid to his wife's side. I beg to differ with you, Lord Stephen. I am the most fortunate man. I received that distinction the day my wife agreed to marry me. Diana blushed again, and the Earl wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders and pulled her tight against his side. Caroline couldn't imagine what such devotion would feel like. She'd never seen it in her parents' marriage, nor did she have it with Stephen. His behavior this fortnight wouldn't change anything, even though her heart begged her to believe him. What made matters more complicated? It was she who had made the list of rules that he was following so carefully. She had dictated that he had to behave in a loving manner in front of others. Caroline released a pent-up sigh. She was in danger of falling for the story that she had created to fool her uncle. And she didn't need more heartache. Truthfully, the party and all of its events were proving to be a challenge she hadn't expected. After Diana and Ford Castle took their leave, Caroline waited a few moments before addressing Stephen.
You're trying too hard.
Meaning? One corner of his mouth tugged into a half smile, as if they were sharing something between them and locking out the rest of the world. She reminded herself that none of his behavior would continue once they each left the event £10,000 richer.
The compliments, such as beauty and most fortunate man on earth. It's not necessary, she whispered.
The befuddlement on Stephen's face would have been endearing if she wasn't trying to protect her heart from trusting romantic drivel. If he hadn't felt this way about her back when they'd been together, he certainly hadn't fallen in love with her after she was gone.
"You're exaggerating," she pointed out. "All we have to do is be seen together."
I'm telling the truth. I do think I'm fortunate, and I definitely think you're beautiful.
Stephen reached out, and with the lightest of touches, ran the back of one finger down her cheek.
Your lips are still swollen. It makes me want to kiss you again.
"You're caught up in the revelry," she protested, taking a step back.
Indeed, her lips were still tender, and like him, she wanted to kiss him again, because that was what they did best together. It wasn't enough. She wanted their hearts to connect, not just their bodies.
"Oh-ho," the Earl of Fordcastle called out. "Lord Stephen, look where you're standing, directly under one of Twist's mistletoe creations."
Everyone's attention turned toward Caroline and Stephen.
"Good eyesight, my lord," Twist called out. "Nothing like a good mistletoe bough to liven our merriments."
"You must kiss her," someone cried out. "It's a Christmas rule. Besides, she's your wife."
"By George, if he won't do it, I will," another man chortled.
"She should kiss him,"
a female called, then laughed. Heat marched up her cheeks, while the crowd's expectation for a kiss hung in the air like a thick London fog. She lowered her gaze slowly until she met Stephen's. For an eternity, they stared at each other. Neither made a move.
"I don't know what to do,"
she whispered. "I do," he murmured without hesitation. Then, with an infinite slowness, he leaned toward her. He didn't take her in his arms as he had earlier that afternoon. Instead, he cupped her cheeks, as if, in his regard, he found her precious. He stared at her, and in those depths, she saw something she'd never seen before. Uncertainty, embarrassment, or perhaps it was uneasiness that shone deep in his eyes. Whatever it was, only magnified her own fragility. Was he waiting for her to do something? She carefully rose on the tip of her toes until only an inch separated their lips from one another.
"May I kiss you this time?"
Her voice so soft she didn't know if he had heard her. He let out a shuddered breath, then a ghost of a smile broke across his lips.
"I would like that very much."
When she pressed her lips to his, the rest of the world fell away, and it was just the two of them. He didn't make a move to deepen the kiss as she might have expected. Instead, he allowed her to do as she pleased. It pleased her to make this an expression of tenderness, the kind that she had dreamed of in her marriage, but never experienced. The moment of their kiss was a heady feeling, and she revelled in it. She didn't turn the kiss to a passionate, burning display. Instead, she slowly swept her mouth against his, then whispered his name against his lips, as if saying a solemn prayer. In answer, he brushed his thumbs across her cheeks. They ignored the din of the jubilant cheers around them. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, as if he'd never let her go, while she buried her head against his chest to soak up his warmth. For the first time since she could remember, she felt cherished for who she was. But she fully recognized what peril lay before her. With that kiss, she might have fallen in love with her husband all over again, whereas he was playing for the crowd and following her rules. When she drew away, their gazes locked once again. His hooded eyes had widened. His earlier wariness was gone, and affection seemed to have taken its place. If only she could see through to his heart, then she might know the truth. It couldn't be real. It wasn't real. Doggedly, a small voice pointed out that he hadn't even written her a letter asking her to return. And yet, her heart yearned to believe him,
to risk being hurt all over again. God, what had she done? Chapter 5. Stephen rested one shoulder against the window frame in the billiards room, where most of the men had congregated after dinner. Port and brandy were in no short supply. After he had escorted Caro to their bedroom, he'd made the excuse that he needed fresh air. He wanted to give her time alone. He had little doubt she needed a respite. After their very public kiss, Caro had retired to their bedchamber to bathe and change, while Stephen talked to Cyrus Hill and Elias, Lord Darcy de Royalston, two of his friends. Then when she came down to the drawing room, he went to their bedchamber and summoned his valet. At dinner, they'd been seated away from each other. The revelry was famous for seating people at separate tables and never allowing a husband and wife in close proximity. That was a good thing, as Stephen didn't know if he would have been capable of forming a sentence, let alone a complete thought, if Caro was within kissing distance. Thankfully, Lady Eloise Bennet had been seated beside him and had proven adept at the art of conversing, nattering on about an opera singer, her husband, and the health benefits of blackberry wine. Every once in a while, Stephen had offered a non-committal answer, but that was the extent of his titillating contributions to their conversation. All he could think about was the sweetness in Caro's kiss. For a second or two, he'd believed she would refuse to kiss him in front of the crowd of guests. Never in his entire married life, all 2 years of it, had they shared anything as intimate as that kiss. Granted, they'd made love a multitude of times, but they had never revealed themselves in a way that every barrier between them had been stripped, at least for that moment. He had no clue what to do when it came time for them to retire. To sleep in the same bedchamber? Nay, in the same bed? How could he give her what she wanted? He'd given her attention, boundless passion in bed, not to mention fiery kisses that threatened to consume them both. It hadn't been enough, obviously. She wanted more than his body. She wanted him to share more. She wanted to be his partner. How was he going to accomplish that? Currently, Caro was upstairs, perhaps nestled in bed, while he was down here in the billiards room staring at revellers. He ought to retire upstairs with his wife. Yet, he didn't think he could bear it if she didn't want to have anything to do with him outside of their pretend relationship. He took a sip of port and inhaled the scent of fresh greenery that adorned the room. There was only one way to find out where he stood with his wife, and that was to talk to her. If she wanted nothing to do with him, he could always lick his wounds in his valet Percy's room. But Percy was likely below stairs with the other servants. The man loved Christmastide almost as much as Stephen did. Stephen had loved the festive season even more when he had a wife, a true wife, a home. "May I join you?" The Earl of Fordcastle stood next to Stephen, a glass of brandy in his hand. "Of course, I'd enjoy the company," Stephen answered politely, though he really wasn't in the mood for conversation. "That kiss you and your wife shared became quite a conversation piece at my dinner table. Several gentlemen around me felt it was tame and staid, more like a kiss from a couple who had been married for 20 years instead of only 2. The Earl twirled his glass gently. "A year ago, I might have agreed with their assessment. But you and I are both aware that kiss was nothing of the sort." Stephen didn't want to share his personal feelings with Fordcastle. The Earl wasn't someone Stephen would call a friend, more along the lines of an acquaintance. The man's reputation as a rake had been cultivated over the years. Many women had compared him to a perfect male, attractive with golden blonde hair, fit, healthy, and exceedingly rich. Somewhat surprisingly, Fordcastle had made an obvious effort to transform himself into a loving and devoted partner since he'd exchanged vows with his countess. The Earl continued. "The reason I know that kiss was something special
is because my wife and I shared one very similar. May I tell you a story? Stephen nodded. I was at my most vulnerable, and she kissed me with a frank sweetness that practically undid me, made me believe she cared, even when all my faults and sins were laid before her. She never looked away, but held my gaze until I believed there was something bigger than myself to care about. The Earl's voice cracked with emotion, and he exhaled with a whoosh of breath. Stephen swallowed. Even he was affected by the flickers of gratitude, wonder, and love that shone bright in the Earl's eyes. In that moment, I became a man with a purpose, and not some whirling dervish trying to shock everyone I met. Her kindness and deep regard transformed me. Fordcastle took a sip and glanced at the other men in the room. They have no clue, poor chaps. He held up his glass in salute to Stephen. But you and I know, those types of kisses are remarkable. I saw it on your face. It was exactly the way I felt when Diana and I shared ours. Stephen took a sip of port before answering. It gave him a moment to collect his thoughts. You're aware that my wife left me, and we are trying to find your way back to each other? The Earl smiled with a wisdom beyond his years. Trust me, I experienced the same thing with Diana. Truly? Stephen asked. Who would have thought that a former rake might give him, a failure as a husband, advice? How did you find your way back? I took her to bed, the Earl replied. Stephen raised a brow. I don't think that would work for Caro and me. Ah, it's not what you think, my good man. The Earl nodded. I took her to bed and held her while she talked, and I listened. That was all. Fordcastle looked outside at the dreary darkness that had descended, but he smiled. I won't say it resolved all our differences, but I'll never forget that night. It led the way to true happiness. He bent his head and studied the glass in his hand. I sound like a besotted fool. The Earl lifted his gaze to Stephen's. I don't care. No, you sound like a man in love, Stephen said flatly. Let me ask you a question. The Earl put his glass down on the table, then crossed his arms across his chest with the attitude of a judge. Would you care if I thought of you as a besotted fool? No, Stephen answered honestly. I would think of myself as a very fortunate man. He slid his empty glass onto the side table and nodded his farewell. I'll see you in the morning, perhaps. With the help of an upstairs maid, Caroline had made quick work of undressing and completing her nightly ablutions. To keep her mind off the eventual arrival of her husband, she concentrated on the lovely room that Cressy and Mrs. Peters had assigned to them. The name, the green bedroom, fit the decor nicely. Lush green velvet bed curtains surrounded the massive four-poster bed. When she'd visited over the years, she'd first been assigned to the nursery when she was a young girl, and as a young adult, she'd been assigned one of the spare bedrooms in the family quarters. But this room, located in a completely separate wing of the estate, could be fit for a king. It was easily the finest bedroom she'd ever stayed in. Sitting upright against the headboard, she slid her fingers over the luxurious brocade bed cover in a dark greenish blue that resembled the colours of a peacock's tail. Cressy had decorated the room with evergreens accented with pine cones and peacock feathers. It was simple, stylish and elegant, as was her cousin's style. Cressy never bothered with her own appearance overmuch, but Caroline knew that she was secretly the guiding hand behind the exquisite revelry that all of England admired. But the room's beauty could not keep Caroline from worrying about how she'd survive a night with her husband lying beside her. She flopped on her back and stared at the canopy above her. Stephen's kisses were dangerous, at least to her heart.
When they'd shared that last public kiss, her heartbeat had thumped in a joyous, raucous dance she was certain Stephen had heard. That warm smile of his had instantly appeared. Like a coward, she'd buried her head against his chest in an effort to hide his effect on her. She could not allow herself to be carried away in these romantic fantasies. The festive atmosphere didn't help matters. She now understood how treacherous Christmas could be. It made you want to open your heart to others and start anew, and that was a disaster that had to be avoided at all costs. Soon it would be over. January, with its blistery, frigid air, would extinguish all those warm, romantic notions that things might actually change between her and Stephen. Once he received his half of the money, he'd return post-haste to his one true passion, his work. She'd never see him again. To his tenants, he was the much-beloved Lord Stephen, but to her, he was the man who forgot her birthday and the anniversary of their marriage, the man who failed to greet her when she walked into the breakfast room after he'd just finished making passionate love to her, who forgot to come to dinner and forgot to tell her when he was going to London, who didn't give a damn about her outside of the bedchamber. Why, oh why, had she agreed to let him in her bed? Nothing good would come from it, except the possibility her heart would be shattered into a million pieces again when they eventually parted. A soft knock on the dressing room door sounded before it opened. Stephen peeked in. "Caro, are you awake?" "Yes." Incapable of uttering anything else because her throat had cinched tight, she moved up until she leaned against the headboard again. He stepped into the room with 2 mugs, then turned and pushed the door closed with his foot. Every muscle within her quivered like a rabbit ready to flee from danger. Stephen wore an exquisite satin and silk bayan. When he turned to face her, her breath caught. Sans evening coat and waistcoat, he still wore his white lawn shirt and evening breeches. He toed off his evening slippers, then strolled to the empty side of the bed. Without a word, he rested the 2 mugs on the bedside table. He sat on the edge of the mattress and stripped the stockings from his legs. With ease, he swung around, resting one bent, practically naked leg on the brocade covering. The lines of his calf muscles were gracefully defined in a way that would make an experienced artist salivate to sketch them. It gave her a tiny thrill that she was the sole recipient of the spectacular view. She slowly dragged her gaze from his legs to his midsection. The fine lawn of his shirt stretched across his chest until it split at the neck. Her body tingled in awareness that little stood between them, nothing more than several garments and a few feet of distance. She swallowed the swirling disquiet that had settled around her and forced her gaze to his. She let out a breath, trying to shake her unease. No seductive or coy smiles tugged at his mouth. Instead, curiosity and warmth radiated around him. "How should we sleep together?" Not making a move toward her, he rested his hand on his bent knee. "Shall I rest atop the covers?" She glanced at the window. Even with a robust fire in the room's fireplace, the windows were frosted with ice from the inside. "I don't want you to be uncomfortable with my presence here," he said. "Won't you be cold?" She glanced at her fingers where she was fiddling with the hem of the cover. "I don't want you to be uncomfortable either." Such a silly response. Now it sounded like she wanted him in bed with her. Everything was off-kilter. Her brain was screaming, "Whoa!" while pulling the reins of the runaway organ that lay in the center of her chest, or at least slowing it to a cautionary trot. When she'd agreed to make love to him earlier, she'd wanted Stephen. In all candor, she still did. "I thought perhaps we could chat for a while. We don't have to decide immediately." He leaned forward until he was eye level with her. "Would that be acceptable?" "Of course." Her voice had dropped so low, she sounded like a virgin on her wedding night. She had to snap out of this befuddlement. The best way to do that was to change the subject. "What do you have there?"
I almost forgot.
He twisted his torso and reached for the 2 mugs.
Chocolate. One of your terms was that we should share some at breakfast.
As Stephen handed her a mug, a grin tugged at his lips, one that reminded her of his attitude on their wedding day, full of good cheer and laughter.
But I thought we might need the practice.
He held the mug up in a toast.
To sharing.
To sharing. She took the mug he offered her. The first sip was somewhat tepid, but she didn't care. He had thought of her, and her recalcitrant heart picked up speed again. "I had a lovely conversation with Percy earlier."
"Indeed?"
Stephen took a sip and scrunched his face as if it tasted bad. "Don't you like it?"
"No, I mean, yes."
He shook his head as if trying to get things in order.
"It's a little different from my accustomed drink of whiskey. So, what did my valet have to say?"
"He was on his way down to the servants' area for dancing." Caroline fiddled with the cup in her hands. "Out of the clear blue, he told me you were a good master and always brought him along wherever you celebrated Christmastide, since he had no family of his own." Stephen held up his hands in surrender.
"I never asked him to intervene on my behalf. I promise."
Caroline laughed and shook her head at the same time. "I wasn't challenging you or him. I didn't know he had no one."
"Percy's been with the family for over 60 years.
Stephen shrugged his shoulders.
"When he first came to work for my grandfather, he was a young boy in the stables who'd just lost his mother and father. An only child with no other relatives, he worked his way up until he became my valet. When I moved to Hartfeld Hall, he came with me. He loves to take care of my things."
He looked around the room before continuing, as if what he was about to impart was secret, then whispered,
"But he loves Christmas more, almost as much as me. He gladly accompanies me when I travel to my brother's house. It's as if he's created his own family with my brother's servants."
"Oh," she murmured. "I hope I didn't ruin his Christmas by asking you to join me here."
"As long as he can celebrate, he's happy. And the revelry is famous. Who wouldn't want to see its magnificence? I promised we'd go to my brother's house when we leave here."
Her heartbeat faltered at the news. They had never discussed what would happen once they left the Duke's house. Naturally, they'd go their separate ways. That's what she wanted. "How lovely that you're going to your brother's house for Percy's sake."
"I'm not that altruistic. It's for me also. I love my brother and his family."
He reclined on the bed next to her, holding the mug and staring at the fire.
"I like spending the Yuletide with them. I wanted to take you there last year."
She said vaguely. "I haven't seen your brother or his family since we married. Give them my regards, will you?" Tears from nowhere threatened. She would not cry. All her tears for what she lost had come in her first weeks in the city. Stephen sat still and stared at her, then asked softly,
"Would you tell me more about London?"
"What would you like to know?" She glanced at him over the mug's rim. A hint of cinnamon added a nice touch. Anything to keep her mind off those terribly lonely first 2 months.
"Anything. Everything."
He shrugged slightly.
"Let's start with how you found the building."
"When I arrived in London, I had nowhere to stay, so I paid a call to my friend Diana. It's her family's building. They offered to rent it to me at an extraordinarily reasonable price." She shifted so she faced him. "It was difficult at first, but I adapted." That was an understatement. In the first week, she'd almost returned home from pure loneliness and sorrow. She corrected herself. She'd almost returned to Stephen, not home. His face remained impassive, but his grip on the mug tightened until his knuckles turned white.
"It drives me mad to think you went alone into the city without any place to stay or anyone to look after you."
I had acquaintances and friends, like Diana, but she wasn't married when I arrived. There was no cause for worry, Stephen. I wouldn't have jeopardized my safety.
His grip relaxed. I know you wouldn't, but I can't help but react to your description. You're my wife.
I knew you would fret. That's why I sent word where I was.
He leaned a little closer, as if sharing a secret with her. You always had a good head on your shoulders. It's one of the things I immediately recognized about you. But go on. I want to hear more.
He straightened, and immediately she wanted to protest the distance between them. This intimate moment was something she would have never imagined. Countless times she'd tried to initiate such conversations, to no avail. Now, he was talking to her, curious about her life. The building was already furnished, and Diana's family introduced me to friends with whom they thought I'd have interests in common. Her family is well established in society, and knew of artists, all women, with no place to exhibit their work. When I first moved there, I gave a few lectures about art and what to consider when starting a collection. It was successful.
She gave him a shy smile.
Soon, I had artists and art enthusiasts asking me for advice. My art gallery was a logical next step.
How many are you working with?
I have 5 at the moment, but 3 more artists have asked to join. I have to look at their work and see if it fits within our group. I also ask the other artists for their opinions.
Caroline bent her head, but she could feel the heat of his gaze on her.
I've sold 3 paintings in the last month. I think I have a talent for it.
When she lifted her gaze to his, the admiration on his face stole her breath. I'm not surprised. He placed his warm hand over hers. Anything you set your mind to will always be a success.
Thank you, she said softly. I'll use my portion of the trust fund to buy the building. I will continue to sell their work. Within a couple of months, I can stop taking the allowance you give me and pay you back.
No, I don't want that. It's your money. I want to give it to you. He rubbed the back of his neck as he stared into the fire. I know you think me heartless. He turned back to her. But you're still my wife. And I do care for you. Always. She feared she'd drown in the depths of emotion in his eyes.
I've never thought you heartless. I was just insignificant in your world.
She shook her head.
It's water under the bridge. You care for the estate, its tenants and the servants. Let's just leave it there.
Silence stretched between them until he murmured, I'm sorry for that. He stroked her cheek with the back of his forefinger. Don't hold it against me for always wanting to take care of the people whom I'm responsible for. I'm accountable for you also, even if you can take care of yourself. It's a weakness of mine. His gaze caught hers, and she couldn't turn away. You'll always be a weakness of mine. Caught off guard at the vibrancy in his dark-as-sin voice, Caroline stilled. All her defenses against him seemed to crumble. She waited for him to lean closer and kiss her, but instead he resumed his position, resting against the massive headboard behind them. Let's see if we can get some sleep. We have a busy day tomorrow. She had 1 sip left of her chocolate. It did not wash away the taste of her disappointment. Chapter 6.
I need to clean my teeth,
Caro mumbled. Stephen felt the slight shift of her weight as she rose from the bed. He folded his arms across his midsection as he watched her go into the dressing room, where their toiletries sat side by side, next to an exquisite china bowl and pitcher, just as their toiletries once had at Hartfeld Hall. Their bedroom hadn't been as grand as this one, but it was still a large and comfortable room, big enough they could enjoy each other's company. He was making himself sick with such comparisons.
From the excited blush that dusted her cheeks to her silence when he made the declaration that he would always care for her, he was certain that he'd pushed too hard and too fast. Caro had looked ready to bolt from the bedroom. He wished he had more experience wooing women other than Betsy. He ran a hand down his face. Now he was comparing his wife to a cow. Perhaps he'd chased Caro away. Why had he ever let her go in the first place? Pride. It had to be his foolish pride. But if he hadn't let her go, he knew deep down inside he would have lost her for good. He was thinking too pessimistically. When had he ever shied away from a fierce struggle? When the estate's crops had been in danger of not being harvested in time before the first frost, he'd worked side by side with his tenants to ensure every bushel of grain available was harvested. But the hardest struggle he had ever faced was letting his wife go and not racing after her. He had every right as a husband to bring her back home. But that would have been a coward's way of handling the situation. If there was any hope of them finding their way back together, she had to make the decision to try. The struggle to not take her into his arms and make love to her until she agreed to come home was even tougher. She was absolutely stunning in that nightgown. The way it framed her neck and face was an invitation for him to explore every delectable inch of her. He had to find a way to prove to her that she mattered to him. He needed her to realize she was the most important person in his world, but he hadn't a clue how to go about it. From the shadows, Caroline silently crossed the room until she stood next to the bed. "Stephen?" Her dulcet voice could teach mortal men how angels sounded.
"Yes, darling,"
he answered, not hiding the affection in his voice. "I think you should get under the covers. It's going to be cold tonight."
"I don't."
His voice broke mid-sentence. The glow from the fireplace was the only light in the room, but it was enough that he could see the uncertainty in her eyes. Damn it all. Not for the world would he hurt her again. Not if he could help it.
"I don't think that's a bad idea. It is a bit chilly in here."
Rather than move over or make his way under the covers, he swung his feet over the bed, then stood before her. With an ease that came from knowing her as his wife, he pulled her gently to him. In return, she placed her arms around his neck and stared wordlessly at him. They were playing some kind of chess game, and she was waiting for him to make the next move. Her familiar rose scent twined around him, bringing forth memories of nights they had shared together. He breathed the scent deep into his lungs, allowing it to seep into every inch of him. She was as vital to him as air. Without a word, he pressed his lips against her forehead and held them there as he hugged her tight. He wanted her to know she was the most precious being he had in his life. If only he could go back a year and tell her how he saw her, appreciated her, and needed her. Starting tonight, he would. He pulled away and studied her face. Caro's eyes had always reminded him of a weather glass. You could guess her mood from the expression in her chestnut eyes. But not tonight. He'd have to find his path without any help.
"Come, let me see you to bed."
He took her hand in his and brought her around to the other side. He unfolded the covers. She sat on the edge and swung her legs in. A show of skin at her ankles was the only intimate glimpse of her body, but it was enough that his blood heated. Once she settled into a comfortable place, he pulled up the covers. "Aren't you joining me?" Her brow had crinkled adorably in confusion.
"I am, but I will sleep on the other side."
He pressed his mouth to hers. The temptation to take her in his arms grew as he tasted the sweetness of her lips. But he had made a promise that he wouldn't break tonight. Their marriage was more than just physical pleasure. They hadn't learned the joy of being together, but they could. They would. At last, he broke away, then went to his side and climbed in. By that time, Caroline had moved until she lay in the middle. Better to see her, he turned and rested his face on his bent arm. She had already done the same. Then she slid even closer until there were perhaps 3 inches between them, although it felt like a mile. He smiled at her, and astonishingly, she breached the distance between them until she was in his arms. He wanted to shout to the heavens that she chose to be close to him. Hopefully, it meant she was beginning to trust him again. From now on, every step she took toward him, he'd take 2 steps toward her. He only hoped it was enough. Every tense muscle in his body relaxed. Since she'd left him, he'd never slept well. Most nights, he'd wake in the darkness and reach for her. Her side of the bed was always cold. Then he'd remember. She was gone. He'd lay awake wondering if she was safe, worrying about her. But now, he could hold her all night and relish the feel of her warm body next to his.
"Caro, I've missed you so," Stephen whispered. "More than you can imagine. I think for the first time in a year, I'll actually be able to sleep all night."
She nestled closer, and he tightened his arms around her in acknowledgement.
"How did you sleep in London?"
Without waiting for a reply, he continued.
"Did you have trouble like me?"
She answered with a gentle, even breath. She was asleep. It was little wonder, since they'd had a long day from arriving at the inn, meeting with the solicitor, and then the delectable mistletoe and kissing boughs they'd managed to find. He pressed a light kiss to her cheek. In protest, she nuzzled a little closer.
"I like to think that perhaps you'll sleep better with me beside you, too," he whispered. "At least, that's what I'll dream about."
The next morning, Caroline woke to an empty bed. She snuggled a little longer under the covers as the room had chilled during the night. But when she peeked over the bed covers, a blazing fire was warming the cold room. The maids must have stolen into the room early in the morning, perhaps after Stephen had dressed or had gone downstairs. Downstairs? He'd gone to breakfast without her. How could he? That was in her rules. The bedroom door suddenly opened. Expecting a maid, Caroline sat up.
"My slugger bed is finally awake."
Stephen stood at the doorway with a tray balanced on one hand. Caroline's heart pounded at the mischievous smile on his face.
"I have a fresh pot of chocolate for you," he waggled his eyebrows, "and coffee for me."
You didn't have to do that. I could have asked a maid to bring me a tray. Or we could have met in the breakfast room, as planned.
Stephen walked in and carefully placed the tray in the middle of the bed. "It's still early. I didn't want to bother the maids, so I sweet-talked the cook into preparing this little feast just for us."
Caroline glanced at the tray. 2 small pots with cups sat at the center, surrounded by an assortment of all her favorite treats, along with plates and napkins. Of course, it had been written in her notes. Still, it was a lovely gesture. She adored eating in her room and lounging around in the morning. Quickly dismissing the thought, Caroline focused on the tray before her. She hadn't realized she was hungry. Fresh toast with berry jam, apple tarts, shortbread, and gingerbread just begged to be eaten. It looks delightful. She glanced his way to discover him rocking back on his heels, his hands clasped behind his back, with a huge smile on his face.
"You approve?"
"Most definitely. Would you care to join me?" Before she could serve him a cup of coffee, he made himself comfortable on the bed and served her the chocolate. This morning's cup tasted significantly better than the chocolate he had brought to her the night before. He was being extremely attentive, even when no one could see them, which was odd and completely out of character. Stephen leaned back against the headboard and took a bite of gingerbread.
It's still warm."
He offered her the piece he held in his hand.
"Take a bite.
She shook her head, then studied him.
No, thank you. Why are you doing this?
I thought you might like some fresh gingerbread. I wish you would have been in the kitchens with me. It smells divine. And the dishes the cook is preparing for tonight's feast. She narrowed her eyes. What? He cocked his head, as if confused by her manner.
This.
She scooted closer, then waved her hand toward the tray.
Why are you bringing me this? Why are you acting so kind and attentive?
He rested one of his hands on his flat stomach. The pose was intended to be relaxed, but the slight tick of his right eye betrayed his irritation. Is it so unusual for a husband to perform an act of kindness for his wife?
For you, yes. There's no need for you to be romantic in private. No one can see your behavior except me.
She took another sip of chocolate in a show she wasn't affected by his actions. The Duke will know of my little sojourn to the kitchens by mid-morning, I expect. And there it was, his real reason. Stephen was playing his part in a performance she directed. For all he knew, any apparent interest on her part was also an act. She should be relieved, but something deep inside of her crumbled at his words. She looked at the window to keep him from seeing her disappointment. But more importantly, I wanted to. His words were so low that at first she didn't think she had heard him correctly.
Why?
She asked, without turning from her study of the sky, which had started to lighten in greeting of the new day. Caro. He waited until she turned her attention back to him. From the moment we arrived at the revelry, I hoped we could start anew.
For what purpose?
She tried to make her voice light. Perhaps things had turned worse on the estate than she'd thought.
I suppose £10,000 gives you 10,000 ideas. If I return to Hartfeld Hall, then those 10,000 ideas might turn into 20,000.
Her smile faded when she saw his expression shudder. His voice was even and courteous. You think that I'm trying to gain the whole sum, rather than the 10,000 that you promised me? His eyes were colder than the frost on the windows. Why are you so suspicious of my motives? He studied her much like a hawk before it dove for its prey. Though it was only natural to want to hide, she did the opposite. She met his gaze while lifting her chin an inch in challenge.
I lived with you and your motives for a year, remember? I know how you think and how you act. This isn't you. All you care about is the farm.
She slid to the side of the bed, stood, and pulled on her dressing gown. You decided that I'm desperate for money, so desperate that I would try to lure you home.
No.
His mocking smile infuriated her, but Caroline kept her voice even.
I know you don't care whether I come home or not.
In a flash, Stephen rolled from the bed and faced her. Flipping the sides of his black woolen morning coat away, he rested his hands on his powerful hips. The stance reminded Caroline of a painting she had once seen of a king about to sentence a traitor. I can't believe you would think such a thing of me, he bit out. You are deliberately misconstruing my actions.
No, I'm not. You, sir, have already shown me what marriage is like. These gestures are outside your normal conduct, and I refuse to be fooled by them, even if your motive is not an extra £10,000.
You're purposely pushing me away, he countered, then grunted to himself. After last night, you're scared. Caroline rolled her eyes.
Of what?
Of what we could have together. He turned toward the door in such a rush that the tails of his coat flew up as if hastening to follow him. He came to a stop, then slowly turned back to face her. Some of the men are going shooting this morning. I'm of the mind to join them. There was a definite chill in his voice. That will give us time to reflect on this conversation.
I don't need time, she snapped.
Perhaps I do, Stephen answered before he left, shutting the door quietly after him. As the echo of his words faded, Caroline collapsed on a chair and studied the fire. Her heart slogged through its beat, hurting in a way it never had. Mayhap Stephen was correct. She had never considered his side of things. His acts of kindness showed his consideration of her. What if he suffered the same loneliness as her, and she'd just insulted him? She had a sinking feeling she had just lost something very valuable. Chapter 7. Every shot Stephen had taken that morning had missed by a mile. He wasn't surprised. He was still livid over Caro's insinuations. He wasn't angry at her, but himself. His lack of action over the year resulted in her believing she didn't matter to him. After an hour, he'd given up and left the other gentleman to ride alone around the Duke's estate. Perhaps a little fresh air would exorcise the demons that frolicked in his thoughts. He rode the bay stallion hard through snowy fields, then brought it to a trot as they came to a peak that reigned over a scenic valley below. A frozen creek meandered through the field, where timber dotted the landscape. It would make an excellent stop when he and Caro looked for the Yule log, if they could tolerate each other long enough to accomplish the task. A dull thudding sounded from behind him, the gallop of a horse. Stephen whirled his horse around to see a man coming toward him, the capes of his great coat whipping behind him. As the man came nearer, Stephen could finally make him out. Stephen's annoyance fled as he waited for the Earl of Fordcastle to come to his side. After the Earl had given him advice yesterday, Stephen was of the opinion the man had changed for the better because of his wife. The Earl brought his mount to a stop and pulled off his hat to wipe his brow. "Morning, Lord Stephen." "Lord Fordcastle," he said in return. "What brings you out this way? I was surprised you didn't join the others in shooting this morning." "No, I needed the exercise. It allows me to work off some of my worry." "What do you have to be worried about?" Stephen asked. The Earl of Fordcastle seemed to have a perfect life. "My wife." Stephen nodded. "The bane of every man's existence." The Earl shook his head. "No, not in my case. Diana is carrying a babe. It's still early, but she's ill in the mornings. She vomits, and sometimes she hardly holds down a cup of tea. The midwife says the nausea will end, but I go mad seeing her suffer. She's asked me to leave her alone until noon. By the afternoons, she's fine." The Earl gave a rueful smile as he looked over the valley. "I ride to keep from worrying." "Congratulations," Stephen offered, and settled his horse with a couple of pats on the neck. Apparently, the bay didn't care for the newcomer's mount. "It sounds hellish, if Caro was ever that ill." He didn't finish the thought, so Fordcastle did. "You'd never leave her side?" The Earl raised a brow, then laughed. "Believe me, I thought the same thing, but Diana had different ideas. In both of our best interests, I decided to follow her wishes." When the Earl adjusted his seat, the saddle's leather creaked. "So, speaking of wives, how is your fair wife this morning?" "I have no clue," Stephen answered abruptly. The Earl's laugh reverberated down the valley. The echoes that returned seemed to mock Stephen. "I'm glad you find some amusement in my predicament." He delivered his best disdainful look. The Earl straightened in the saddle. "I apologize, but you sounded so much like me in the early days of my marriage to Diana. I was as miserable then as you are now." "I'm married to a woman who doesn't want a thing to do with me," Stephen spat out. "As was I to Diana. Yours was an arranged marriage as well." Stephen patted his horse again. Fordcastle shook his head. "We were forced to marry after we were discovered together in Lord Lyon's library. Neither of us wanted to attend the event, and we found the same hiding place. It was just my luck that we were caught. I developed a sudden interest in protecting Diana's reputation after I ruined her." The Earl's gaze turned steely. "I didn't ruin her on purpose, but I'm glad that I did. That changed my life in more ways than you can imagine." "I know," Stephen agreed.
The right woman can do that. Stephen grunted in response. And she tells me that I changed her life for the better too. If I were you, which you aren't, Stephen pointed out a little too sharply. You're right. The Earl had the good sense to wince. However, I was in a similar situation. I didn't know how to win the regard of the woman who was already my wife. The Earl allowed his horse to step closer to Stephen's mount. How did last night go? Fine. Stephen expertly handled his nervous bay, who promptly sidestepped away from the Earl's horse. Actually, better than fine. I don't think I've ever felt so close to her before. What happened? The curiosity on the Earl's face encouraged Stephen to share more. He shrugged in frustration, then turned slightly in the saddle toward Fordcastle. Honestly, I have no idea. We just talked as you suggested. I thought it was a good conversation. Then this morning, when I brought up a breakfast tray, she first accused me of pretending to care for her in order to steal her inheritance. Then she accused me of being the same man I always was. The Earl nodded as if in deep thought. Sounds like you were quite successful last night then. No, Stephen answered wryly, before his frustration took over. Are you daft? Did you hear what I said? Fordcastle nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. He lifted a hand when Stephen was about to argue again. Hear me out. Think about this logically. Your wife is confused by what she sees, what she feels, and what she thinks she knows of you. It's like an illusion. She doesn't know what's real and what isn't. The Earl rested his hands on the pommel of his saddle. My wife is the most level-headed and astute person I know. I take offense at the thought that she's delusional. I can't fix what's wrong in one night. It's going to take time to prove I've changed. I'm not sure I have enough. No. You're not seeing the point. Think of it this way. Her heart wants to move forward, but her mind is vehemently disagreeing. Pleased with himself, Fordcastle leaned back in the saddle. That's what you're seeing, my friend. Stephen managed not to roll his eyes. I suppose you have a device readily at hand? Don't change course. Keep a steady pace. Give her as much attention as you think she can stand. The Earl adjusted his seat, and his horse stepped in tandem. Listen to her. Talk to her. She'll trust you again. She wants to. Stephen's horse had to be soothed once again. What do you mean, give her as much attention as I think she can stand? It means you don't want to ignore her, or she'll think you weren't sincere in your earlier actions, the Earl said. But at the same time, you don't want to drown her in cloying devotion either. Don't lavish her with a false display of regard. Allow her to see the real you. Stephen wanted to reply, what if the real me isn't good enough? If I were you, I'd go back to the house party. Make yourself available. The Earl's conviction rang through the air. Do as I suggest, and you'll reap the rewards. I must return as well. I need to see my wife. A charming look slid across Fordcastle's face. If she'll allow it. With a nod, the Earl wheeled his horse, then set off at a full gallop, leaving Stephen behind. The sun grew a little brighter, blanketing the valley in a golden glow. He would take it as a sign of encouragement. For the first time since he left the bedroom he shared with Caro, he smiled. He decided to ignore the clouds gathering in the sky. Caroline was relieved to find the dining hall empty. Thankfully, the servants hadn't taken away the remnants of luncheon, so there were a few tarts and pieces of fruitcake left. It would make a fine mid-afternoon snack. Good afternoon, Lady Stephen. Mr. Beacons's voice broke Caroline's solitude. Startled, she placed her hand on her chest. At the far end of the room, a chair with its back to Caroline overlooked a pretty courtyard with iron urns decorated with evergreens, birch twigs, holly and pine cones. Mr. Beacons peeked around the chair back and waved. Would you keep me company?"
Mr. Beacons stood and motioned her forward with a wave of his hand, then pointed to an empty chair. Of course. Though she wanted no further conversation with him, she couldn't refuse, so she joined him. He was the intermediary between her and her uncle.
"Have you eaten, Lady Stephen?"
Yes, I have, she answered. He waited for her to continue, but she didn't budge, blink, or try to fill the air with small talk. Finally, he nodded.
"I've heard it from good authority that you and your husband shared a kiss, perhaps two, yesterday."
Heat crept into her cheeks, but she refused to look away. Now I know who the Duke's informant is. Twist was present for the kisses.
"Perhaps," the solicitor shrugged. "I can't say."
Mr. Beacons took a long look out the window before turning his attention back to Caroline.
"The informant said it was a pretend kiss. All a setup so you could fool the Duke."
No, it wasn't.
"So, there was only one?"
The solicitor's questions were starting to feel like an inquisition. She shook her head. There were two. Pretend kisses, she said, allowing disdain to drip through her tone. How can a kiss be pretend? Whoever the Duke's eyes and ears are, they're not doing their job. Ignoring her answer, Beacons changed the subject.
"Your husband left with a party of gentlemen this morning. If you're trying to convince others that you're happily married, then he should have stayed by your side."
Caroline straightened her back. I find your line of questioning impertinent, Mr. Beacons. This is a house party, with events planned for the guests' enjoyment. Is my husband not allowed to partake in the revelry? She smoothed her hands down her ivory velvet morning dress, upending the nap. He showed no reaction to her insult.
"Did you two have an argument? Is that why he left you?"
Caroline narrowed her eyes. Mr. Beacons was questioning her as if she were a kitchen maid caught stealing the family silver. Fury swept through every part of her. Just as she opened her mouth to eviscerate the objectionable lout, Stephen's whiskey-dark voice sounded behind her.
"There you are, darling."
She turned around and found her husband striding into the room.
"Beacons,"
Stephen said, his face the perfect vision of an offended aristocrat. The solicitor stood and bowed. Stephen responded with a slight nod. Then he turned to Caroline, clearly dismissing the solicitor as beneath his notice, and lifted her hand to his mouth. The feel of his cool lips against her skin caused a shiver to snake up her back. Not from the cold, but the heat of his gaze. Instead of releasing her hand, he drew her to her feet in a clear show of affection for the solicitor's observation.
"There is a chill in the air," he said, to her alone. "If I was a betting man, I'd say snow was coming."
A sudden commotion erupted in the hallway. Feminine and masculine laughter combined to fill the air with merriment. Caroline turned to the door at the same time as Stephen. A small crowd outside of the breakfast room had gathered, with everyone's attention focused on a kissing bough held above a young couple. Caroline had not met either the woman or man. At the cheering of the guests, the man took the woman in his arms and sealed his lips against hers in a passionate kiss. The crowd's roar grew louder at the display. After what seemed like a scandalous amount of time, the couple broke apart, clearly stunned. Caroline had attended the revelry several times, but somehow this year seemed to be more raucous than previous years. Perhaps it was because her uncle was so ill and his heir was attending. Valentine Snow, Viscount Derham, had the reputation of a rakehell with no interest in marriage. Caroline caught Stephen's gaze when he squeezed her hand. Something passed between them, a recognition of some sort that they'd shared a similar kiss yesterday. It was unfortunate the Duke hadn't heard of that display of affection between them. He would have been convinced of their true regard for each other and would have believed their marriage was sound. Of course, whatever they had shared yesterday had been destroyed when she had argued with him this morning.
"See that?"
the solicitor asked. Reluctantly, she returned her attention back to Mr. Beacons, who was standing.
That's what the Duke wants from you. He wants to know your marriage is real.
The man almost seemed to be begging. He peeked around them, but the group was gone, the party continuing elsewhere.
He wants to know that if he gives you the money, it will be put to good use. Specifically, that you won't use it to live in London on your own. The Duke wants you to live with your husband.
I'm not learned in the law, but if the Duke gives Caroline the money, it won't be his, Stephen pointed out.
You're right, at least about one thing.
Mr. Beacons turned suddenly serious.
You're not learned in the law.
Caroline bristled. She'd had enough. Her uncle, through his solicitor, could cajole and threaten her all he wanted. But Mr. Beacons had no right to attack Stephen. Then and there she would put an end to it, no matter if it meant she'd forego the monies promised. I'd ask that you be civil to my husband, she said, giving Beacons a furious glare. He doesn't deserve any of your rancour. Save it for when you bring the Duke's insults to me, or when the Duke compares me to my mother.
I meant no harm, Lady Stephen.
The solicitor had the good sense to sound contrite.
Even if you convince your uncle you're happily married, he can have me write so many contingencies around the dissolution of your trust that you will never see it in your lifetime. I have to follow the Duke's directives. He will evaluate the two of you at the pantomime tomorrow.
Stephen stiffened at the mention of the pantomime.
If you'll both excuse me, I have an appointment.
The solicitor bowed, then took his leave. I'm sorry you had to witness that unpleasant behaviour. Caroline turned to the window. Snow was beginning to drift down in lazy spirals. She leaned against the cool glass in hopes it would douse her temper. What a sour, unkind man my uncle has turned out to be. Don't worry about me. Stephen stepped next to her, but rather than looking at the snow, he looked down at her. What did Mr. Beacons say before I arrived? Caroline blew out a breath, making a piece of her hair fly up in the air. My uncle heard about our kisses and sent Mr. Beacons to poke and pry, trying to find out if we were pretending. I asked how a kiss could be a pretend one. Stephen smiled down at her as he brushed away the lock of hair that had fallen in her face, then tucked it behind her ear. Her insides jangled in response to his touch. How keenly she'd longed for moments like these in the first months of their marriage. Did you think our kisses were pretend? His whisper made the moment between them even more intimate, but it was the tenderness in his expression that terrified her. She felt the truth in her bones. Her feelings for him were intensifying, and she hadn't a clue as to how to protect herself from heartache. Answer me, darling. Stephen came closer until the heat from his body wrapped around her, warming her instantly. No, of course not. To keep from revealing too much of herself, Caroline studied the subtle pattern of twining leaves and vines on his green silk waistcoat, until she recognized that the florals were actually holly and ivy. Lightly, she traced a bundle of red berries across his chest. In answer, he captured her hand against the place where his heart beat strong and true. Immediately, her heart matched the rhythm of his, the traitorous organ. When Stephen leaned closer and pressed a kiss to her cheek, Caroline closed her eyes and allowed herself to concentrate on the feel of his bristles sliding across her skin, while his scent of evergreen teased her senses. He brought his mouth to her ear. If you want to know what I think. He bit down gently on her earlobe. Yes, she begged, in a voice that sounded a little too breathless. She could feel him smile against her skin. I didn't think they were pretend. He kissed the tender spot below her ear, then licked it, sending a throbbing heat through her
that settled low in her belly. But the only way to be certain is to repeat our performance. Excuse me. Stephen growled under his breath, clearly unhappy with the interloper. Frankly, she felt the same way. Yet, the longer they continued this conversation, the more completely she would fall under her husband's spell. I forgot something, the intruder dared to utter. They both turned around together. Stephen pulled away, which gave Caroline an unfettered view of the person. Mr. Beakins was walking toward them. I forgot the cloth I used to clean my spectacles. Without a hint that he had interrupted something between the two of them, he pushed his spectacles up the bridge of his nose. You are blocking the chair. Caroline stood aside and managed to murmur, Pardon us. The solicitor observed them for a minute before a smile erupted, causing his reddened cheeks to round. Bully for you. There's no mistletoe around, he commented, then grabbed a scrap of cloth from the chair and headed out of the room. Just before he reached the door, he said over his shoulder, The Duke will be pleased. Merry Christmas indeed. It's a Christmas miracle. I think we might have secured your money, darling. Stephen's soft laughter melted into a smile. She gloried briefly in their shared moment, the moment when they were a united front, standing together to combat whatever hardship they faced. That's what she had always wanted with her husband, with Stephen. For the first time in months, she dared to wonder if they might be able to achieve that dream. According to my itinerary, I'm supposed to join the ladies' tour of the hothouses this afternoon. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Caroline asked, hoping they could spend some time together before the children's singing performance and the evening meal. Stephen narrowed his eyes, and his brow furrowed into neat lines. He always did that when he was tackling the bookkeeping for the estate. But today, that focus was on her. The Duke has arranged for his land steward to give all the gentlemen a tour of the estate. I thought I might go. Unless you need me. She shook her head, trying not to let her disappointment show. I know how you wanted to see the outbuildings and pastures. If you want me to spend the day with you, Caro, all you have to do is ask. You could come with me to see the estate. Thank you, but... Caroline glanced down the hall, where ladies flitted in and out of the drawing room. I'm planning to meet Diana. We have so much to catch up on. Later, Christi is taking us to see the grotto. It's always a delightful treat. This year, the theme is King Arthur and Queen Guinevere's castle. The grotto? Of course. A flash of disappointment crossed his face. But in usual Stephen fashion, he brushed it aside immediately. Then, allow me to escort you. He offered her his arm. Caroline hesitated a moment, considering whether to ask him to stay with her. She even considered spending the day outside with him, plodding through the snowy fields and battling the winter wind, just to see a couple of cows and grain storage bins. She shivered slightly. She was being nonsensical to want his company. It would only be harder to leave him at the end of the party, as the foolish attachment she felt for him strengthened. Instead, she wrapped her hand around his arm. Thank you for joining me with the solicitor. The conversation was unbearable. And rude, Stephen added. She focused on his arm where her hand rested as she struggled to find the right words. I'm sorry I was argumentative in our room earlier. It was a kind and generous thing you did, bringing me food and chocolate. I should have thanked you instead of questioning your motives. She forced her gaze to his. His smile had faded, and he studied her with a keen awareness. Never had she felt her faults so exposed before him. She'd usually considered herself to be in the right. Well, she usually was right. But in all honesty, she rarely considered his side. That's the first time I've ever recalled you apologizing for anything, he said. She forced herself to accept that. She would not defend her actions, as that would divide them once again.
I am truly sorry. Since the inn, we've reached an accord and a semblance of understanding. I don't want to lose that.
Nor I, he agreed. I accept your apology.
Without another word passing between them, a new peace settled between them as they proceeded down the hall. Stephen left her after greeting the ladies who were entering the drawing room. Caroline soon discovered that the day's activities included making decorations for the salon where the children's concert would take place. She kept the smile on her face throughout the day, acting as if she enjoyed the women's company. Diana never joined them. Word spread that she was in a delicate way, and unfortunately she was resting this afternoon. Though Caroline missed Diana's company, she spent her time touring the hothouses, trimming the salon, then bundling up and walking through the snow to the grotto. It truly was a magnificent structure. Her cousin Christi excelled at making whimsical creations from ice and snow, or rather in directing artisans to make the structures for her. As they toured King Arthur's castle, she half-heartedly listened to the latest gossip and nodded when she had to. Though mistletoe and kissing boughs were everywhere, naughty giggles exploded when they came across a fainting couch crafted from ice, draped in a fur robe. An active argument broke out about whether it would be the perfect place for a liaison. Further evidence that the revelry, this year, had taken on a more dissolute tone than previous years. Caroline didn't care. She couldn't see how anyone would want to make love on a block of ice. She'd rather be somewhere warm, specifically somewhere warm in the company of her husband. All day she wondered what Stephen was doing, and if he was thinking of her as much as she thought of him. His company was definitely preferable to that of anyone else attending the party. As the hours dragged by, she realized she didn't care if she did appear smitten with her husband. She should have spent the day with him, even if she risked being introduced to several stinky cows. Chapter 8. The next day, Stephen awoke on his side, with his arm around Caroline's waist while she was snuggled against him. As was usual when he held his wife with her lovely derriere nestled against his groin, he found himself with a hard and ready cock. It had always been that way, and he'd missed her like this, warm and sleepy. This morning, it was torture. Last night, after spending the day outdoors, he'd found excuse after excuse to delay coming to bed. They'd sat together at the children's concert, and Caroline had seemed genuinely pleased with his company. But he knew that if he accompanied her to bed, he'd want to make love to her. It was too soon. If she wasn't ready, then pushing Caroline to make love, to come home, would ruin the new rapport building between them. She moaned slightly in her sleep, a sound like a siren song. Unable to resist, he pushed his erection against her, and she moaned again. Then, the luscious vixen snuggled closer, so he pulled her tighter against him. The morning straddled the horizon of the old night and the new day. It was his favorite time of morning, and hers too, or at least it used to be. He used to count the day already a success if he strode into breakfast, his entire body filled with energy and happiness from having made love to his wife. They would begin the day in such harmony that they wouldn't even have to speak over the breakfast dishes, and he would stride off to work feeling happy. "Stephen," Caro murmured. He rubbed his nose against the fragrant mane of her hair and inhaled deeply. Her scent brought back all the memories of gently waking, leisurely making love, his body and soul happy to be one with his wife. He answered, allowing the sweetness of those recollections to tempt him. "How long have you been awake?" Caroline stretched, the movement rubbing her soft breasts against the arm he had wrapped around her. The innocent contact made the fire in his groin burn hotter. His initial reaction was to cup her breast and kiss her neck. She loved to be woken by a thumb stroking one nipple. But he didn't caress her. He was determined to control himself.
"Same as you,"
he whispered as he kissed her temple.
"I waited up for you last night,"
she said with a yawn and another stretch.
"What time did you come to bed?"
He never wanted to let her go, even if her every movement resulted in blissful agony.
"Late,"
he answered.
"Stephen,"
she whispered, her voice a husky invitation. She took his hand in a languid movement and placed it over her breast. Her nipple was hard, and the heat of her flesh seared him. His hand curled around her as if it was the old days, when they greeted the sun almost every day with shared pleasure. When she moaned in answer to his caress, he closed his eyes, praying for control.
"Are we going to make love?"
she asked, her voice a mere thread of sound.
"Do you want to? Dear heaven, let her say yes."
She murmured in answer. She slid his hand away from her breast. Damnation. Then a miracle occurred. Caro guided his hand lower. His wife had always known what she wanted, the same thing he wanted. As her hand pushed his against the silkiness of her nightgown, Stephen counted the ribs his fingers traced before pressing gently against the soft curve of her stomach. But Caro didn't stop. She brought his hand farther, until heaven waited for her and him a finger touch away. She made a faint sound in the back of her throat, a whimper of invitation.
"Stephen."
"Is this what you want?" He licked the soft skin of her throat, his hand curving and tightening, blood heating as he felt her body stir. Before she could answer, a gentle knock sounded against the door. He lifted his head, eyes kindling. Whoever it was, he would send them away, hopefully to the farthest corners of the earth, so they wouldn't interrupt Caro and him again.
"Lord Stephen?"
Percy asked behind the closed door. What the devil? His valet knew better than to interrupt them in the morning. The man never entered until Stephen rang for him. Caro scooted out of his arms and pulled the cover up to her chin. Stephen flipped on his back and laid his arm over his eyes, curses filling his head. Another knock sounded on the door.
"Lord Stephen?"
Percy had the good sense to clear his throat.
"Sir, I hate to bother you, but Twist has informed me the Duke prefers that you and Lady Stephen find the Yule log immediately."
When they remained silent, Percy added,
"Twist says pick out a good one, sir. Apparently the Duke's health is failing, and his mood is irritable. He says that you will understand if I tell you that the Duke is making rash decisions because he is in pain."
So was his cock. Blast Percy and his damnable timing, when heaven had been so close to Stephen's fingertips. The mattress depressed slightly as Caro rose to dress.
"Please wait until I'm in the dressing room before you bid Percy to enter."
He nodded, not lifting his arm from his eyes, listening to the sound of her footsteps pad away from the bed.
"Stephen?"
Caro called. He lifted his head, unable to speak. Her gown was transparent in the dawn light, with every curve on display. He hadn't seen Caro naked for a year, since the last morning when they made love, and he came home to an empty house. She had grown even more exquisite, the lush curve of her breasts just the right size for his large hands. Her waist curved in, before swelling to hips that he loved to grip, bending her over a chair or supporting her as she poised in the air above him, taking her pleasure with her head thrown back. He managed to mumble, "Yes."
"I liked waking up with you. That way."
She dipped her head as a smile tugged at her lips. Then his proud, brave wife lifted her eyes to his.
"You used to, as well."
"I did." His voice cracked a little. A little more insistently, Percy knocked on the door again.
I could send Percy away. His voice came out in a growl. She shook her head slightly, and the soft waves of her hair skated across her shoulders as if in agreement. We shouldn't disappoint the Duke. He slid from the bed and stood before her, naked. He didn't dare touch her. Caro, we don't need this money. I have enough. I can support you. Why don't we tell your uncle and his ugly little game to go to hell? Her eyes grew large. We can't. Instantly, Stephen remembered not to pressure her. A blush rose in Caro's cheeks. Besides, I'm looking forward to spending the day with you. The dawn that flooded the room suddenly matched the lightness in Stephen's heart. He reached out and touched the curve of her cheek, afraid that if he even took her hands, he would sweep her into bed. And I look forward to spending it with you, dearest. Then you'd better hurry and have your valet dress you, Caroline announced, turning toward the dressing room. She called out over her shoulder, The first one downstairs gets to pick the log. Ask Percy to summon a maid, will you please? As she shut the door behind her, Stephen stood still for a moment, getting control of his body before he pulled on a robe. He needed to win her challenge and make certain they were front row centre for the late afternoon pantomime so she could secure her money. Though, if he had his druthers, they would search all day for the perfect Yule log and miss that damnable pantomime. He didn't care if the Duke became apoplectic when they never appeared. The only thing Stephen cared about was spending every second of the day in his wife's company. Caroline stomped on the frozen hard ground to ensure her feet were still attached to her ankles. Her warmest half boots did little to protect her from the cold that crept up her legs. Stephen had beaten her downstairs by a good quarter hour, which meant he was allowed to choose the log they'd bring back for the Duke's celebration. Well, actually, they weren't carrying the log themselves. Twist had given them a scarlet ribbon to tie to the winning log, so that the ducal grooms could haul the monstrous thing home. She huffed a breath of silver steam through the air. They'd had a nice time driving the cart around the fields, but now she was cold and tired and wanted to find a warm fire. They had been tromping around the Duke's formidable estate for the last several hours, and by each increasing minute she grew more and more miserable. She stole a peek at Anise, the cart horse. The poor creature was as miserable as Caroline was. The mare's head hung low, and she stomped her feet the same as Caroline. To make matters worse, it was snowing. The horse was covered in a blanket of snow. The flakes had started as the fluffy sort that drifted through the air and lent a lovely atmosphere to the holiday. In the last few minutes, it had started to blow sideways and was pelting her face with ice crystals. Enough was enough. She went to find Stephen, who had disappeared in a copse of oak trees. "Stephen!" Caroline called, against a wind that howled louder than a tweaked banshee. "Steve!" Swoosh! Her feet flew out from underneath her, and she landed on a sheet of ice. Pain shot through every limb of her body as she struggled to regain her breath. Caroline stared at the sky for a moment, or rather, she stared at the sheet of snow that separated her gaze from the sky. Damn him for wanting to find the perfect Yule log. She struggled to rise, finally rolling over onto her hands and knees and pushing herself up. Snow went over the tops of her boots and soaked her stockings. She could feel her garters begin to give way. By the time she got her feet, she couldn't feel her feet and her teeth were chattering. She took 2 careful steps forward. Stephen suddenly appeared like a spectre out of the swirling flakes. "Oh, Caro, you're covered in snow." He laughed with the unfettered glee of a child. "Have you been making snow angels? You should have called me to join in the fun." "Stephen, we need to leave. The horse—" Without warning, he encircled her in his arms and swung her in the air. "Merry Christmas, Caro." He smacked one cheek with his lips before putting her down. "You aren't still disappointed that I beat you downstairs?"
His cheeks were as red as the cherries in the breakfast tarts. Truly, he was a handsome man, but she was too frozen to admit it. Her chattering had increased, and her entire body was shivering. "Come, I want to show you what I found. There are some sturdy oak branches we should mark for the grooms, although they'd better get out here soon if they want to escape the snow. I thought we could instruct them to chisel holes wide enough to hold some candles, and then decorate it with holly." She couldn't hide her misery any longer. Tears muddled her vision. The only thing she could see was the bright red scarf tied around his neck. One rebel tear fell after another. He grabbed her hand and began to escort her back into the treasure trove he had found in this god-forsaken tundra. She dug in her heels and pulled her hand away. No, she uttered through her chattering teeth. He turned around. "Would you prefer to make the candlesticks from the ash branches we collected? I think the birch is also an excellent choice." He moved closer. "Caro, are those tears?" Tears pooled in her eyes, and her throat felt numb from breathing in the cold. "Darling, what's wrong?" Stephen framed her cheeks with his cold gloves, and she pulled away. Recognizing his error, he tore off his gloves with his teeth. Tenderly, he placed his warm hands on her skin and cradled her cheeks. "We've been outside for hours. I can't feel my face." The warmth from his hands gave Caroline a reprieve from the cold, and in those seconds, all those old stirrings of being neglected crept to the surface, begging to be voiced. "I'm tired, hungry, thirsty, and most importantly, I'm frozen." His gaze inventoried her body before his eyes came to rest on her face. "Didn't you dress warmly enough?" "No lady can dress warmly enough for a blizzard," she growled. "People aren't designed to be out in this type of cold." She pointed to the horse. "And neither is our horse. She and I are both miserable." "Don't you want to pick out the Yule log?" The confusion on his face proved he still had no idea what she was talking about. "I don't care about a log now. I care about a warm fire and a warm drink. The horse wants a bag of oats and a warm stable." Before he put in a word in defense, she continued. "We've spent our time looking at birch, oak, ash, along with every other possible wood that resides in this countryside. You could have picked one out an hour ago." The wind swirled snow around them, wrapping their feet in drifts. She was at wit's end and would be returning to the house, with or without him. "I'm not standing in the cold and waiting for the snow to reach my ears." She turned to the cart. "Stephen, we should go." "Wait," Stephen said behind her. "I thought you chose this task over the choir because you wanted to impress your uncle with the biggest log we could find." "I should have told you earlier. You can't divine what I'm thinking." Caroline planted one foot in front of the other. On the third step, her boot caught on the uneven ground. With her arms flailing like a windmill, she tripped and went flying through the air. She broke most of her fall with her hands, but her left cheek collided with the cold, hard ground. 1,000 shards of pain pricked her injured cheek. The next moment, Stephen had her in his arms, carrying her to the cart. Feeling his strong arms around her, Caroline did the thing that she swore that she would never do. She wept, leaning her cheek against his icy greatcoat and sobbing because she was cold, because she was bruised, but even more, she should have told him how miserable she was out in the snowstorm. She had the notion that he was genuinely trying to heal their marriage. So many missed opportunities to talk to him. There's nothing like nearly freezing to make that fact clear. It was the first time she'd ever cried in front of him, and she couldn't seem to stop, hiccuping into his coat. "Caro," he softly crooned. Hearing her name said in such a caring manner just made her cry harder. He'd never talked to her like that before. But then she remembered about every tree and every bush they'd stopped at along the way. He'd ask for her opinion of its suitability for the festive Yule log, and when she'd say it would be perfect, He'd announced that they had to continue roaming the fields.
I shouldn't have kept you out here so long.
As he settled her into the seat, he declared,
We're heading back now. They'll just have to do without a Yule log.
Then he did something that made her cry even harder. With the gentlest of touches, he pressed his lips against her scraped cheek. After a quick pat to the horse, he stepped into the driver's box. In a jerk, they were on their way. To where? Who knew? The path they'd followed was completely gone, covered by drifts of snow. After Stephen loosened the reins and allowed the horse her head, he reached under the box and retrieved a blanket. Caroline silently took the blanket from his hands and spread it over both of them.
Come here,
he commanded, wrapping his arm around her waist and bringing her flush against him. The warmth of his body helped a little. She was still shivering, but at least her teeth weren't chattering anymore.
Where are we going?
She managed, swallowing back tears.
Back to the estate.
Stephen pulled her even closer.
I'll get you there as fast as I can. But this damn snow is making it difficult.
Is that why we're going in circles? This makes the second time we've passed that holly bush that looks like a bear.
Chapter 9. Stephen pulled the cart to a stop. He saw the holly bush she pointed to, but he had no idea if they'd passed it before. It appeared that the horse had no sense of direction, and the storm didn't help matters. Caro sat beside him, shivering. He felt a flash of rage at himself. What an idiotic idea to find the perfect Yule log in order to spend time with her.
Why don't you sit on my lap, and I'll wrap my coat around you. It'll be warmer.
At her nod, he unbuttoned his greatcoat, picked her up, and settled her on his lap. She leaned against his chest, and he pulled his coat closed around her. The wet snow on her cloak melted, sending a chill through his chest. But that wasn't what concerned him. His wife was still shivering, so much so that he feared she would fall off his lap.
Can we make it to Christi's grotto?
Caroline's words were garbled from the shakes that racked her body.
I think it's that way.
She tried to point to the west. Instinctively, he held her against him with one arm around her waist. He bent his head to answer.
I don't like the way the storm is intensifying. Anise will never make it, and I don't want you to suffer anymore.
He didn't add that he didn't want to see her endangered any further either.
If I have my directions right, there's a hunting lodge not too far from here.
When she nodded, the movement rubbed the back of her head against his chest. Melted snow trickled down his shirt.
Cressy mentioned that all the hunting lodges have been supplied with food, drink and wood for the revelry. We can wait out the storm there.
Stephen guided the horse through an open field, then followed the tree line that bordered the north side of the field. A quarter of an hour had passed since the snow intensified, and the driving wind wasn't lessening. If anything, it had increased. A stream of curses went through his head. A fine way to court his wife, by nearly freezing her to death. Fear that they wouldn't find the lodge in time chilled his body worse than the wet snow and the wind slapping his cheeks. If he caused Caro any harm from their outing, he'd never forgive himself. Nightmare scenarios whirled around him faster than the swirl of snow.
Look! Over there!
Burrowed in his greatcoat, Caro pointed one finger in the direction to the right.
Excellent,
Stephen exclaimed, and pulled her tighter against him in celebration. No more than 50 yards away, a small hunting lodge lay sheltered by a copse of trees. As they came closer, Stephen let out a breath of relief. The small cottage even had a one-stall lean-to that would protect their horse from the elements.
Whoa!
He called, at the same time he pulled to a stop in front of the cottage. He looked down at Caro.
Stay here, and let me look inside first.
Caro turned her head to face him. Her face was tear-stained, but she managed a crooked smile, proving once again that his wife was stout-hearted and perfect. Stephen tied the reins, then jumped to the ground. He shook out the snow-covered blanket. Thankfully, the door to the lodge was unlocked. He returned to Caro's side and lifted her into his arms. In seconds, he had her in the small sitting room, resting in a chair placed strategically in front of the cold fireplace. A fresh blanket, softer than the one he'd found under the driver's box, was neatly folded on a small sofa next to Caroline's chair. He quickly wrapped it around her, then went to the fireplace. Stacked wood lay in the fire grate, and a new tinderbox sat on the mantel. Within minutes, Stephen had made quick work of lighting a fire. Finally, the room was cast in a warm glow. He bent down on his haunches until he and Caroline were eye to eye. "Better?" At her nod, he said softly, "I'll be right back." He headed again into the storm to make certain the horse was sheltered from the wind, with a nice armful of hay and a few handfuls of oats. A placid animal, she flicked her ears at him, then lowered her head and started eating. "You're a brave girl," he told her, patting her withers. "I know you'd rather be in the stables." That was his fault as well. What in the bloody hell had he been thinking? He knew the answer. He hadn't. He was so happy to simply be with Caro that he lost track of time and didn't even really notice the weather. Once again, he wished he didn't possess such single-mindedness. He could have escorted Caro out of the elements sooner. Thinking of regrets, he should have gone to London immediately after she left and begged her to come home. Instead, he'd found solace in his work. When he returned to the lodge, Caro's shivering had stopped. She was leaning back against the chair. "I'm better." He drew closer and inspected the scrape on her reddened skin. 3 small scratches covered in dried blood marred her cheekbone. He pressed a kiss to her still chilled cheek. "You need to take these wet things off." "Take my clothing off?" She tilted her head adorably in confusion. "Certainly not. I'll freeze." "Indulge me," he countered. Without waiting for her to answer, he untied her half-boots. "Thank you," she said softly. "I did want those off, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. Leave my stockings for now, please. They're dry." He grimaced as he pulled her half-boots off. How could he possibly tell her how sorry he was for putting her through the misery of the day? Warmer than frozen, but colder than chilled, Caroline couldn't make herself move. She really should force herself up from the chair and put away her cloak and lay her shoes neatly on the fireplace hearth. But it was so lovely to sit here in front of the fire. As Stephen eased her cloak from her shoulders, she noticed his boots. "They're ruined," she said, nodding. "They're an old pair." Picking up 2 warm blankets, he piled them on top of her until only her eyes were visible, and then he took a 3rd blanket and wound it over her head. "I can hardly see," Caro protested. Yet, she was starting to feel warm. He shrugged one shoulder. Then, with a sucking sound, he pulled the wet boots off his feet. "When I left Denise, she was happily munching on oats. The staff must have thought of everything for an event like this. The lean-to held a bucket of oats, water that hadn't frozen yet, and fresh hay. She's safely out of the elements." He pulled off his wet stockings and then made his way over to stand before her. "Hungry? Thirsty?" "Yes, to both." She made to stand, but he stayed her by bending close, hands braced against the back of her chair. Her breath caught instinctively. Was he looking at her lips? There was just a flash of something in his eyes. It was gone. He straightened. "Let me see what I can find." He walked to a cupboard next to the fireplace and opened the doors, then tossed over his shoulder, "You, my lady, will be dining in style." "How so?" she asked, enjoying this playful side of him. Stephen waved a hand at the open door. "There's wine, bread, cheese." He peered inside. "A couple of pieces of ham." Apples. He turned with a frown. Unfortunately, no chocolate makings, darling. But there is port. Shall I help you prepare the food? Caro asked, hoping she didn't have to move. No, stay there, Stephen called out, pulling things out of the cupboard. She was thankful for his refusal. She was just beginning to get the feeling back in her toes. Her feet were another matter. If she had stood, Caroline was confident her face would have met the floor. Stephen returned with a tray laden with food and the all-important port. Drink this. He held out a glass of dark crimson liquid. He went to the hearth and hooked a pot of water onto the rod suspended in the fireplace. The potent wine slid down Caro's throat like a promise, warming her instantly. She took another sip and sighed. You better have something to eat with that. Stephen handed her a plate, then took a deep swallow of his own port. They ate and drank in peaceable silence, only the wind battering the cottage and the crackle of the fire breaking the quiet between them. As Stephen took the pot of boiling water from the fireplace, Caroline placed her empty plate on a small side table next to her, then finished her port. He poured a bit of water in a cup and set it on the side table. How are you? Stephen dropped to his knees before her. I'm fine. No, I'm better than fine. That was a feast. She lifted her hand and swept aside a lock of wet hair that fell across his cheek. He took her hand in his and pressed a kiss against her palm. Will you forgive me for getting carried away with the outdoors and keeping you outside too long? Never taking her gaze from his, she nodded. She meant it too. She even managed a wavering smile. Stephen dipped a clean serviette in the cooling water, then held it up. May I tend to your scrape? Careful, she warned. It still hurts. I'm sure it does. Gently, he pressed the cloth to her skin. She pulled away. Ouch! I'm sorry, darling, he whispered, brushing the cloth against her wound. It's all clean now. He was so close that his scent filled her with longing, a yearning to be back with him at Hartfeld Hall. Thank you. Her words were barely above a whisper. His eyes smouldered in the dimly lit room. She swallowed, trying vainly to think of a subject of conversation that would counteract the tension that was building between them. I was selfish, he stated. He was kneeling before her, his clear eyes looking into hers. Stephen gently touched her uninjured cheek. I should have been more observant to your needs. He pressed his forehead to hers and lowered his voice, but his turmoil was easily heard. My God, Caroline. What if you had truly hurt yourself? What if we hadn't found this place? What if you come down with a lung infection? If I lost you? His words trailed to nothing, and neither of them said a word. It was completely illogical, but she shivered at the feel of his warm palm and long fingers against her skin. If I lived in a world without you, knowing you were gone forever, I wouldn't want to exist. When Caroline started to protest, he rubbed his thumb across her lips, and she lapsed into silence. I didn't ignore you in the snow because I didn't care. I was too joyful to be with you again, to have you to myself for a whole afternoon. Just as I never ignored you over the breakfast table, as you said in your farewell note. I simply didn't know what you wanted. You see, my parents never spent time together in the morning. It was my mother's preference. I thought all ladies wanted quiet mornings, so I was trying to be accommodating. Truly, I thought I was being the best husband I knew how to be. Now, I recognize that I wasn't. He took her hand and squeezed. But know this, Caro. After we made love in the mornings, I always felt as if I talked to you without words. He studied her, his eyes fierce with emotion, and a slender thread of understanding began to grow between them. Could she truly believe him? It would be so easy to put her heart on the line and believe something special could be created between them. The urge to take the first step grew fierce. Caro, I will always hope and pray that someday. She didn't let him finish. Instead, she pressed her lips against his, igniting the desire that always simmered between them. Caro, he groaned against her mouth. She took it as an invitation to deepen the kiss and slipped her tongue inside his mouth, welcoming the sweet taste of port. He pulled her into a close embrace when Caroline wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her body to his hard chest. Her breasts ached and felt heavy against him, and her nipples tightened. She rubbed against him like a cat who'd been too long without any attention. As their tongues mated, it felt as if they were finally conversing with each other, sharing themselves in a way they'd never done before, all by way of kisses. He brought his hand down to her waist and froze for a moment. Then he broke away, and she moaned in protest. Dazed by the storm they'd created inside the cottage, Caroline blinked, trying to focus on what he was doing. Your dress is soaked, and your feet feel like ice, he said harshly. He had grabbed her feet and was rubbing them. Her heartbeat raced as he devoured her with his eyes. She'd seen that look 1,000 times, and it never failed to send her senses reeling. Her body softened and grew wet in anticipation of what was to come. They were both breathing heavily as he slipped his hands under the blankets, keeping her warm, and pushed her skirts up toward her waist. When his slow caress reached her thigh, he untied one garter, the movement so slow she couldn't breathe. With a jerky movement, she pushed off the blanket so she could see what he was doing. She had gone from cold to burning, and his large hands against her thighs were a sight she'd remember forever. She tilted her pelvis, enticing him. Stephen grinned at her, a wicked spark in his eyes. But she'd been without him so long that she didn't care if she was begging. He'd soon be the one pleading with her. Let me enjoy the unveiling of your skin, he said huskily. It reminds me of the finest silk. He pressed a kiss against her mouth, then deepened it. Just as she met her tongue with his, he drew back. Watching her closely, he slowly rolled down one stocking until her foot was uncovered. He placed it against his warm thigh. Leave it here. He wouldn't have to ask twice. His warmth surrounded her, and she pressed the ball of her foot against him. The hard muscles were a testament to the estate work he so enjoyed. He was pure male, and the feel of him made her feel drunk, yet more alive than she had been in the last year. Slowly, she slid her foot upward as he unrolled her other stocking. His gaze caught hers, and she smiled. She'd found what she wanted. Rubbing the ball of her foot against his hard length, she heard his quick intake of breath. He caught her ankle, stopping her teasing caress. Instead of pushing her away as she thought he might, he held her firmly against him. Do you feel that? His hoarse voice made her pulse pound. That's what you do to me. Unbutton your falls, she commanded. Never taking his eyes from hers, he did as she asked. Caroline slowly allowed her gaze to fall down the breadth and length of his chest, to his hands. He held his straining cock in one hand. The light from the fire glowed, casting a light around the glistening crown. She licked her lips at the sight, and he groaned her name. Without another word, he started to undress her. Acting as her lady's maid, he coaxed her to stand and made quick work of unbuttoning the back of her gown. The sodden mess fell to the floor in a heap. There's a bed. Stephen nodded toward a corner. Caroline shook her head. It's warmer by the fire. Let's stay here.
Whatever my wife desires.
I desire you.
And I you,
he answered softly. He made quick work of loosening her stays. In an instant, they were discarded, leaving her clad only in her chemise. As he reached to lift it over her head, Caroline stepped away. You first. A smile tugged at his lips. In seconds, he'd discarded his coat, waistcoat, and shirt. Her knees weakened at the sight, and she gasped for air. He could have been the model for the Adonis statue that stood in the entry of Hartfeld Hall. Each muscle was perfectly defined. The breadth of his body reminded her that he carried a tremendous amount of responsibility on his shoulders. For the love of heaven, he was gorgeous. And he was hers, if only for the night. His muscles twitched at her examination. Slowly, she reached out and trailed a hand down the center of his chest, where a smattering of black hair curled. He placed his hand over hers. She felt as if she was swimming in a warm pool, and he was beside her, coaxing her. The truth was, she had never wanted to leave this oasis they'd created for each other.
Now you,
he rasped. She slipped the chemise over her head. His gaze locked with hers before it slowly slid down her neck, then lower to her breasts.
Caro, you've grown even more beautiful in the past year,
he whispered. Before she could respond that she could say the same for him, he walked in all his rugged, naked grandeur to the bed, where he stripped off the covers. He quickly arranged the blanket and linens into a makeshift bed in front of the fire, and held out his hand to her in invitation. With an unsteady breath, Caroline took his hand in hers. As sure as the dawn would welcome them tomorrow, whatever happened tonight, there would be no going back. She knew that, but she was ready to take the risk. Unaware of her tumultuous thoughts, Stephen settled on the floor in front of the fire, then joined her, covering her body with his own. Immediately, his heat warmed her, and the feel of his naked skin against hers rekindled the need to have him inside her. As he took her in another kiss, he cupped one of her breasts, making Caroline cry out, the sensation exquisite. She pressed upward, offering more. He broke the kiss, then trailed his lips downward, tonguing the indentation at the base of her neck, where her pulse fluttered frantically. Every place he touched, her heart seemed to try to follow, its beat wild and frenzied. Please, she begged. In response, he pushed his cock against her lower belly. He took her in another kiss, then turned his attention to her breasts. He sucked and laved one nipple until she thought she would break apart. She whimpered as he turned his attention to the other one. Neediness rushed through her veins, and she pushed her hips against his once more. Continuing to attend to her swollen, achy breasts, he traced a path down her ribs with his hand, then lower, down to her hip. As Caro held her breath, he combed through her curls until he found her sensitive nub and slowly circled it. Gasping, she bucked into his hand, her legs moving restlessly. The longing for him, for intimacy, was all-consuming. She latched her fingers into his dark hair and pulled him until he was face to face with her. Don't make me wait. Now, she demanded. He pushed one finger into her, testing her readiness. You're so wet, he breathed against her lips. He added another, and she bucked even harder. Please, she cried, the word echoing in the small room. With a heady kiss, Stephen positioned himself at her entrance and slowly entered her, inch by inch, until he was firmly seated. Finally, Caroline felt as if her world had achieved some sort of equilibrium. This was where they had always been happiest, where she had been happiest. He pulled out slowly, then entered her again, keeping up a steady but toe-curling pace until she thought she couldn't take it anymore. Her body was spiraling. Each push, move and withdrawal took her to a new place. As Stephen's rhythm increased, what little control she had evaporated. She wrapped her legs tighter around his waist and squeezed. "Come for me, Caro," he whispered. She cried. Then she was lost. As filaments of heat slid through every part of her, he tucked her head close to his chest, murmuring sweet words, coaxing her to feel. And she felt everything, their hearts beating only for each other. With one last thrust, Stephen moaned her name and collapsed against her. She held him close and trailed her fingers lightly back and forth over his sweaty back as their breathing slowed. Eventually he pulled up, resting his weight on his elbows. She brushed kisses on his chin in the languid moments of the aftermath of their lovemaking, loving how firelight danced across his face. "Damn it, Caro. I almost lost control." Stephen leaned down and swept his lips against hers. "That doesn't happen to me. This never happened to me before you." He was saying something important. She let the words sink into her heart. She continued to stroke him while basking in the tenderness of his gaze. Even if she didn't receive her trust money, this would always be a treasured Christmas. Stephen looked back steadily. "I love you," he stated. "I fell in love with you shortly after our marriage. I want you to know that." The warmth of his gaze peeled away layers of her carefully crafted defenses, the very ones she'd built between them. The emotion and warmth in his gaze undid her. "I love you too," she whispered. "That means everything to me," he said. All she could do was nod. Stephen settled on his side, curled his body around hers, then held her. Their legs tangled as if locking themselves together. In the first year of their marriage, they had always slept this way. The tempo of his breath grew even as he surrendered to sleep. But Caroline lay awake, staring at the sparks flying up the chimney. She clasped her husband tightly in a desperate attempt to keep all the lovely feelings close and never let them escape. She kept swallowing against an unexpected thickness in her throat. As a young woman, she'd dreamed of this moment, when she and her husband would say those 3 words to each other. Foolishly, she had thought it meant they would have a happy life. But she knew better now. Over these days they shared, Caroline came to a startling conclusion. She'd loved Stephen from shortly after they married. Irretrievably head over heels in love with a man. Yet love didn't always mean happiness and contentment. Still, love was why she had held the last strings of hope by inches, refusing to let them go on the chance he'd change, notice her, see her. How could she trust if he really had? More importantly, had she changed? Chapter 10. Daylight streamed through the windows. Stephen had woken a few times in the night to replenish the fire. It was still blazing when he opened his eyes, but it was the warmth he held in his arms that drew his interest. "Is it still snowing?" Caro stirred beside him, but didn't move to sit up. "I don't believe so." He turned on his side to face her. "Good morning, love." "Good morning," she echoed, but fiddled with the cover thrown over their bodies, not meeting his eyes. His cock stirred at the mere sight of her, suggesting he would never get his fill of this woman. After last night, he should be bone-tired. After the first time, he'd taken Caro twice more, every time he woke to throw a log on the fire. each time more intense and needy than the previous. He had tasted every last inch of her, and she was still as divine as he'd recalled. After 3 bouts of lovemaking, she must know that they had to live together. He'd always dreamed his marriage would be one built on love and companionship. Whatever arguments she might have against coming home, surely she had changed her mind. Caro, he pulled her close. I think we should discuss where we go from here. Your meaning? She flipped on her back and studied the ceiling. I think you should come home with me. We can travel to my brother's estate after we convince your uncle that you deserve the funds in your trust. If we go home together, he'll have no argument. He cannot fear that you will turn into your mother. She pulled away and caught a spare blanket to her chest, shielding her body from his gaze. I don't know, Stephen. She studied the fire, not looking at him. His body stiffened, but he kept his voice even. We don't have to go to my brother's house. If you'd prefer, we can go home to Heartfelt Hall and spend the rest of our holiday there. He stroked the back of his fingers across her cheek. May I have a look at your injury? She turned slightly to give him a better view. You have a small mark, but it'll be gone in a day or 2. That's when he saw the single tear that drifted down her cheek. His heart stumbled in his chest, and he fisted one hand by his side. Tell me. An icy fear stabbed him in the gut when he saw the miserable look in her eyes. Caro glanced at the fire again before she looked him in the face. I can't come home with you. Caroline, last night was wonderful. I love you, and shared my love last night. He caught her gaze. You told me you loved me. It was the happiest moment in my life. Stephen, of course I love you. I will always love you. Caro's voice was so low he could barely hear it. You have to understand that sometimes love just isn't enough. I don't understand. Sometimes he didn't think they spoke the same language, yet his heart swelled in his chest because she would always love him. I'm honored that you love me, and I promise to honor that gift every day. She scowled at him, so he must have said something wrong, again. Let me be blunt. Caro straightened the blanket that she still clutched to her chest before her gaze captured his. I need to know that I'm the most important person in your life, just as you are mine. You are, he said instantly. She shook her head, then took a deep breath and released it. I'm not trying to be obscure, but if I shared examples with you, perhaps you'll understand. All right, he said. That would be helpful. Whatever offending behavior he'd displayed, it would be his first priority to change. You truly don't know anything about me, except what you learned when we were in bed together. When we were living together, you gave a potted palm more attention than me. Do we even have a potted palm? The moment her face fell, he felt lower than a bottom step. Darling, I know we have one. I was trying to get you to smile. She raised the corners of her mouth obediently, but there was no real humor in her face. When you would return from your work on the estate, I'd sit beside you at dinner, desperately trying to start a conversation, and you'd answer my every comment with a grunt. I wanted to help you. Her voice broke on the word you. I wanted to be a part of your world too. Heartfelt Hall was never profitable, but I was determined to make it so, he said, stumbling into speech. The last couple of years, it just began to make money. I think it will continue to be profitable. I didn't want you to worry. I thought you would become bored, but sometimes it was all I could think of. You acted as if I was the boring one. You always held me at arm's length. Caro twisted her fingers together over and over, a sure tell she was miserable. When I tried to tell you about my day, you nodded at all the right breaks in conversation. But Stephen, I knew you weren't listening to me. He rubbed his chin, trying to find a way to defend himself. But she was right. He hadn't given her the attention she deserved. Do you even know when my birthday is? Caro's voice wasn't sharp, but miserable. Do you know that not a single person since my mother left has remembered my birthday? No one. Not even my father. Her eyes glistened with tears. For a little girl of 8, not to hear some recognition of her birthday, it's devastating. As a woman, I found it unsurprising, but it wasn't what I dreamed of in marriage. I want more, Stephen. I deserve more.
Caro, I'm sorry.
His voice had dropped an octave, hoarse with self-loathing. I'm feeling sorry for myself. She waved a hand in the air in dismissal. Cressy writes to send birthday wishes. She bit her lip and turned to the fire. My mother didn't care, and neither did my father. I just wanted some acknowledgement I was important enough to remember. I'd always hoped when I had married, my husband would remember me. And I prayed that person would be you. He replayed the year they lived together in his mind. He hadn't remembered her birthday, but she'd remembered his. All of his favourites were prepared for his birthday dinner, and she'd given him a new quill set for his desk and his favourite spectacles. A brisk knock echoed through the room.
Lord Stephen? Lady Stephen? Are you there?
They sat frozen, staring at each other. This was horrible timing for an interruption. He had to make this right for her.
Caro, forgive me. I didn't understand, proving I'm a fool. Please, let me make it up to you.
Another knock sounded more insistent.
My lord, are you in there? You'd better dress.
Stephen stood and threw his shirt over his head and pulled on his breeches before he answered the door.
Good morning, Lord Stephen.
One of the Duke's grooms, clad in a bright red greatcoat, tipped his hat. Stephen wanted to curse at him, but he stopped himself. The man was only doing his job.
I can't tell you how relieved I am to have found you.
Thank you, Stephen muttered.
At first you weren't missed, but when you didn't join us for the pantomime, everyone in the household began to worry, the man continued, in a relentlessly chatty fashion. Are you and your lady wife well?
Stephen nodded. The groom motioned to a small carriage waiting on a narrowed, shovelled road. Another footman was tying a niece to the back.
We caught sight of the smoke from your chimney at dawn, but it took hours to shovel the snow so we can take you back to the manor. Allow me and my wife to dress, then we'll be ready for your escort.
Stephen shut the door, not waiting for the footman to answer. Caro stood beside the fire, clutching her dress to her chest. They dressed in silence. Finally, he looked at her, wanting to say so much, but this wasn't the time. His wife made it to the door first. When she reached for the handle, he gently took her elbow.
Caro, we aren't finished with this discussion.
She nodded, then raised her hand and cupped his cheek. On tiptoes, she brushed a kiss as light as a feather. Her brown eyes seemed to glisten with an emotion he couldn't define. This time he was the one to bring her close. He pressed a kiss to her mouth, hard and rough. It was a kiss designed to show her how much he needed her. Truly, he did see her, although obviously he hadn't made that clear. She was a treasure, and he was so fortunate to have married her. He just had to find a way to show her, and he would. He'd not lose her again. She whispered his name against his mouth, the sound tender and dear to him. It took every piece of resolve he possessed, but somehow he broke away from her. The bemused expression on her face didn't surprise him. Her lips were wet and swollen. Anyone within 15 yards of them would know she'd been thoroughly kissed.
"What was that for?"
Caroline asked in a low voice. Good. He'd surprised her. To remind you that you are the most important person in my life. When she started to protest, he pressed his thumb against her lips. Let me prove it to you. He wanted nothing more than to pull her back into his arms, but he had things to do at the Duke's house. He threw open the door, and a blast of cold air slapped them in the face. Shall we? Your destiny awaits. I understand the Duke is quite worried about you.
"Oh no," she said lightly. "Not my uncle. I expect that Christi is worried, though, and Diana as well."
She accepted her uncle's lack of interest. Accepted it. At that moment, then and there, in the snow, Stephen added a silent vow to those he made at the altar. Whatever he did in life, he would make certain that this woman, his beloved, knew how precious she was, to him and to the world. Stephen had a plan. It was his last chance, and it had to work. The coachman drove slowly back to the ducal estate, the groom hanging on the rear, carefully staying to the shovelled road. Inside the coach, Caroline sat hip to hip with Stephen. Even though they were physically touching, a chasm 1,000,000 miles wide lay between them. She stole a side glance. His shoulders were straight, and he sat tall, but a coil of reckless energy seemed ready to spring from him. When the carriage hit a rut and she jostled against him, he came awake. Shall I give you more room? His smooth voice didn't reveal a hint of what he was thinking. She shook her head.
"I prefer to sit next to you."
He gave her a slight smile and turned away to stare out the window, lost in his thoughts. Caro did the same. She'd revealed so much of herself to him because she had wanted him to understand why she left. She wanted love, but only if it came with someone valuing her for who she was, all of her, and not just the skills she'd learned from Stephen in the bedroom. Bedding wasn't enough. She knew that after creating a life for herself in London. The women she worked with respected her, and in turn, she valued them. However, the mistletoe kisses and the love-making at the lodge that they'd shared were signs of their love and fidelity to one another. It symbolized their deep commitment. She knew that now. As the carriage cut through the snowy landscape, she closed her eyes. The chilly beauty didn't hold her attention. The only thing she wanted was her husband. No matter what, she would always love him and stay true to him. Without any doubt, she was fortunate to have shared so much with him. Mayhap she was self-centered to want more. She fisted her hands. What was selfish about wanting to be visible and to matter to her husband? Yet, perhaps she was part of the problem also. A marriage takes work from both sides. In the past, she should have been more forceful in encouraging Stephen to share his worries with her. That might have been the path for each of them to open their hearts and share their mutual concerns and dreams. Greystoke Manor loomed through the carriage window. She longed for a bath, clean clothing, and a hot pot of chocolate, in that order. The carriage pulled to a stop in the circular drive, where another groom waited for them. Before he could open the door, Stephen did the honours. He jumped down, then held out his hand. As he helped her descend the steps, he gently squeezed her fingers, the touch endearing. She smiled and squeezed in turn. Whatever kindness he offered, she would answer with one of her own. Lord and Lady Stephen, the Duke has requested that you visit Mr. Beacon's at your earliest convenience. A footman had advanced down the manor steps to greet them. He bowed and turned his attention to the groom who had escorted them back. When they arrived in the entry, Twist was beside himself at the sight of them. He immediately called for a hot bath to be delivered to their room.
Darling, you go to our chamber and bathe. Stephen pressed a kiss to her uninjured cheek. I have a few things to attend to, and we'll see the solicitor together.
Caroline nodded, then walked up the stairs. Unable to resist, she glanced back at Stephen. Her husband stood in the centre of the atrium, staring after her. Caroline lifted her hand in farewell, then ascended the stairs with the heat of her husband's intense gaze upon her back, until she was out of sight. Not long after she reached her chamber, a maid joined her, taking a fresh gown from her wardrobe. A hot bath had been prepared in the dressing room. The maid went back and forth, taking her wet clothing to the laundry, returning with a breakfast tray. An hour later, Caroline sat by the fire, sipping her chocolate. Normally, the drink instantly lifted her spirits, but today, nothing helped the dreary miasma that had enveloped her.
Mom?
The maid interrupted Caroline's thoughts.
Mr. Beakins asked that I inform you he is waiting for you downstairs, in the Duke's study.
How is his Grace this morning? Caroline asked. The maid pressed her lips together.
The same, I understand.
Caroline nodded.
Do you know where my husband is?
He's expected to meet with Mr. Beakins also. I thought he would come up to bathe and change his clothing.
I thought you knew, milady.
A momentary look of discomfort flitted across the young maid's face.
He rode to the Hallig Inn. I don't know when he will return.
Caroline released a shallow breath. Could Stephen be preparing her transportation back to London? He might not even want to stay at the Duke's estate any longer after what she said this morning. The emptiness in her chest grew sharper until it almost became unbearable. She refused to sit here in a melancholy state. She had to see Mr. Beakins. After she thanked the maid, Caroline descended the stairs and made her way to the Duke's study. The normal hustle and bustle of the house during the holiday festivities was absent this morning. She knocked on the door. A muffled, "Enter," greeted her. With a deep breath for fortitude, Caroline swept into the Duke's study. In his usual place, at the large table in front of the row of windows overlooking the estate, the solicitor stood and bowed.
"Come in, Lady Stephen."
"Good morning, Mr. Beakins." Caroline walked across the room and took a seat adjacent to the solicitor. "I don't believe my husband will join us. Unfortunately, he's been called away on an errand." The solicitor nodded.
"I understand he went to the inn."
He pulled out a sheaf of papers from a leather pouch and glanced at them briefly.
"Lady Stephen, the Duke has decided not to grant your request to distribute the funds from your trust."
"What?" she gasped. Suddenly a roaring din sounded in her ears. It couldn't be. How could the Duke refuse her request?
"The Duke will not give you the money."
The solicitor had the decency to look abashed.
"My lady, I tried to persuade him, but he was adamant. The Duke had demanded you attend the pantomime as a couple, and you weren't there."
"We were stranded in a snowstorm." She stood, unable to keep sitting as she argued the decision. "How could we possibly attend?"
"I do understand, my lady, but your uncle's word is law."
She would lose the building if she didn't have that money, which meant that the women artists who had come to depend upon her would lose a place to develop and showcase their art. They wouldn't have anywhere to go. "I want to see my uncle and try to convince him otherwise." She'd asked before and been refused. This time she demanded. "You can't keep me from seeing him. This decision cannot stand." Mr. Beakins shook his head slowly.
"I'm sorry, Lady Stephen. You're just going to have to wait for the money. The trust provides you will receive it when you turn 25. That's only a little over a year."
"But my husband and I did everything the Duke wanted us to do. Everything he demanded, except the pantomime. And that was hardly our fault." Caroline glared as she waved a hand around her at the magnificent furnishings.
The revelry likely costs more than that sum every year.
Aye, my lady, so it does. I hope you understand.
The solicitor stood, collected his papers, and efficiently placed them in a portfolio before tucking it under his arm.
If you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to.
In seconds, he was gone, leaving her alone in the room. Alone, and with nothing left to look forward to, especially since she'd driven her husband away. Chapter 11. Stephen gave his coat, hat and gloves to a footman, nodding at Twist, who met him at the door.
Where's Lady? She just left the Duke's study, where she met with Mr. Beakins.
Twist took him by the arm and escorted him quickly to the hallway that led to the Duke's inner sanctum.
She didn't wait for me.
A twinge of worry took a bite out of Stephen's gut. Twist shook his head.
I'm sorry, sir. The solicitor couldn't wait.
The Duke has had him in and out of his bedchamber all day, changing his will, as I understand.
The butler motioned down the hallway.
Her ladyship is seated on a bench. Is everything ready, as I'd asked?
Yes, sir.
Twist stopped several feet into the hallway.
Good luck, your lordship.
Stephen walked on, calling thanks to the butler over his shoulder. It was doubtful Twist heard it, since Stephen was practically sprinting to reach Caroline. He rounded a corner, then slowed to a stop, not more than 2 feet in front of her. She sat on a bench with her head bent, staring at her hands. She seemed surrounded by a sense of hopelessness, much as she had appeared when she'd told him he hadn't remembered her birthday.
Caro, what happened?
He slid on the bench next to her and took her hands in his.
The Duke has decided not to give me the money from my trust.
She swallowed and wiped below one eye.
He apparently said that because we didn't attend the pantomime, I didn't meet his expectations.
That was my fault, Caro,
Stephen said, his voice deepening with anger.
We would have made it back for the pantomime if I hadn't gotten carried away outside.
He bent toward her and lifted her chin with his hand.
I shall see him and explain what happened. I promise this trip won't be for naught.
Don't waste your time, she murmured. He's always been an unkind man, and I think impending death has only made him more spiteful.
She leaned her head back against the wall and stared at the ceiling.
I have to return to London and try to find a way out of this mess. The women, the artists, they depend on me.
Still holding her hand, Stephen leaned back against the wall next to Caroline.
Would you wait for me?
She asked, turning to him.
I need to help my artists find another avenue for their work. After that, I could come home to you, if you'll have me. I'd like to try again.
He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Earlier, he was convinced that he'd lost her, and the revelry had been his last chance to win her back.
I'll wait forever for you.
His voice came out in a low, fervent growl. He cupped her cheek with his hand. Caro placed her palm against his hand, holding it in place.
I've learned so much these past couple days. The fault for our troubles wasn't just yours. I'm to blame also. If you're willing, I want us to be husband and wife again.
He rested his forehead against hers. This was everything he wanted for Christmas. It was a miracle.
We could compromise.
What do you mean?
She asked.
We could spend half our time in London and the other half at our country home.
Before she could say no, he continued.
Just hear me out. My brother could lend me one of his land stewards to help when we're in London.
Stephen, I couldn't ask you to do that.
She shook her head, but a sad smile tugged at her lips.
But it's lovely that you thought of it.
Please let me show you something else before you make up your mind, one way or another.
Stephen helped her stand, then tugged on her hand to follow him.
Where are we going?
You'll see, he answered. He led her down yet another hallway before stopping before the door to a small sitting room. Cressy had told him that the chamber was one of Caro's favourites.
What is this?
A hint of a true smile brightened her face. You'll see. He brought her into his embrace and kissed her. Merry Christmas, darling. He threw the door open with a dashing display of swagger, if he did say so himself. Garlands of evergreen covered every table in the room. Nestled in their fragrant branches were hundreds of lit candles casting a warm, soft glow. It looked as if the stars had descended from the heavens just for Caro's pleasure. The children who had performed in the choir earlier in the week stood in front of the room like little angels. One of the musicians hired for the revelry stood in front of them and nodded. Instantly, the children started to hum.
Oh, heavens,
Caroline said. Her gaze drifted from the decorations to the children before it finally landed on Stephen.
What have you done?
It's something I want to give you. He took her elbow and led her down the room. Come, let's sit down. As soon as they were seated, the musician raised both hands, and instantly the children started to sing God Rest You Merry Gentlemen, his wife's favourite song to hum in December. Caro's eyes widened as their sweet voices combined into an enchanting rendition of the song. At the end, they left the room quietly. The last performer was a little girl who had something behind her back. When she reached Caroline's side, she pulled out a beautiful bouquet of red roses, white lilies, and sprigs of green holly with bright red berries.
Thank you,
Caroline said. The girl smiled, then skipped happily out of the room, closing the door behind her. Finally alone, Stephen turned to Caroline. Tears again filled her eyes, but it wasn't from sadness. He could tell it was joy. For the first time that week, he had real hope in his heart that he'd done the right thing.
How did you know?
She whispered. How did I know that God Rest You Merry Gentlemen is your favourite? Because last December, before you left Hartfeld Hall, you hummed it constantly. One tear fell down her cheek, and he gently brushed it away. The bouquet is an improvisation, but I know that you bathe in rosewater. The lilies? He shrugged. The Duke's hothouse didn't have any lily of the valley this time of year, and I know that's your favourite flower. I thought the lilies looked lovely with the red roses. I do remember that you like to pick them in the summertime.
Oh, Stephen.
Tears trailed down her cheeks. Darling, I do know what is important to you. He cupped her face, tilting it gently so she would meet his gaze. I know your birthday is February 14th, and if you give me a chance, I plan to make this year and each thereafter extraordinary. He pressed his lips to hers. I have a plan. That's why I went to Hallig Inn to post a letter. I didn't want to wait for the Duke's grooms to post it for me. I've asked my banker to inquire about purchasing your building.
Her eyes grew wide. But you'd have to pull the funds from your reserve account.
I want you to have this, Caro. He studied her face, determined to remember this moment for all his days. Do you know why I never came to London for you? The brief glimpse of pain on her face nearly brought him to his knees. She shook her head. But he had to say it, confess it. I was hurt and prideful. He hung his head, grappling for the right words. I started for London 3 times to bring you home, but I knew it wasn't the solution. You had to make the decision.
What decision?
She asked softly. You want me as much as I want you.
Oh, Stephen.
The sound of his name on her lips was far sweeter than any honey he'd ever tasted.
I will always want you, just as I will always need you."
He pressed a reverent kiss to her lips. "I'll always need you also. You can live in London if you choose, but I'm praying you agree with my compromise. I want you to come home to me. Then I want to go to London with you. I want us to start our marriage over again. That's all I want for Christmas. A chance to make this right for you." Her hands flew to her mouth as the biggest, brightest Christmas miracle of all came to fruition. Caroline wrapped her arms around him, then gave him a kiss that sent his heart reeling.
"Yes, 1,000 times yes."
She pressed her lips against his again.
"You've given me the most wonderful Christmas gift I've ever received."
Her voice trembled.
"You've given me you."
"I beg to differ, my love. You've always had me." He kissed his wife again.
"Let's leave now for Heartfelt Hall."
She ran her fingers through his hair and smiled.
"Just for a few days. Then go see your brother and his family before we travel to London. I'd like to see Betsy."
"Really?" he asked, completely astounded. "I thought you didn't care for her."
"I now appreciate what a delightful cow she is."
Caroline glanced at her flowers.
"Betsy would adore these roses. I think she deserves them as a Christmas present."
"Why?" He laughed.
"In her own way, I think she tried to help us when she trampled through my rose garden."
Caroline smiled.
"She wanted us to talk and learn to compromise. Don't you think?"
The joy on his wife's face brightened the entire room. "I've always thought she was a special girl." Stephen stole another kiss. "But you, my love, are an extraordinary woman." "I agree. Let's go home." A hearty laugh sounded from the hallway. They both looked at the doorway where Twist and Beacon stood together, the hands clasped behind their backs, chortling. Beacons pointed to the ceiling above their heads. "I think I know what we're going to find there," Stephen whispered.
"Indeed,"
Caroline agreed, laughing into his chest. But they both allowed their gazes to drift upward, where a bunch of fresh mistletoe hung in a beautiful arrangement. "Do you know what we have here, my lord?" Twist called out. Stephen stole another kiss from his bride, then whispered for her ears only. "A compromise under the mistletoe."
"And the best Christmas ever,"
Caro answered. Epilogue. London, the following February. "Darling, you have a post," Stephen announced, then stole a kiss from Caroline. "Happy birthday."
"That's the 10th time you've said that this morning."
"Prepare for at least 10 more before noon," he told her. Caroline set down her cup of chocolate that her husband so thoughtfully brought to her in bed. After a lengthy good morning kiss, followed by an eye-opening bout of lovemaking, Caroline was ready to start her day. Caroline's first major exhibition for women artists would be in 2 months' time, and invitations would be sent next week. Stephen's brother and his wife would be attending, along with Diana and Fordcastle, Caroline and Stephen's cousins and friends, and of course, Valentine Snow, Viscount Derham. They even planned to send one to the Duke. And it was all because of her husband. He'd done more than anyone to turn the exhibit into a success. The fact was that Stephen could make any endeavour into a success. The land steward his brother had sent him had proven his weight in gold, but the truth was that he was building on Stephen's successes. The hard-working young Scotsman religiously wrote Stephen weekly to keep him informed about his estate. At the end of April, they would go home for the spring planting, see Betsy and her calf, then return to London at least once during the summer to check on Caroline's art gallery and studios. If everything went as planned, they would return to the city when the season was in full swing. That's when Caroline had the most success in selling the paintings. All in all, it had been a grand and glorious compromise. Stephen stretched on the bed beside her. I would dearly love to have your assistance in hanging the new portraits, but I would also, he leaned in to nip her ear with his teeth, like to wish you happy birthday again.
All right,
Caroline whispered, then propped herself up against the headboard. With a mischievous smile, she caught her husband's gaze.
Do you think we'll ever tire of bed?
Stephen waggled his eyebrows. Not if I have anything to do with it. You're boasting, she playfully scolded, then sighed.
You were pretty glorious this morning.
You were the definition of magnificent yourself, he crooned, as he pulled her into his arms and rearranged them so that his back was to the headboard, with her on his lap. His hands slowly slid down her legs. Her eyes grew dreamy. Read your letter, darling. She broke the seal and unfolded the fool's cap.
It's from Mr. Beacons.
Her eyes widened, and she brought a hand to her mouth.
The Duke dissolved my trust. He's released the money.
In truth? Stephen sat up and took the letter she gave him. As he scanned the contents, he said, Why?
Perhaps Beacons and Twist told the Duke what you gave me after I first learned he wouldn't dissolve the trust.
The choir and the flowers. A lopsided grin, the kind she never could resist, tugged at one corner of his mouth.
Don't forget the building.
She ran her fingers down his ridged abdominals and was rewarded when Stephen pressed a blazing kiss to her lips.
Now I can repay you for the reserve money you used to help me purchase it.
When he started to protest, she raised her hand.
Please, this is what I want for my birthday. I had planned to repay you all along. It's our money, darling.
Stephen had a stubborn gleam in his eyes.
My love, allow me to share with you. Please.
Finally, Stephen nodded, but reluctantly. He took her in his arms, then gently flipped her on the bed. I love you, darling. Forever.
I love you.
She searched his eyes, and the tenderness and love that shone bright made her heart beat faster.
This is my best birthday ever.
I think it'll be better than best, he whispered. With Mr. Beacons's help, I persuaded the Duke to secure the self-portrait of Great Aunt Agatha and send it to you. Her heartbeat tripled, and a few tears threatened to fall.
You did?
I did. He brushed his nose against hers in an endearing show of affection.
Thank you,
she said softly, then kissed him on the lips.
You are everything I ever dreamed of.
I should thank you for agreeing to the compromise under the mistletoe, Stephen said with a tender smile. You are all I ever wanted. His mouth claimed hers in a smouldering kiss before he spoke in a hushed voice against her ear. I feel the urge to give you another birthday present, because it is your birthday.
I know,
Caro said, laughing. Her husband shook his head. You need another present, and I know just what will make you happy. He lowered his mouth to hers and almost, but not quite, smothered the happy laughter that filled the room. Mischief and Mistletoe by Erica Ridley. Chapter 1. December 20th, 1815. No matter how hard she concentrated on the snow-dusted fields rolling past the carriage window, Miss Louisa Harcourt could not drown out the sound of her mother's well-meaning attempts to solve all of the problems in her daughter's life. Louisa was 22, nearly decrepit, or at least unmarriageable, which was much the same thing, according to Lady Harcourt. One's aim was to sufficiently stand out from the pastel debutantes in order to snatch a marquis or a duke from under their pert little noses. That was what Louisa wanted, Wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes, Mother,
she murmured dutifully. It was the only thing she ever said, and the only way she ever said it. The truth was, it didn't matter what Louisa wished. What if she wanted to be Queen of England, or a bawdy Vauxhall soprano, or a rainbow-haired unicorn? If there was one thing all women of any class could agree upon, it was that what they wanted was not as practical a concern as making the best out of whatever they were burdened with. Louisa's mother was a baroness. This made her Lady Harcourt. Louisa was the daughter of a baroness. This made her Louisa. Not Lady anything. An untenable, unacceptable situation which Lady Harcourt had been attempting to resolve since the moment of Louisa's birth. Had there been a stray marquis nearby with whom to form a childhood betrothal contract, Louisa would have been married off years ago, without her social awkwardness getting in the way.
Next season is your final season, the Baroness continued.
Yes, Mother, Louisa murmured. This was old ground. Next season was Louisa's final season, not because of her impending advanced age of 23, but because her mother insisted Louisa find a titled husband by the following summer. Louisa didn't care about any of that, as long as her future home included a cosy writing nook in which she might curl up with.
I don't think you should wait,
her mother announced. Louisa turned from the carriage window in alarm.
What? I heard a rumour that the Duke of Greystoke is unwell. This may be the last Christmastide revelry.
Mother's eyes glittered.
You may have failed during the ordinary season, but His Grace prides himself on the betrothals forged during his party. Before the fortnight concludes, you must attract the suit of a well-heeled guest.
But you said that I have until next summer,
Louisa stammered. This was not at all how she'd planned to spend the festive period. She'd even brought fresh pencils and a new notebook. She'd hoped for quiet moments to work on her poetry, not angling to become some titled bachelor's timid bride.
July,
she managed, her heart pounding.
What happened to July? I promised, you promised,
The only promise that matters is the one you and your future husband will make in front of the altar. Mother gave Louisa's hand a comforting pat. You'll see. Once the marriage contract is signed, we'll both be able to sleep soundly. Louisa doubted this outcome very much. She also loved her mother, and knew the Baroness was simply doing everything in her power to ensure the best future for her only child. As soon as she had recovered from the loss of her husband 8 years earlier, Lady Harcourt had thrown herself into being everything Louisa could need: mother, father, chaperone, sponsor, champion. A good marriage wasn't just the conventional outcome parents traditionally desired for their children. It was proof that the Baroness was a good mother, proof that all of Lady Harcourt's effort, all the sacrifice, had been worth it. Louisa could then start her own family, secure knowing her children would want for nothing. Louisa wanted that too. She just hadn't planned on having it yet. The coach and four swept them up a long, sweeping path, curving past wide swaths of snow-dusted gardens that would bloom with landscaped precision at the first hint of spring. The carriage drew to a stop.
Here we are.
Excitement vibrated in her mother's voice as she handed Louisa her bonnet.
Ready for battle?
No, not even a tiny bit. Louisa tied the silk ribbons beneath her chin.
Yes, Mother.
Greystoke Manor was at once imposing and welcoming, with its 3 stories of sharp grey stone decorated with countless festive wreaths and candles at every window. The front door swung open. Out spilled 6 handsome footmen with matching height and impeccable livery, moving quickly to ensure the new arrivals needn't spend a single moment more than necessary exposed to the cold wind. Before Louisa could take a breath, she was whisked inside an elegant entranceway, divested of her winter outerwear, assured her trunk would be sent to a charming bedchamber, and lured into a large parlour with the promise of tea cakes and chocolate. Lady Cressida, the Duke's youngest daughter, came to greet them at once.
"Everything is gorgeous as always,"
Louisa gushed. She hated to imagine the amount of effort that went into planning the Duke of Greystoke's annual fortnight-long Christmastide revelry.
"You've outdone yourself once more."
Lady Cressida smiled.
"You're among the first to arrive. Please, come and join the others."
Mother lifted a delicate painted fan she carried about, expressly for the purpose of murmuring things to Louisa that she wished her mother would never say.
"Among the first to arrive,"
she whispered. Her eyes shone with satisfaction above the painted trim of her ivory fan.
"No one else has paired up yet, which gives you the pick of the litter." "Not now, Mother,"
Louisa whispered back. She did not carry decorative fans about in winter-time, in grand part because it gave her an excuse not to indulge her mother's machinations in public. As she often did when forced to mingle with large groups, Louisa disappeared into her head and allowed her automaton alternate to take over. The best part about performing the endless play of perfect social interactions was that it did not require conscious thought, or much in the way of consciousness at all. One made one's greetings in a specific order, said certain things to certain people, placed one's hands like this and one's knees like that, exclaimed over the quality of the tea and food and china, made the required amount of banal observations about the weather, and then sat in silence unless spoken to. Having an automaton alternate took all the guesswork away. It was easy. The worst part was how much it made her nose itch. Every time Louisa accepted a kiss to the back of her fingers, despite the kisser prattling on about tobacco blends or hunting foxes, her nose gave a little twitch. Every time she said, "Lovely to see you again," instead of, "I saw you pinch that chambermaid," her skin began to crawl. Every time she exclaimed in delight over discovering a profusion of raisins in her biscuit, despite her firm belief that any baked good thus defiled ought to have a large sign to warn the innocent before it was too late.
"Lovely biscuits, are they not?"
Mother murmured. Louisa's nose itched.
"Delicious."
Squidgy little blobs that never failed to get stuck on her teeth were not the enemy. She'd guzzle raisins by the handful for the next 5 decades, rather than hurry along the future. Was it foolish to want her future husband? To like him because he was likable, not because his title outranked another, or because of the large size of his country estate? Yes, she would hold out for an aristocrat of means, not out of deference, but because her mother was right. Louisa wanted to provide as best she could for her future children. She just wished that finding a husband felt less like losing herself. Once she became a countess or some such, her automaton alternate wouldn't be the alternate anymore. That would be new Louisa, a full-time automaton. Old Louisa would become a memory that faded a little more every day. It made her nose itch like the devil. A maid hurried into the room. Whatever she said to Lady Cressida had her darting from the parlour without a word of explanation. "Likely my uncle," said Val Snow, Viscount Derham, nephew to the Duke of Greystoke. All of society knew that Derham held his uncle in disdain and saw him only on express command during the revelry. "He's found fault with the food or the flowers, or the shape of the clouds in the sky overhead, or even more likely, with Cressy herself." His companions, with their fashionable neckcloths and merry disregard for daytime sobriety, lifted their glasses of brandy in salute. "A happy Christmas to all!" By the raucous sound of their laughter, this was a reference to a witticism the heir had made earlier, prior to Louisa stepping into the parlour. She wished she never had to be in the same room with them, much less smile and simper and hope one of them offered for her hand. Her nose twitched.
"I've increased your dowry,"
Mother murmured behind her fan.
"I'll throw in our Bainbridge land. Perhaps the right gentleman will take notice."
The Bainbridge land abutted the Greystoke property, which was not only how the two families had met, but also why Louisa and her mother were always among the first to arrive. The Bainbridge property was also their only property. It had belonged to the maternal side of the family for generations. They rented rooms in town during the season, and then returned home to Cheshire the rest of the year. If Mother relinquished it,
"Where would you live?"
Louisa hissed, hating that she'd been drawn into a public whispering match against her will. Mother's brow furrowed.
"With you, of course. I'm certain our cottage will be trifling compared to the elegant dowager quarters your future husband will arrange for me."
There. If making a match that ensured the best advantages for herself and her children was insufficient pressure, her mother's expectations as a future dependent increased the stakes nicely.
"It won't work,"
Louisa whispered.
"No one knows about the new dowry because no one is interested enough to wonder. And money is too crass a topic to discuss."
"Too crass for us to discuss," Mother corrected.
"I sent an anonymous note to that scandal paper." "You what?"
Louisa's muscles shook with fury.
"Those scandal columns ruined my life."
Mother smiled.
"And now they'll mend it."
As disheartening as it was that men must be bribed to show interest in her, Louisa wasn't certain even an eye-popping dowry would be enough to attract a lord. Louisa sent a dubious glance toward the heir and his cronies. For years, the harder she had tried to be perfect, the farther she seemed to fall. No effort was ever enough. Even when she performed every curtsy and measured every word with society-mandated precision, the petty scribes of the scandal columns referred to her as freckled and forgettable and wealthy but awkward. As if she were not a woman of flesh and blood, but a spotted influenza dressed in the latest French fashion. In the past, the revelry had been a respite from the desperate rivalry of the marriage mart. Her mother had flocked with her friends to enjoy the activities Cressida planned every day, leaving Louisa to join the younger crowd, or secretly retire to the library. It seemed the past 22 years had been her respite. The real trial was yet to come. Her mother was desperate enough to give up her home to ensure her daughter's best chance. Louisa could not be churlish in response. Besides, Mother would be happy once her shy daughter landed a titled aristocrat. Perhaps Louisa would be happy too. Her friends would be impressed, her future secured. The scandal-mongers would find some other befreckled bore to gossip about. She would become Lady Louisa, important in her own right, a matron with a voice.
"Very well,"
she whispered from behind a biscuit. Perhaps she ought to carry a fan in the winter-time. Once this raisin biscuit ceased being usable as a shield, Louisa was going to have to eat the blasted thing.
"I will spend Christmas throwing myself at every unwed lord beneath this roof."
No matter how badly her nose itched.
"Inelegant, but accurate."
Mother surveyed the room.
"If the dancing includes waltzes, make certain one of yours is with one of Derham's set. Start with Lord Paxborough. I heard that his father has issued an edict. He must marry within the year."
Louisa tried not to send a disappointed look in the man's direction. He was a viscount like Derham, but that was where the resemblance ended. Paxborough was clearly in a merry pin at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Were there worse traits a man could have? Yes, and Paxborough had quite a few of them. Smirking, self-centered, entitled, prone to flitting carelessly from one conquest to another. Perhaps the latter was a blessing, not a curse. A lord such as Paxborough could be counted upon to spend more time in the arms of a lover than at home with his wife. Wealth, property, prestige, an absentee husband. An arrangement like that would yield considerably more freedom than Louisa could achieve as a spinster. If her newly fattened dowry failed to bring Paxborough up to scratch, well, there was his flock of followers. They fawned over the Viscount, as if he laid a golden egg every time someone told him how clever and handsome and witty he was. Fools. Paxborough wasn't going to marry them. Her mother murmured from behind her fan.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Louisa doubted it.
What are you thinking?
She whispered in trepidation. Mother's eyes sparkled.
That Lord Paxborough is a witless, feckless child, driven primarily by lust and gluttony.
Louisa's mouth fell open in shock. They were thinking the same thing.
Very much,
she stammered in relief, unused to being real Louisa openly.
He is as obvious as he is odious. Which is why,
Mother continued with growing excitement,
the most direct way to his heart is to pretend your romantic interest lies with one of his friends. Charm both Derham and Paxborough. They'll fight each other to win your hand. Derham is the better catch, of course, but if you must settle for Paxborough, I'll allow it.
No. Louisa's shoulders deflated. They were not thinking the same thing. She sent a defeated glance over the possibilities in the room. Wilkinson, who was laughing harder than Paxborough's wit merited. Meekings, who nodded enthusiastically without pause. The newest sycophant, Mr. Ewan Reed, whose chiselled jaw tightened almost imperceptibly every time Paxborough made yet another thoughtless, self-absorbed observation. Wait, what? Louisa snatched the ivory fan from her mother's fingers and flapped it before her own face to hide her stare. Tall, wide-shouldered, an air of casual languor. And yes, a tick at his temple whenever Paxborough said something abhorrent. Perhaps Mr. Reed wasn't like Viscount Paxborough's other social climbing companions. Mr. Reed might be willing to play the game, but he didn't always like it. He could be pretending, just like Louisa.
Has Lady Cressida ever said anything about Mr. Reed?
She whispered urgently. Why, oh why, had she allowed her automaton alternate to doze through the introductions? Poet, Mother's voice dripped with scorn. Thinks himself the next best thing to Byron, or at least Derham claims as much. Good God! Louisa started fluttering the fan in earnest. She had never met a fellow poet. Her heart pounded in equal parts excitement and terror. Would he be pleased to make the acquaintance of someone else driven by the same creative passions? Or would he dismiss a poetess out of hand, shrugging off a lifetime of inspiration and hard work because she was a woman? She did not dare find out, she realized with a sinking sensation. Any friend of Derham's was not to be trusted. Even if Mr. Reed did not laugh at her outright, he might mention her secret passion to the others, who would declare her quaint and unmarriageable. No amount of competitiveness could compel Paxborough, or Derham for that matter, to take a wife with thoughts in her head. Is he the one? Mother snatched the painted fan back. The distraction you'll pretend has piqued your interest, so that the heir snatches you up for himself.
No.
The word barely escaped Louisa's parched throat. The more she looked at Mr. Reed, the more she noticed. Long, lean body, clothes no longer in the first stare of fashion, but well made, showing off his musculature to best advantage. Dark, thick lashes, stern jaw, the brooding air and mysterious half-smile playing at the edges of his lips. The wisest course of action, the safest, only path to take, was to stay far, far away from Ewan Reed. Her mother would never give her daughter to a man of low birth. But this was a house party. For the next fortnight, guests would dine together, dance together. Louisa swallowed hard. She definitely would not be dancing with Ewan Reed, or conversing with him, or,
I know.
Mother's ivory fan concealed her triumphant expression from the others.
Trap him with an accidental compromise.
Mother's words merged with Louisa's thoughts, and for a brief, mad moment, she thought her mother was suggesting Louisa throw herself at a poet.
Baxborough loves his drink." Mother's eyes shone. "You can lure him with a glass of brandy, and he'll follow you into a private room like a dog after a bone. Just think," the Baroness whispered, giddy with excitement. "You'd be a marchioness one day." "Not like that." Louisa recoiled, aghast. "Swear to me we'll employ no underhanded tactics." "Perhaps I won't need to. An entire fortnight trapped beneath the same roof." Mother gave a conspiratorial wink. "Anything might happen." Chapter 2. The following afternoon, after all of the guests had arrived, Mr. Ewan Reed was first to present himself in the yellow parlour. Whilst he was alone, Ewan drew a sharpened pencil and a small composition notebook from his jacket pocket, and gazed soulfully about the sumptuous silk wall hangings. He knew he was gazing soulfully, because he had practiced this particular gaze at great length before his looking-glass. He was not a rakish poet, jotting scandalous couplets about this liaison or that conquest, nor was he an angry poet, forever casting dark scowls at the cruel and heartless world before lowering his fiery glare to line after line of rhyming angst. Soulful, present and observant, inscrutable. From his vantage point near the window, Ewan was in the perfect position to witness action unfold. As each guest entered the parlour, he jotted short phrases in his notebook, annotating previous profile sketches with who spoke to whom, or blushed, or flirted, or flounced, or smirked, or narrowed eyes in thoughtful consideration. Not every detail would find its way into a published piece, but keen observation was a writer's second most important skill. The first most important was the ability to be in places where interesting things might occur. For Ewan, it meant staying visible, but invisible, invited, but inessential, a part of everything, without actually ever risking any part of himself in the process. The problem was that he had grown tired of staying in the shadows. Once he was finally at the helm of the family business. A familiar kick of shame twisted in his gut at the wonderful, terrible thought. He would inherit, but only when grandfather died. The grandfather who'd raised Ewan after they'd suffered the worst losses of their lives. The grandfather who had taught him to read, to write, to dream. The grandfather whom Ewan loved more than anything, his last remaining relative. No inheritance on earth would be worth such a loss. Ewan gripped his pencil tighter. He couldn't let the old man down. Not now. Nothing could distract him. New movement in the parlour doorway caused him to lift his gaze from his notebook. He forgot about his notes and his pencil. He might have also forgot to breathe. Miss Louisa Harcourt stood at the threshold, draped in a gauzy, fluttery gown the colour of warm sunshine. The bodice was neither high-necked nor shockingly low, the sprigged muslin neither cheap nor ostentatious. Her soft brown hair was arranged in painstaking curls, yet devoid of a tiara or ostrich feathers. She was neither looking down her nose nor smiling engagingly. The effect should have been off-putting at best. An unremarkable entrance in an unremarkable gown by an ordinary chit wearing an unremarkable expression should have made for an unremarkable woman. And yet, Miss Harcourt was the furthest thing from unmemorable. Since catching her watching him the day before, Ewan had thought of little else. What had she been thinking? What was she thinking now? Miss Harcourt's mother appeared at her elbow. Sharp nose, sharp mouth, sharp tongue. Lady Harcourt was infamous for delivering a cutting look, or letting fly with a teasing comment, blunt enough to send its recipient fleeing in tears. Her daughter's expression was anything but cowed, however. At the sight of her mother, Miss Harcourt's bright gaze had softened, as if there was no other person she'd rather enter a room with. No one had ever looked at Ewan like that.
He could not stifle a short pang of longing and wanting to know how that might feel. Oh, plenty of women looked at him, to be sure. What could be more carefree and romantic than a torrid affair with a poet? But it was not his arm they longed to cling to when entering parlours as fine as these. That honour belonged to lords like Derham, whose wealth and title made up for any lack of charm. Ewan's lip curled. The heir's relative lay in his sickbed just overhead, and the Viscount could not be bothered to pay him more than a perfunctory visit. If it had been Ewan's grandfather, Miss Harcourt was coming closer. Reflexively, Ewan unfocused his gaze and assumed his broodingest expression, as if luxurious ducal residences and lively Christmastide gatherings held no distraction for a soulful poet caught in the throes of an emotional, internal verse. A distant, wistful sigh indicated his long-practiced pose had not gone unnoticed by at least one female member of the party flocking in through the door after the Harcourts. Sometimes this was accompanied by a whispered, "Don't interrupt him. He's composing poetry before our eyes." A strong jaw and a faraway gaze were usually all that was required to keep his social shield firmly intact. Miss Harcourt did not slow. Although Ewan kept his face averted toward the window, he could still feel, rather than hear, each dainty slippered footfall coming relentlessly closer. His heart picked up speed. He hoped she did not speak to him. Wealthy, pretty, unwed after several seasons, the facts could only add up to one thing. Miss Harcourt was praying the rumour that the Duke of Greystoke's annual Yuletide party was a better marriage mart than Almack's was true. But why was she heading toward Ewan? She was the sort of lady who married gentlemen with money and old titles. Ewan had a family secret and old debts to pay. He tried to appear unmoved. Maybe she wasn't coming this way to speak to him. Maybe he'd oversold his brooding sulk out of the frost-covered window, and she was curious to see what the devil he was looking at with such poetic angst. He wished the window reflected Miss Harcourt. It was exceedingly difficult to gauge someone else's intent whilst pretending to be riveted by an endless white landscape. Yet, he would not turn to face her. His success and livelihood depended on no one learning anything more about him than what he chose to reveal. "Read!" A masculine hand clapped down on Ewan's shoulder. "Did Derham inform me of my hunting expedition? He can't be bothered, so I'm leading the group myself." Paxborough. Ewan hadn't noticed the Viscount's arrival. Possibly because Ewan had been staring out of the window hard enough to melt glass. He did. Ewan turned around. "I'm sure you will find it diverting." Miss Harcourt had frozen in place, 2 paces behind Paxborough, as if she hadn't noticed the Viscount either, until almost crashing into him on her way toward Ewan. Judging by her startled expression, she was now more likely to flee than to speak to either of them. To his consternation, Ewan wished Paxborough would leave, and Miss Harcourt would stay. Ewan could not risk being open with others, but that did not stifle his irrational desire to know her a little better. He wondered what she had wanted to say. "Oh, that's right." Paxborough let out a hearty, overloud laugh. "You never do accept my little hunting invitations. Not poetic, hmm?"
"Slaughter for sport can be violently poetic," Miss Harcourt said quietly. "That doesn't mean he has to like it."
Paxborough wheeled and stared at her. So did Ewan. What an appallingly interesting thing to say. How was he meant to ignore her now? "What would you know about poetry, dear?" Paxborough gave an indulgent shake of his head. Miss Harcourt swiped at her nose as if blocking a sneeze. "I dare say her left shoe knows more about poetry than you do, Paxborough," Ewan said blandly. "As I recall, your attendance during literature lectures was rather disrupted by 'A gentleman never tells tales.'" Paxborough placed a hand to his chest in faux shock, then gave Miss Harcourt an exaggerated wink. Don't believe anything this wretched scribe says about me." She arched a brow.
Because he tells falsehoods.
"Because he does not." Paxborough grinned. "And I want you to say yes when I ask you to dance later. We shall leave Mr. Reed to his little scribbles." Ewan schooled his features into a mask of ennui. Being left to his scribbles was exactly what he wanted. It was the plan, the mission. He should not be fantasizing about planting his fist in Paxborough's smug face. Even if it would add drama and flair to Ewan's passionate poet reputation.
"Then I shall see you on the dance floor."
Miss Harcourt rubbed her nose as though the thought gave her the ague. Paxborough raised his brows at Ewan. Ewan pretended not to see and jotted a hurried line in his notebook instead, as if he cared more for the muse in his head than the man standing before him. Nothing infuriated Paxborough more. It had always been this way between them. Paxborough had everything Ewan was supposed to want: wealth, power, and the connections that came with it. Ewan had a penny journal and a poet's mystique. The Viscount loved to sweep in and prove himself the better catch whenever Ewan attracted too much female attention. Fortunately for them both, Ewan was not in search of a bride. Paxborough could keep his conquests. Ewan would play the role he always had, and then return to his real world, far away from pretty Miss Harcourt and her itchy nose. Chapter 3.
Now look what she had done. Louisa's heart fluttered in dismay. Her ardent desire to meet another poet had attracted the attention of the person she least wished to spend time with. Lord Paxborough was staring at her as if he'd only just noticed her. Perhaps it was true, despite both of them having spent every Christmastide under this roof since leaving their respective schoolrooms. Her mother would be so proud. The irony was, if she had heeded society's dictates and comported herself like a lady, she might have blissfully carried on another fortnight without Paxborough's gaze ever once flicking in her direction.
"I say, you're dashed pretty." The Viscount cocked an eyebrow at Louisa. "I don't suppose you'd skip the tour and join me on my hunt?"
The invitation was inappropriate, and therefore most likely meant to nettle Mr. Reed.
Louisa's indifference toward Paxborough inched closer to distaste.
"No,"
she spoke softly, but enunciated every syllable.
"I would not."
"Pity." His amused laugh rankled. "I'll settle for a dance with you this evening. The first waltz." Derham walked over. "Twist has the grooms assembled for your hunt, Paxborough." He turned. "Miss Harcourt, what a pleasure." Paxborough arched his brows at him. "She's dancing the first waltz with me tonight." "The second with me," Derham said. Louisa thought she saw a mocking gleam in his eyes, as if he knew that Paxborough was motivated only by rivalry and had chosen to encourage it for his own amusement. In any case, her mother would be pleased. Without any effort, Louisa had managed to catch the attention of both Viscounts. Nothing could be more foreboding. A moment later, the ladies joined Lady Cressida on a tour of the greenhouses, and shortly thereafter, Lord Paxborough and his friends vanished to the stables. Louisa stayed where she was, gazing out at the frosty landscape, as did Mr. Reed. Being alone in a vacant parlour with Mr. Reed was infinitely more dangerous than conversing with him at a window before 24 chaperones. Yet Louisa had made no attempt to leave the room. Neither had he. His gaze had increased in intensity. His jaw was tight, his head cocked, one hand toying absently with his lapel. But there was nothing distracted about him. He was looking at her as though she were a puzzle he was trying to figure out. Mother would be affronted. Young ladies weren't puzzles. They were to be exact replicas of each other, obedient daughters with perfect reputations and ordinary thoughts. The only reason she wasn't dragging Louisa to the next room by her elbow was because she had followed the tour, happily believing Louisa to be in Lord Paxborough's company, not Mr. Reed's. Louisa felt a pang of guilt. If she had accepted Paxborough's invitation to join the hunt, the only young lady to do so, there would have been no reason to fake a compromise. Louisa's freedom would likely have been over, just like that. They would be paired in society's eyes. Mr. Reed pinned her with his penetrating gaze. "Was there something you wished to say to me, Miss Harcourt?" Yes, 1,000 things. His poetry wasn't something he hid, but rather his most iconic feature. He was invited places because of it, swooned over, talked about, admired, envied. What had she hoped would happen when she joined him at the window? A dome of invisibility would settle around them, and Mr. Reed would treat her like a fellow artist? "I just want a few days of Christmastide," she said, though he wouldn't understand. His brows lifted. "I have learned to expect 12 days of Christmas every year." He was teasing her, yet enjoying the full 12 days of Christmas before giving up on her dreams and marrying someone like Paxborough sounded divine. On the last day of the party, she would do exactly what Mother wished. Louisa was a good daughter, had always been dutiful, would make exactly the sort of wife any lord could be proud of. Paxborough had been told to marry, and Louisa had sparked his interest. But she wouldn't give in yet. For the next fortnight, she wouldn't define herself by what she was to others. Daughter, wife. She would let herself be Louisa, if only in stolen moments.
"When you were looking outside," she said shyly, "were you thinking of a poem?"
There it was again. That look, as if she were the mysterious one. "I was not." She blinked in surprise.
"I assumed—"
"Most people do." He tilted his head. "You're the first to ask." Louisa wished she hadn't. She didn't know how to talk to other poets. Heat rose up her neck and would soon stain her cheeks. His tone was wry. "Does everyone compose poetry every time they look out of a window?"
"No,"
she forced herself to meet his eyes.
"but some do."
Why hadn't she added, "like me"? This was her chance to show him it was all right, that he could be himself with her. She would not judge him. But perhaps he needed no such assurances. Mr. Reed was a draw to any party, a coup for any hostess. His tendency to be more engrossed in his omnipresent poetry book than interested in the world around him only made ladies swoon all the more, especially when he lifted those dark-lashed eyes from the page and pinned some breathless young miss in his passionate gaze. It was a wonder he could walk without tripping over all the dainty perfumed handkerchiefs tossed in his path. Was that what he thought Louisa wanted? A dalliance? A flirtation? Her knees did not weaken in the presence of dark, brooding talent. She was able to glance at his form without noting the coiled muscle beneath the superfine, or the determination in his strong jaw. She did not fill with longing at the thought of kissing the hard planes of his lips, or yearn for his heat to banish the cold with a night of torrid. Blast! Perhaps she wasn't immune. She turned away from him, as though she craved neither his proximity nor his beauty, and strode purposefully toward a different window, one facing north. As the Harcourt coach and four had approached Greystoke Manor, the snow-covered pines reminded her of jutting incisors, the gilt-encrusted gate a wide-open maw, swallowing her into the bowels of Yuletide expectations and Mother's lofty dreams, into an unhappy marriage. Ewan Reed wouldn't see it that way. For him, this would be a romantic holiday. The gate would be beautiful, the estate grand, the trees. Well, who knew? She had never read his poetry. Perhaps the trees were forest nymphs bringing winter cheer, or the sharp pine scent, a warm reminder of friends roasting chestnuts in a crackling fire. She sensed him joining her at the window.
"What do you see out there?"
Snow? He was not looking at the garden. He was staring at her, as though she were far more interesting than any creature that could be found in the woods. She pointed a trembling finger at the trees.
"What do those look like to you?"
His brow furrowed, as though he had just realized her question was serious. She braced herself for ridicule. Mr. Reed turned to look out of the window. He looked at the snow. He looked at the trees. And then he turned to look at Louisa. "What do you see?" No one ever asked what she saw. Mother said Louisa should be glad. No lord wanted a wife with flights of fancy, the sort of woman who thought trees looked like teeth.
"Spears,"
she blurted out, and immediately regretted it. Evergreens didn't look like spears, but rather spear tips, which at all events was a more violent image than if she'd said teeth and refused to explain it. "Are they protecting or threatening us?" She squinted at him. Mr. Reed's gaze held no mockery. His dark eyes were simply curious, as if this were a perfectly ordinary conversation to have. Louisa took another look at the trees. A few minutes ago, she would have said threatening without hesitation. Now she wasn't as sure. The endless field of snow-capped fangs marked the barrier between this moment here with Mr. Reed and the world she'd be forced to return to when the party was over. A new world, one with even more expectations to meet. The trees were protection, but only temporary. The threat did not come from them. They were just a reminder that fighting the future was like fighting the weather. It came whether one liked it or not.
"A warning,"
she said at last. Mr. Reed nodded. "I feel the same way." A warmth spread in Louisa's chest. He had not thought her strange. He had found her similar. After years of cursing her inability to be just like everyone else, she'd managed to have something in common with you and Reed without even trying. She wondered if he, too, sometimes felt like an actor in the wrong play. If perhaps the reason he'd been staring out of the window in poetic despondence was because he knew whenever anyone else looked at the forest, all they could see were trees.
"Actually,"
Louisa's voice was so soft, she wasn't certain he could even hear her.
"I think the trees look like teeth. A giant maw swallowing the manor whole, with us inside."
He nodded, as if that were a perfectly reasonable thing for a young lady to say. Her chest fluttered. They weren't colleagues, much less friends, but perhaps they could be, if only for the length of the party.
"Do you think,"
she began, her voice trembling.
"just until 12th night?"
"There you are!" Louisa's mother stalked into the parlour, her blue eyes glittering. Giving Mr. Reed a curt nod, Mother's thin fingers curled around Louisa's wrist, like talons. "Come at once!" Louisa went. Her stomach churned with acid. She didn't care about chasing Paxborough, but she cared very, very much about not being a disappointment to her mother. Lady Harcourt's life had been a string of misfortunes. The last thing Louisa wanted was to be one more source of pain.
"We were just talking,"
Louisa stumbled to keep pace.
"Talking to a
poet," said in the same tone as rat or spider. "What in heaven's name were you thinking?"
"That he might like the parts of me everyone else wants me to hide."
"I'm sorry," she said instead. And she was. But she didn't promise not to do it again. Louisa had already vowed to be wed by the end of the party. She would not surrender a moment sooner. She brushed her scratchy nose.
"Darling, listen to me."
Mother pulled her into a shadowed corner and placed her palm to Louisa's cheek. The fingers were drier now, more papery, with the first hint of age spots. But the touch was as soft and loving as it had always been. Mother's tone was earnest.
I want the best for you, darling. The very best. You might not think you deserve it, but I know you do. I'm your mother. I know what a treasure you are. If you would just stop trying to sabotage. I wasn't trying. We're close, Louisa. You're close. I've arranged a private audience with the Duke, and I need you on your best behavior. I know you weren't flirting with that poet, but try to think. What if someone had seen you? You must be pragmatic. Romance is for fools, and Harcourts aren't fools. We use strategy. Then why are we bothering the Duke?
Louisa's maid had intimated His Grace was on his deathbed. Surely he didn't wish to spend his last Christmas hosting the Harcourts at his sickbed.
Because,
Mother lowered her hand and pulled Louisa down the next corridor.
we want his heir. Everyone says that he is only entertaining visits from family. But of course we are virtually family, living next to him as we do.
Louisa sneezed.
Stop that,
Mother hissed.
Roll back your shoulders. Look like a future duchess. None of this is necessary. Paxborough has already begged a dance tonight, all on his own. And then Derham did as well.
Good. Be sure to inform His Grace about his heir's request. We're here. Mother pulled up short and raked her gaze over Louisa before nodding.
Come on then.
Louisa was so stunned at meeting her mother's approval, she followed her into the strange room without question. The Duke of Greystoke lay in an enormous bed, his thin frame propped on all sides by pillows. Mother's eyes softened.
You're looking much improved, Greystoke.
Hester. Always
He gave a rasping, rattling cough.
Dreadful liar.
Louisa curtsied uncomfortably.
Good afternoon, Your Grace. Thank you for another wonderful revelry.
He narrowed his eyes.
Haven't got a man up to scratch yet.
Your heir has begged her to save a dance this evening,
Mother said smoothly, ignoring Louisa's pointed stare.
I hope you wouldn't object to seeing more of us.
The Duke's white eyebrows shot upward.
Wouldn't object to Derham settling down.
Cough. Rattle.
Could do a fair sight worse than Louisa.
He finished with a rasp.
She's a good lass.
Wait. Had he just given his blessing? Her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, dear God. If Mother had been relentless before, now she would be impossible. Louisa's flesh ran cold. Would she even have all 12 days of Christmas to be herself before she had to become someone else?
She'll make you proud,
Mother promised the Duke, then turned to beam at Louisa.
You'll make us all proud.
Louisa did her best to smile back. She certainly couldn't trust herself to speak. The trees foretold danger after all. Chapter 4. Ewan looked up from his poetry book. He and Viscount Derham had been lounging in one of many private parlours when a footman had come with an urgent message.
Damn.
Derham turned away from his footman before the door had fully closed.
The Duke orders me about like a green lad in short pants.
He's a duke, and your uncle, and the host of this party. You're his heir. Of course he orders you about. But Ewan couldn't say any of those things, or grab Derham by the well-tailored shoulders and shake some sense into him. Not if Ewan wanted to remain a welcome guest of both the current and future Duke. Did Ewan want such an honour? Had he ever?
Sickbeds can be.
Ewan's throat dried before he could form any other words. Unwelcome memories filled his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Of course Derham wouldn't wish to see his uncle wasting away a little more each day. But duty and family came first.
I'll go with you, if you like. I do not require a nursemaid,
Derham snapped. He refilled his sherry.
You're free to be a hanger-on, if you choose. Perhaps you can write a poem about your feelings. I won't go upstairs until after the dancing."
"You wouldn't want to miss the musicians," Ewan murmured. He didn't understand why the man didn't seem to care about his uncle's imminent death. Perhaps a violin to the cranium was exactly what Derham needed. The Viscount sighed.
"My uncle is trying to force me to host this damn party for the next decade."
That was interesting. Ewan's fingers tapped his notebook. This was why he was here, was it not? To be a barnacle? Grandfather would be over the moon to think Ewan had been in the same room during a private conversation with the Duke and his heir. Ewan mostly felt empty.
"I'm going to dance with your Miss Harcourt,"
Derham announced, a speculative gleam in his eye. Ewan shrugged. "She's not mine."
"You're not interested?"
"I didn't come for her."
"Who did you come for?"
Derham leaned forward with interest.
"Not Cressy."
Ewan gave him a brooding look rather than respond. Brooding looks were safe. People read into them what they wished. No, he didn't want the Duke's daughter, Lady Cressida.
"It is Miss Harcourt."
Derham straightened with satisfaction.
"You didn't come for her, but now that you're both here—"
The brooding look was not working on Derham. The man was far more perceptive than Ewan expected. Ewan opened his notebook and idly skimmed its contents. It had been purchased specifically for this holiday. The sight of all those blank pages usually churned his stomach, filling each sheet with words until there was no room left, then beginning all over again. Sometimes Ewan felt like all he ever did was begin anew, with nothing ever changing. He could change. That was the maddening part. He could stop at any time, fling his notebook in the fire, sprint through the spears of evergreens, and never look back. But he wouldn't. He shoved the notebook back into his inner pocket and picked up one of the discarded broadsheets from the mahogany table. Normally, he wouldn't display any interest in newspapers in front of witnesses, but Derham had known him since before that rule was in place, and besides, the Viscount's attention was on refilling his glass. Ewan smoothed out the broadsheet. Unseasonably cold weather? He scowled at the large type. Fog was not breaking news. This was England, at Christmastide. He turned the page. Lord Byron had written a poem about a beautiful unnamed woman. No one had read it yet, but it was to be published the following year, and was already certain to be a success. Humph. Ewan wasn't jealous of Byron's fame and success. Byron was the reason Ewan had any place in society at all. The poet was only one man. When hostesses couldn't obtain the original, Ewan was there to take his place. Ewan could not help but imagine replacing these articles with his own. Trim this, add more detail to that. Livelier opening lines, more illustrations, and most importantly, real news, not gossip. He closed the paper in disgust. How he hated the scandal columns. Why should identifying Byron's muse hold more public interest than the changing political landscape on the continent? Why should gossip about one's neighbours be more interesting than the latest East India Company Act, ending the company's commercial monopoly and asserting the Crown's sovereignty? Or the new Apothecaries Act, prohibiting unlicensed medical practitioners? If Ewan owned a proper newspaper, he'd... But he didn't, did he? Not yet. He wrote what he was told to write, not what he wished to. There were no brimming coffers to live on, no entailed property to live in. There was a cottage, and a grandfather, and a printing press, and a small but lucrative audience. And what that audience wanted was gossip. Derham was muttering under his breath about vintners and vintages.
"Perhaps I'll spend the afternoon right here."
Ewan didn't mark that down in his notebook. It was so quotidian, so boring. Yet, when Grandfather's scandal column had run a vague reference to whether any lady would be attracted to Lord D's sardonic profile, the letters had flooded in. That line had been more popular than the Sir Francis Burdett riots and the division of the Order of the Bath combined. Ewan had never written about Derham again. It was one of the few times he denied a request from his beloved grandfather. Ewan had argued that gossiping about the person whose association was the primary reason Ewan was invited anywhere would be both reckless and dangerous. The real reason was that it got harder every year to write about people he actually knew, regardless of his opinion of their character. It also got harder every year to stop. Grandfather counted on him, had given him everything, and now it was Ewan's turn. Every time he returned home, Grandfather was a little frailer than before, his hands and legs more unsteady, his hearing and eyesight less acute. He could no longer look after his grandson as he'd done when Ewan was a child. Someday soon, he might not be able to look after himself. What his grandfather wanted most was to see Ewan's future secured. Now, they lived simply in order to allow their nest egg to grow. When it reached a certain sum, Grandfather would no longer need to worry. The cottage would be secured. Ewan would be fine. The newspaper, well, at that point, the newspaper could be whatever they wanted, because they wouldn't need scandal columns anymore. More importantly, reaching the magic number would mean Ewan had fulfilled his duty. Granted his grandfather's only wish. So what if he had spent his adolescence and all the following decade brooding thoughtfully in society's shadows in pursuit of fodder for a popular column he despised? It was almost over. Ewan was close. Another year, 2 at the most, and the Reed men would have savings to rely on rather than scandal broth. Grandfather could retire. He needn't die for Ewan to inherit the paper. As long as Ewan followed the plan until then. Perhaps if he gathered enough intelligence during the Christmas party, he could dribble it out for several weeks and finally have a much-longed-for period of rest to spend with his grandfather. Ewan would never forgive himself if something awful happened whilst he was out sipping port with the beau monde in search of gossip. He pushed to his feet and slipped from the parlour without disturbing Derham. Where were the other guests? Surely there were cutting insults or secret liaisons or irresponsible card games afoot. From now until the end of the revelry, he'd resume his role of omnipresent poet, brooding emphatically between bouts of scribbles on paper. But when he rounded the corner, he found Miss Harcourt. Not the same corner, blessedly. At the opposite end of the corridor. She was coming his way, and he was heading hers. Or would be, had they both not frozen in place like jewelers in Hyde Park, armed with pencils instead of pistols. He frowned. She was carrying a pencil, and a journal. It wasn't his, was it? No. A quick tap to his chest assured him he still had his book. It also indicated his heart was racing uncommonly fast, and Ewan had gone utterly balmy. Of course he had his book. He'd been leafing through it moments before. That Miss Harcourt also had a book did not signify. The supper gong would ring in an hour. She had already changed into her evening clothes. Blood rushed in his veins. Gone was the buttery, billowy gauze of her yellow dress. A stunning gown of aquamarine French satin clung to her bosom before flowing gracefully to the floor. His chest gave a strange lurch. The vast corridor seemed to press in from all sides, depriving his lungs of air and forcing him to walk ever closer to Miss Harcourt. Observe, but do not engage, he repeated to himself frantically as she moved in his direction. Every sway of her hips carved itself permanently into his brain. He willed himself not to look. Her eyelashes fluttered in his direction. She smiled. He smiled back before he could mask it. Every muscle tightened. Her hair looked impossibly soft, her rosy lips plump and inviting. He'd start by placing a kiss at each corner, then sliding his tongue between them to taste. He didn't belong here, he reminded himself firmly. Never mind what his damp palms and dry throat seemed to think. Miss Harcourt was an esteemed guest. Ewan was a hanger-on. She was here to select a title. He was here to jot it all down for the later enjoyment of those who only dreamt of such a life. He did not envy her hunt. Marrying for love was considered foolish in the Ton's rarefied circles. Much better to have gold, or properties, or status. His lip curled at the thought. Once Ewan finished with the scandal columns and his own duplicity, once he became the man he longed to be with the newspaper he yearned to run, he would be free to fall in love, to behave foolishly and passionately in matters of the heart. Today was not that day. Miss Harcourt was not that woman, and Ewan had a task to do. "Miss Harcourt," he said congenially as he passed her on the left. Or meant to. Miss Harcourt stepped into his path before Ewan could check his forward momentum. He swung one arm about her midsection to catch her and flung the other hand to the wallpaper to break their fall. In the space of a heartbeat, they both were spinning, breathless, and then Miss Harcourt's back was to the wainscoting, with Ewan's arm trapped behind the curve of her spine. He had her pinned against the wall. If his heart banged any louder, she would feel it pulsing against her bosom. The entire corridor tilted out of balance.
"Good evening, Mr. Reed."
She smiled up at him, as if this were the way her chance encounters in hallways tended to go. "Good evening," he repeated inanely. She was still pinned to the wall. He was pinned to her. Neither of them moved. Their mouths were close enough to intermingle breath. Hers smelled like lemon and ginger. It would add a delightful zing to the taste of her tongue if he kissed her, which he definitely was not going to do. His tightening body seemed to have other ideas. Why couldn't they trip and sprawl onto the floorboards like normal people? She angled her head.
"Your eyes aren't golden brown. They're brown with flecks of gold."
"Your hair smells like lavender," he countered, and would have immediately buried his face in his hands were his arm not trapped behind the delectable curve of her spine. She nodded.
"I just came from my bath."
That was it. Ewan was extricating himself from this ridiculous situation before his dreams were haunted with images of Miss Harcourt bathing in clear water strewn with flower petals. He was too late. His arm would not budge, but if he wished to, he could stroke the curve of her waist with the tips of his fingers. The satin of her gown was soft and slippery, just like other parts of her might be. Her skin was warm between the layers. He longed to know what it felt like without expensive satin in the way. This would not do at all. "If you'll," he tried to adjust himself. "Perhaps lean away from the wall."
"How? My body is already touching yours,"
she pointed out politely. Yes, Ewan had noticed. Only the fingers of his free hand, splayed against the wall above her head, had stopped him from being plastered fully against her in the fall. Now their bodies merely grazed against each other, bodice to chest, thighs to thighs. They were going to have to get closer in order to break away. Ewan hauled her soft curves flush against him, spun them both away from the wall and back to the center of the corridor, then immediately forced himself to let go. "My apologies," he said gruffly. Her gaze didn't waver from his. Her eyes were a deep coffee brown with a narrower gold fleck. They were the prettiest eyes he'd ever seen.
"I'm not sorry."
Her words were almost too soft to hear.
"I liked it."
Well, yes. So did... What were they talking about? He had to put a stop to it at once. "I didn't mean to waylay you, Miss Harcourt. Please, carry on." Her brow smoothed.
"I was looking for you."
"What on earth for?" He raked his fingers through his hair in desperation for something to do with his hands, other than reach for her. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly.
I don't wish to be mocked by the others."
An unsettling wave of protectiveness washed over him. "Who has been mocking you?"
"Nobody. I won't let them. They don't know me well enough to wound me."
She bit her lip, then said in a rush,
I thought it would be nice to make friends with another poet.
He stared at her. She stared back. He cleared his throat. Yes, of course. I am happy to be your friend.
Not just friends.
She peered up at him from beneath her lashes. His pulse jumped. Miss Harcourt, I hardly think—
Colleagues. Fellows, if you will.
Her gaze was earnest.
Just for this fortnight. Then you will go your way, and I will go mine. But for one Christmas at least, it would be lovely to have someone who understands me. Who understands poetry.
Ewan could barely conceal his horror. He would be unable to hide his absolute ignorance about anything and everything poetry-related if forced to speak on the subject for more than 2 or 3 seconds. He brooded for a reason. People didn't interrupt broods. They also didn't interrupt scowls or sulks, or intensely unfocused eyes gazing off over the horizon, or any number of other signature looks Ewan had developed out of necessity over the years. He could not be Miss Harcourt's colleague or confidant or fellow, especially if she had any knowledge of poetry.
I see.
Her lip wobbled.
It was a long shot. I could not hope to be of your caliber. Of course, I am not worth your time. Please forget that I—
She turned away. Wait! The word scratched from his throat despite his better judgment. She glanced over her shoulder, a gut-wrenching mix of hurt and hope in her eyes. It's not you, he said hoarsely. It was all he dared to say. He could not risk losing his cover, but nor did her bravery deserve to be rewarded with rejection. She had trusted him, even though she shouldn't. It's me. I'm an idiot, a devoted grandson, not who you think I am. Better alone. I don't share my work, and I never talk about my process. I'm sorry to disappoint you. She gave him a tight smile that did not reach her eyes, and hurried back down the corridor with her head held high. Ewan slumped against the wall. Never before had he wished he was a proper poet, or at least had read some poetry. It would have been marvelous to have shared a meaningful conversation. His chest tightened with a familiar longing. He completely understood why Miss Harcourt would risk sharing her secret with a virtual stranger. Sometimes having no one who understood you was impossible to bear. Chapter 5. The revelry was famous for the elaborate seating schemes that might well place a duke next to a commoner. But Ewan was seated far from Miss Harcourt during the evening meal. There was no risk of meeting eyes, much less being forced to make small talk with one another. That was good. That was excellent. He meant to avoid her for the rest of the party, and would not have to worry about stilted 5-course candlelit meals. He did have to worry about the mistletoe. Bunches of the dratted stuff were hanging all over Greystoke Manor, and hung strategically from far too many surfaces. The revelry was a minefield. He escaped to the men's withdrawing room as soon as he could, but it did not last forever. Slowly, the other gentlemen left for the ballroom, where musicians would play tonight, because apparently the music room would be used for the pantomime in a few days. Likely, they were already playing. Perhaps dancing had begun. Derham had left, followed by Paxborough. Was Derham dancing with Miss Harcourt right this moment, whilst Ewan was brooding unobtrusively into fleur-de-lis wall coverings in order to overhear highly embellished braggadocio? He could not stop thinking about his conversation with Miss Harcourt. A conversation that primarily consisted of Ewan pinning her against the nearest wall, pressing her soft curves tight against him, and then running away when she'd accused him of being the very thing he pretended to be, a poet. But what if he had been a poet? What would he have done then? Kissed her? Rhymed to her? Compared the sizes of their notebooks? He wanted to read her poems. Anyone who felt all this splendor was comparable to being swallowed by monstrous jaws Must write intriguing poetry indeed. She fascinated him against his will, damn her. Ewan glared at innocent fleur-de-lis wallpaper that probably looked to Miss Harcourt like, oh, who knew what was inside that imaginative brain of hers? He'd run because she'd trusted him, and she shouldn't, because she'd confided shyly, I don't wish to be mocked by the others. And Ewan was personally responsible for that very thing happening. Her name had appeared in his grandfather's popular scandal columns, not once, not twice, but thrice. And who had put it there? Ewan, that's who. What crime had the dark-haired beauty committed? What horrific scandal worthy of national public interest? Ordinariness, shyness, a tendency to be overlooked. Rumour had it, she was as insipid as Almac's lemonade. Rumour had it, only fortune hunters were desperate enough to ask her for a dance. Rumour had it, because Ewan overheard the gossip and then printed it. He scowled at the pristine wall covering, grateful it wasn't a looking-glass, or he would have been tempted to put his fist through his reflection. He couldn't believe anyone had ever thought her plain or ordinary, no matter what the papers had said. Would she have had more offers to dance if grandfather's newspaper hadn't spread the rumour that nobody wanted her? Would her lip have trembled in fear of rejection today, had those bloody scandal columns not reinforced the public's belief that Miss Harcourt was somehow lacking? He hadn't meant to ruin her prospects. It hadn't been personal at all. Just one line out of many. Grandfather's scandal columns had printed hundreds of names over the years, some of which neither sought nor deserved the attention. New rule. No more casual gossip about debutantes and ingenues. He yanked his notebook from its hidden pocket and blacked out names on several pages. He felt only marginally better. What else? Stay away from Miss Harcourt. He'd caused more than enough damage, had he not? Life was challenging enough, just with trying not to let grandfather down. Ewan had no room for anyone else. 1 more year, he reminded himself firmly. 2 at the most. He would no longer have to pretend, to lie. He could live his life on his own terms, have conversations as his true self, give up brooding for good, fall in love, deserve love. Until then. Ewan shoved his book back into its secret pocket and glanced about the men's parlour. Empty. Empty. Had the others noticed him, brooding against the wallpaper, flipping through his poetry book and dramatically striking lines from its contents? If so, it worked in his favour. Such stunts made him legendary. Lost in his head, attacking his own poems like a madman, was exactly the behaviour people expected from volatile, emotional poets. They found it sigh-worthy and romantic. He'd probably have 5 more invitations to soirees on the morrow. And it was all hogwash. Miss Harcourt wrote poetry, and he had not caught her sulking conspicuously at the walls. Right this second, she was probably in Derham's arms. Ewan stalked from the parlour and followed the music to the ballroom. He found an unobtrusive corner with a good vantage point to settle in and glower poetically. There was Miss Harcourt. Had she already danced with Derham? Ewan hoped he'd missed it. To be safe, he'd avoid looking in her direction altogether. Semi-avoid. The harder he tried, the harder it was to do. He pulled out his journal to distract himself and turned to a blank page. He would not look at her, but he could write about her. What would he say if he really were a poet? The stub of pencil grew slick in his hand, despite his vice-like grip. He had no idea what a poet would say. This was a ridiculous exercise. Very well, what would Ewan say about her? The pencil started to move. Imaginative was the first word, then clever, then lovely eyes, then if no one dances with her, they're all featherwits, then Even though Paxborough danced with her, he's still a muttonhead, and I'd wager Miss Harcourt knows it. None of that rhymed or was separated into aesthetic lines. But it wasn't poetry, so it didn't matter. He was just writing. Something for himself, for the first time in years. Ewan rarely let himself dream of the future. He'd never make it through the present. But what if he imagined a wee bit? He flipped to a new sheet and sketched out the front page of a newspaper. Military news? That should be important to the entire country. But the creative arts were just as valuable. Which meant... Oh, very well. Probably something about Lord Byron. No. Ewan scratched out the name and replaced it with Miss Harcourt's. If he was imagining an alternate reality for himself, he might as well give her one too. Let her have published a brand new book of well-received poetry, making her the darling of the ton. No, not the ton, of England. Perhaps they'd heard of her all the way to the continent, the same way Beethoven was famous here. Perhaps her poems...
Are you bored with the music?
Came a soft voice near his shoulder. Ewan jumped as if a tiger had sprung out of nowhere. It was not a tiger. It was Miss Harcourt. He did not have her pinned to a wall, but she had effectively trapped him in a corner. He could not escape without making a scene. The edges of her eyes crinkled with a smile.
I didn't mean to startle you.
He tucked the pencil and notebook into his pocket. He did not tell her the whimsical thought about the tiger. She might like it. She might like him. This was the perfect opportunity to scowl and grizzle sullenly and claim she was single-handedly destroying his muse. I like bark, his hen-witted mouth said instead. Do you? No questions, he told himself firmly. This is not a conversation. You are not to be friends, no matter what you promised.
I adore music.
She lowered her gaze.
I hate crowds. I feel lost when there are so many people. The bigger the crush, the lonelier it is.
He stared at her, partly because that was a very personal thing to say, and partly because he felt the same way. In his case, however, limiting himself to the fringes was a carefully executed stratagem. Not that having an ulterior motive made it any less lonely. Where would you prefer to be? He asked. Her brow creased briefly, as if confused by the question, or perhaps no one had bothered to inquire before.
I love nature.
Her tone was wistful.
And solitude.
When surrounded by nature.
Without distractions, I can enjoy small things I might not have noticed otherwise.
I enjoy solitude too, he admitted. Working on the printing press was magical. Choosing the articles, editing the content, arranging the type. It might not seem like poetry to anyone else, but for Ewan, those hours flew by as if in a dream. I'm afraid I'm not often in nature.
Aren't you?
Her eyes filled with sympathy, as if his were the most heart-wrenching confession she'd ever heard.
This property is sizable and contains splendid walking paths.
She considered the Duke's vast, sprawling lands sizable. It was an understatement, on par with claiming London was a nice village. If Ewan needed any further proof that he and Miss Harcourt were not from the same world. It's winter, he reminded her. It's been snowing for days. Even if we could follow the paths, there would be nothing to see.
Nothing to see?
She stared at him in shock.
Have you seen the way snow gathers atop each twig? The way pine needles shiver in the wind? How the warmth from the sun melts the snow like dew, only for twilight to freeze miniature droplets in place, leaving a sprinkle of crystals atop the highest branches?
Ewan had seen none of that, not the way Miss Harcourt did. Every word made him wish they were not in this ballroom, but tromping through the snow, arm in arm. He wanted her to point out everything she could see that others didn't. He yearned to see it too.
Oh, my heavens! Look at these two!
cooed Mrs. Phelps in a voice that carried throughout the entire ballroom.
You're standing right under mistletoe.
Ewan cast his gaze skyward in dismay. He'd been glowering emotively directly beneath a clump of Christmas cheer, within wall-pinning distance of Miss Harcourt. What the devil had he been thinking? He turned to Miss Harcourt. To her credit and his demerit, it appeared she too had failed to properly scan their surroundings before approaching him for conversation. She looked more likely to flee than to flutter her lashes flirtatiously.
Well,
Mrs. Phelps demanded.
what are you waiting for? You know the rules of the revelry.
With an appalling sigh of capitulation, Miss Harcourt visibly collected herself and gave Ewan a good-natured, "What can we do?" shrug. No, this was not how he wanted to kiss her. He wanted to wrap his arms about that curvy waist, swing her to the wainscoting in order to press every bit of his hardness against her softness, and then deliver one hell of a "who cares about the mistletoe" kiss, hot enough to set the entire ballroom aflame. He needed a different plan. He didn't have one. Her face was upturned in question, her lips almost close enough to kiss. He wanted to taste them. He wanted to know her mouth, her tongue, her everything. He reached his hand toward her cheek. A painted fan knocked it away before his fingers could graze her skin.
There you are,
Lady Harcourt said briskly, linking elbows with her daughter, as if oblivious to interrupting a moment half the guests were watching.
It's our turn to visit the grotto. Come along.
And just like that, Miss Harcourt was whisked out of Ewan's reach without even a chaste peck.
Oh well,
Lord Cleevethorpe cuffed Ewan on the shoulder.
It's not as though Lady Harcourt would allow you to court her daughter.
He chortled at the thought.
Not even if you had a barony, like Byron.
He leaned closer and lowered his voice.
The mother has loftier goals. The very loftiest, if you know what I mean. Paxborough danced with Miss Harcourt twice tonight. She took a turn with Derham as well.
Once upon a time, Ewan would have whipped out his notebook to capture such a delicious tidbit. Once upon a time, it would not have felt like a punch to his gut, a direct strike to his pride. Even if Ewan weren't living a double life, even if he could tell the truth about who and what he was, he still wouldn't be good enough for Miss Harcourt. Without the mask of poetry to give him a romantic sheen, he was nothing at all. Chapter 6. On the following morning, Mother was still lecturing Louisa on how a future duchess should behave.
This is for your own good,
she said, as she followed Louisa deeper into the Duke's well-appointed library.
Greystoke has given his approval. You put an invalid in a position in which it would have been rude to refuse your request,
Louisa reminded her. Mother narrowed her eyes.
Greystoke would not have hesitated to say no if he didn't find you worthy. The man has never bothered with politeness. Your duty is to be worthy. That means not kissing any gentleman who is not Viscount Derham, and especially not some common poet. It was mistletoe, Louisa burst out. Not some illicit liaison. Lady Cressida hung the sprigs so that guests would kiss. That's part of the tradition of the revelry.
I forbid it, Mother said flatly. I won't hear another word on the topic. Louisa swiped at her nose to stop the itching. Mother glanced about the library.
Please tell me you are not here in search of poetry.
Louisa had absolutely come in search of poems. But first, she had to find a way to make her mother allow contact with Ewan Reed. He had said they could be friends. She couldn't let her mother ruin the opportunity. Not as long as it was possible that Mr. Ewan Reed might one day decide he wouldn't mind discussing poetry with his temporary friend, Louisa Harcourt.
It's tactical,
she blurted out.
Derham hasn't offered for me yet. The only reason he invited me to dance was because he thought Paxborough had caught my eye. If he thinks Mr. Reed has caught my fancy.
This was actually not the plan. In fact, if this plan worked, As Louisa's rapidly sinking stomach suspected it would, she might find herself leg-shackled to Derham all the faster, or even worse, Paxborough. Mother's eyes shone with respect and pride.
I dare say you will make a formidable Duchess. I had no idea such devious stratagems rattled around your flighty little head.
Louisa smiled grimly. Only a mother could make her approval sound like condemnation.
Just mind you don't take too long.
Mother gave her a meaningful look.
The longer you take to bring Derham up to scratch, the more you risk his grace not being present for the nuptials, and jeopardize a wedding at all. This party is your opportunity, Louisa. Do not disappoint me, or the Duke.
She shook her head.
I won't, Mother. I promise.
I wonder. Her mother glanced about the empty library, then motioned for Louisa to join her on a sofa in a private corner. Her voice turned wistful.
Did you know that I was almost a duchess?
Louisa's eyes widened. She could not imagine her mother with anyone but her father.
I was young.
Mother cocked a brow. Younger than you. In no danger of spinsterhood, then. Message received.
He was dashing and wealthy and heir to a dukedom. He wanted me.
Mother's cheeks flushed.
And I wanted him.
What happened? Louisa asked softly. Mother lifted an oval locket from beneath her fichu. Louisa had never seen the delicate gold pendant before.
I wear it next to my heart, Mother explained. To remind me.
She opened the clasp. Inside was a miniature watercolor of an apple-cheeked baby.
That's you, of course.
Mother ran a loving finger down the plump face.
You were the best thing that ever happened to your father and me. I wouldn't trade you for anything.
Louisa's throat tightened, and the backs of her eyes stung.
This pendant was given to me by the suitor I'd made my entire world,
Mother said softly, her tone nostalgic.
I was to be his duchess one day. We would combine our adjoining lands and live like royalty. Or at least we would have, if he hadn't come across a debutante with a larger dowry. I had an estate, but no riches, and it costs a fortune to be the most celebrated host of the ton. I'm sorry, Mother.
Louisa touched the gold pendant.
It must have been dreadful to be tossed aside for a dowry. I cannot imagine what sort of knave.
Adjoining lands. The fickle suitor was the current Duke of Greystoke. The estate they were in was the one Mother had lost. By marrying Derham, Louisa had the opportunity to put things to rights, to undo her mother's greatest regret, to bring her mother the honor and prestige that she should have had all along. Marrying well wasn't just for Louisa. It was her chance to grant a decades-old prayer. Mother reached forward and clasped her necklace about Louisa's throat. The pendant fell beneath the silk of her gown to nestle just above her breasts. It was warm. It had been nestled next her mother's heart, and now it nestled next to hers. Mother cupped her palm to the side of Louisa's face.
Don't allow a foolish moment to risk your future. You can succeed. I believe in you.
Louisa nodded jerkily. Of course she wouldn't let her mother down. The last thing she wanted was to harm her. They loved each other, wanted the best for each other. It was too late for Mother, but it was not too late for Louisa. She kissed her mother's cheek and rose to her feet. Like her mother, Louisa had known the Greystoke family her entire life. At 3:30 in the afternoon, she knew exactly where Viscount Derham would be. She rolled back her shoulders. It was time to start throwing herself in his path. The sound of the billiard balls snicking against each other carried down the corridor as she drew near. It was not unheard of for ladies to play. But Louisa had no particular talent in this regard. Her best plan of attack was to be complimentary, but not saccharine, available, but not clingy. Someone he could imagine sharing this enormous manor with. She straightened her spine. She would secure more invitations to dance, then perhaps a stroll, perhaps a stolen kiss. Then, voila, Duchess. Louisa was not nearly as thrilled about the prospect as she ought to be. Paxborough missed his shot when she entered the room. From the sound of the ribbing, he'd just lost the game. And Derham was nowhere to be seen. She swallowed hard. Not the best omen. Paxborough wiggled his eyebrows at her and thrust his cue backward in blind trust that someone would relieve him of it. Someone did, of course. A prickling on the back of her neck caused her to glance over her shoulder. There was Mr. Reed, staring into an untouched glass of port, as if the answers to the universe resided within. Louisa wished she had the answers too. She turned her gaze back to the Viscount. He lumbered to her side.
"Gentlemen, if you'll excuse us," he slurred.
Tippled, then. Louisa hadn't been what caused him to miss his shot after all. Then she registered his words. Gentlemen, privacy. She should have brought a maid. She'd wanted to seem approachable, not wanton. She'd wanted...
"It seems that everyone at the revelry knows the truth."
The Viscount flung himself to the corridor outside the billiards room. Out of earshot, but still within eyeshot. They weren't alone. Perhaps he wasn't as drunk as she'd thought.
Ah,
she said brightly.
"I need an heir. You have the necessary female parts."
He waved a hand in the direction of her womb.
"But we don't have to start this week, do we?"
not at all,"
she stammered. So much for a fortnight of playing coy and tempting. Paxborough looked faintly horrified by the prospect of marriage and bedding her. He wasn't tempted in the least, and still determined to go through with it.
"Good. Thank you."
He closed his eyes and winced, as if the corridor were now spinning. Perhaps this was good, Louisa told herself. Mother would be proud of her for snaring the second-best catch. A disinterested husband would leave her to her own devices, which was exactly what she wanted, was it not? She wouldn't have to give up her poetry. Paxborough was unlikely to notice anything she did. Her nose itched.
"Why marry me if you don't want to?"
she blurted. Why had she asked that? She was self-sabotaging, just as her mother claimed. Paxborough opened his eyes with obvious surprise.
"Same reason as you, I imagine. It's the next step. And marrying you will double the size of my estates."
It was a good thing she wasn't looking for romance.
"Well," he asked, "why are you doing it?"
"Family, land, parental promises," she mumbled. "The usual."
He sighed.
"Let's do this. First and last set at every dance, but no announcement until we chat at the end of the party. That will give us several more days of freedom."
"Splendid plan," she managed. "I concur."
It was a splendid plan, she was forced to admit. Everyone ended up happy. Almost everyone. Paxborough pushed away from the wall and lurched back into the billiards room without a backward glance.
"Adieu, then,"
Louisa muttered. She turned to go. A shadow fell into step beside her.
"Whatever he said to put that expression on your face, don't believe him,"
came a warm growl.
"Paxborough kisses his cat on the mouth."
"He has a cat?" she asked in mock horror.
"A cat and a dog. They don't get along. You should see his scars. Ghastly, really. It wouldn't be half so bad if he didn't share his bed with them. And a muskrat."
"Does he kiss the muskrat?"
No. He's not a cretin."
Mr. Reed gasped in faux offence.
Milford the muskrat would never kiss someone who kissed cats.
She burst out laughing.
You're ridiculous.
You are prejudiced against muskrats, he countered.
No, I'm not.
She shook her head.
I am Louisa.
It was a silly joke. She should not have made it. He looked at her for a long moment, his gold-flecked brown eyes inscrutable. But when he smiled, she forgot everything but him. I'm Ewan. She dipped a little curtsy. He made an expansive bow, then whispered, Never tell anyone you saw me being sociable. She shook her head emphatically.
Your secret is safe with me.
As is yours, he replied. For a horrible, awkward moment, she thought he had overheard her conversation with Paxborough. But no, she'd been watching the open door over the Viscount's shoulder. Mr. Reed had been in the far corner, engrossed in his notebook. He was referring to her poetry. Ewan was referring to her poetry. Ewan, who was also a poet.
Thank you,
she whispered. He'd tacitly acknowledged her as a colleague, a poetess, an equal. For that alone, Louisa wished she could kiss him. Allow me to accompany you back to the party. As they walked, a tickle of awareness travelled up her spine. They could kiss, if they wanted to. Shouldn't everyone get a Christmas wish? Louisa wasn't betrothed yet, and mistletoe was everywhere. Dozens of couples had already been caught beneath the kissing boughs. You're marvellous with words, he said, as they wound through the corridors. I can't stop thinking about trees like teeth. I'd wager the entire poem is splendid.
I just said, they look to me like,
she stammered.
I didn't say it was a poem.
He raised his brows. Isn't it? Her cheeks heated.
Yes.
There you are. I'm sure it's delightfully chilling. Warmth spread out from her chest. No one had ever complimented her on her poetry before. It was foolish, an embarrassment, something to be hidden. And yet, Ewan hadn't even read her poetry and already liked it. He could just tell. Her breath was shallow, and her heart had never beat so fast.
Who encouraged you to write? She asked.
Darkness flashed across his eyes. My grandfather. Oh dear, had she said the wrong thing already? Perhaps his grandfather was dead. Or perhaps there had been a falling out, and here she was dredging up memories he'd hoped to put behind him.
I'm sorry, she said quickly. I didn't mean to remind you of a sad occasion.
I love my grandfather, he replied without hesitation. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. He's all I have left in the world.
I know what that's like,
she murmured with sympathy. He slanted her a surprised glance. Your mother?
Yes.
She thought it over.
Well, technically there's a cousin somewhere, but they've not spoken in decades. We lost my father when I was young, and there were no other siblings.
I had siblings, Ewan said after a long moment. And parents. He shook his head and put on an overbright smile. But Christmas isn't the time to talk about accidents and fevers. When do you think they started the pudding this year? It must have been before Stir-Up Day with this many guests, don't you think? She tilted her head.
Do you ever talk about your loss?
No, he said flatly. Do you? She shook her head. She wasn't even certain what to think about her father anymore. Mother had been happy with him, hadn't she? Had father sensed her discontent? Or was he oblivious to his wife's internal world?
Do you believe in love? She asked.
Of course. He gave her a quizzical look. Don't you?
I do,
she assured him. And she did. But just because one believed in something, it didn't mean it was in one's future. Except it was, for Ewan. He had no title to consider, no ancestral land to prioritize. If he fell in love with a woman, he could marry her. There was no reason for Louisa's stomach to fill with angry bees at the idea. She wasn't jealous of the future Mrs. Reed. She just envied his ability to choose. Chapter 7. The knock sounded on Ewan's bedchamber door shortly after he'd returned from breakfast. It was a footman bearing a letter on a salver. The familiar writing belonged to Ewan's grandfather. He closed the door and took the letter over to the window. The day was overcast, but even the clouds could not prevent the sun's rays from refracting brilliantly against the snow. Ewan had to squint and turn away. Leaning one shoulder against the finely mitered windowsill, he broke the wax seal and shook out the letter. Every few days, there were mundane questions about what to do with this or how to do that. Ewan had helped with the paper since he was small, but grandfather had been running it since before Ewan's birth, had kept it running whilst Ewan was at Eton, then Oxford. But in the last few years, he had started to forget. Small things at first. Things that Ewan supposed anyone could forget. Then more ordinary things. Something grandfather had accomplished yesterday, he couldn't recall how to do today. Not everything, mind you, nor every day, but often enough that Ewan had noticed he was sometimes answering the same questions multiple times. They'd developed a system. Ewan left a notebook next to each station and machine, with detailed instructions and illustrations. There was also a special basket in the centre of the dining table, containing every answer Ewan had sent. Grandfather reread them as he took his meals alone, and consulted the notebooks before beginning any step of the printing process. The system worked. Grandfather sent far fewer questions, and regained his confidence and pride. Ewan, still worried. He sent home entire articles instead of brief notes. He sketched which should go where, how to set the type so the title would pop, and he wrote to the servants just as often. Grandfather's house was nothing like Greystoke's vast estate. They had 2 household staff, a manservant to act as butler, footman and valet, and a maidservant who served as both housekeeper and cook. If Ewan lived at home, he could take the place of the manservant, but he couldn't, because his efforts supplied their only income. He had to keep moving from country house party to country house party. It didn't make him feel any less guilty about not being present for his grandfather. 1 more year, he muttered aloud. Maybe 2. Then grandfather could retire, and Ewan could turn their scandal sheet into a respectable newspaper with honest-to-God important news. If its profits were slim, who cared? That's what saving all this money was for, solvency. The freedom to finally do something he could be proud of, secure in the knowledge that he'd put family first, taken care of his grandfather, and earned a new future for himself. Today's letter was blessedly mundane. No questions about how to clean type or where the columns should break. Just an ordinary request for new content. The more scandalous, the better. With a sigh, Ewan arranged ink and paper at the escritoire and set about writing fresh columns for the paper. Things he'd seen, rumours he'd overheard. With every word, his stomach clenched in disgust. When he started a family, Ewan would raise his children far outside the magnifying glass of society and its impossible expectations. At last, he folded the pages and sealed them with wax. For once, he needn't feign his baleful glower. How he resented that idle gossip was the quickest way to profit. He yanked his journal closer and flattened it to a blank page. What would a poet write? His lips tightened. Wind whistled at the window. Footsteps creaked above stairs. Absolutely nothing resembling poetry sprang to Ewan's mind. His fingers tightened about his quill. If I were a poet, he scratched across the page, I'd write about Louisa's eyes. Well, perhaps not a good start, but it was certainly words. 10 of them. Surely he could do better than that. Her eyes are brown.
brown, like—"
He paused. They weren't gold-flecked, as she'd said about his, or ringed with this, or streaked with that. They were brown. Brown like dirt, or coffee, or beaver fur. Brown like squirrels. He slammed the book closed. Poems were difficult. He leapt up from the escritoire. If he was to have any hope at all of writing poetry, perhaps he ought to read some first, to see how it was achieved. He was good at research. What he hadn't expected to find was Louisa. She was sitting on the cushion of a bay window, out of sight from the main corridor, but visible in silhouette to a reluctant gossip peddler prowling through the shelves in search of poetry. She hadn't seen him yet. He could come back another time. She was looking out of the window in a way that made him think she wasn't staring at snow or trees, but somewhere deep inside herself. He could leave, but didn't. The sight of her made him inexplicably happy, and he wasn't ready yet to return to melancholy. But he wouldn't interrupt. He watched, rapt. Her slender shoulders relaxed into her cozy corner. Wisps of dark brown hair kissed her temples and nape. Dusky pink lips parted on a sigh. Only when she turned to face him without flinching did he realize she'd been just as aware of his presence as he had been of hers. Her eyes sparkled. Her beautiful, squirrel-brown eyes. He winced. He was going to have to find a better metaphor. "Am I in your spot?" she inquired.
"Yes," he answered at once. "I have brooded extensively out of every window but that one. I cannot hold back any longer."
She swung her legs aside to create room and patted the cushion beside her. "Far be it from me to stand between a man and his muse." Louisa wasn't between anything. She was his muse. Not that Ewan would dare say so until he at least got the eyes like squirrels bit sorted out. When they were leaning against opposite corners of the bay window, studiously gazing out of the frost-speckled glass, a giggle escaped her lips. He gave her a quelling stare.
"Shh! This is a library."
"You're not brooding," she whispered. His jaw dropped in affront.
"I am. Brooding is the only expression I have. Ask anyone."
"You're not." She squinted at him. "That's definitely a smile. You haven't stopped doing it since you sat down beside me."
"It's a nice cushion," he admitted. "I may write a sonnet about it. This window is where my soul is meant to be."
"I wish I could find where I was meant to be," she said with a sigh. He lifted a brow.
"I thought you liked expansive views of Mother Nature."
"I do. Views like these inspire me. But if I bring a travelling desk along, someone inevitably wanders by and says, 'What's that you're writing there?' And the words get stuck in my plume."
Stuck in her plume.
Yes, that was precisely what had happened to Ewan above stairs. The right words to describe her eyes definitely existed, but the wretched syllables refused to slide out of his quill. "Don't worry," she turned back to the window. "It's like this every year. I don't even bring my writing slope anymore. I should rid myself of the habit. Perhaps this is the time."
"You shouldn't give up anything that makes you happy," he said. "You are a poet. You can't get rid of something that's part of you."
"That's what I'm afraid of." She stared out of the window. "Have you never given up something you desperately wanted, just because it was the right thing to do?"
"Only every day of his life." "Yes," he answered. "That's why I wouldn't wish it on anyone."
Maybe they were more alike than different. Ewan couldn't help but wonder if poetry was the only thing Louisa was giving up, if perhaps she was acting, pretending, just like him.
"What would you do if you could do anything you wished?"
He leaned forward, pressing his shoulder against the cold pane of the window.
"Would you write more poems?"
"I'd publish them," she said at once. then looked adorably surprised at the revelation.
I'd publish them,
she said again, slower, as if tasting each word and savouring its flavour.
if I could do anything I pleased.
Then you should. His blood hummed with excitement. I could help you. Her eyes widened.
Would you? Could you?
With pleasure. Because everyone believed Ewan was a poet, he had contacts with every publisher in England, all of them vying to be the first to print a volume of his work. Even if he were a poet, Ewan did not have the funds to cover the expense of a first printing. He doubted Louisa shared that limitation. Her pin money likely rivaled what grandfather's scandal sheet earned all year. Ewan launched into great detail on which editors worked at which publishers, how much they charged for a first printing, how many copies that might mean, and what Louisa stood to gain. I could publicly recommend the volume if you like, he added after a pause. Your work would stand on its own, of course, but if the idea doesn't offend you, I would be happy to influence everyone I know to give it a try.
Offended?
A startled chuckle of disbelief escaped her throat.
I would kiss you for that.
Would you? The words rasped from his throat. When had she leaned closer to him, whilst he had been blathering on about publishers and printing and promotional tactics? Louisa was right. Kissing was much more important. A capital idea he intended to put into practice whenever she was amenable. She angled forward a few more inches. He did the same. A hand's width still separated them. Their gazes locked. This is a strange sort of kissing. His voice was husky. I've never done it without touching before. I await your signal. Her eyes widened.
You intend to make me begin?
I shan't make you do anything. You said you wished to kiss me. That sounds delightful. I'm waiting patiently to see if that's truly what you're going to do.
What if?
She licked her lower lip. He wanted to taste it too.
What if what I really want is for you to kiss me?
Ah. He rubbed his thumb against the softness of her cheek. Then all you had to do was ask. He slid his fingers into the soft curls at the nape of her neck and drew her closer. Her skin was hot and smelt of lavender. He could not wait to taste her. He covered her mouth with his, gentle but firm, taking care not to startle her, while leaving no doubt how ardently he had longed to pull her into his embrace. He could feel her pulse in her throat, fast like his, uneven like his. Her mouth was no longer hesitant beneath his, but open, eager. He touched his tongue to hers. Her fingers clenched about his forearms as if holding on tight. He had no intention of letting go. Her mouth was heaven. He wanted to explore every corner. It was just a kiss, he reminded himself, whenever he managed conscious thought. But it wasn't just a kiss. It was 2 kisses, 3 kisses, 12, 20. He couldn't keep track, because all he could think of was her. All he could taste was the sweetness of her kiss. And all he could feel was the hardening of his loins, the banging of his heart, the pleasure of her willing mouth beneath his. Even the lavender of her hair drove him wild. He would forever associate the scent with Miss Harcourt naked in a bath. Soapy bubbles, perhaps. Soft petals that invited his touch. Heat and wetness. Bliss. He would have kept kissing her all morning and night, had she not pulled away from him with a gasp and briefly rested her forehead against his.
Thank you, she whispered. For a moment of fantasy as exquisite as poetry.
It didn't have to be just one moment, or over already. He opened his mouth.
Of course I won't be publishing my work. Some dreams cannot come true.
She leapt to her feet, well out of reach, and strode from the library without looking back. Chapter 8. For the rest of the day, Louisa's mother pushed her directly into Viscount Derham's path, until Louisa was ready to scream. She couldn't tell her mother that she and Paxborough had already made a pact to chat at the end of the party. Mother would feel as though Louisa wasn't even trying. A chat wasn't a commitment, and Mother would not rest until she had a marriage contract in her hand. She wanted to make the announcement to the party guests so that the news would spread far and wide, doubly ensuring the match would happen as promised. Louisa, more than ever, just wanted Christmas. One last Yuletide in which she could be herself before she must become a bride, a duchess, a mother, head of a household bigger than her own when she had no such experience. All decisions had always passed through her mother. Writing poems in her journal was the most self-expression and autonomy Louisa had ever had. Until earlier today, when she'd kissed Ewan Reed because she wanted to. "Are you even listening?" her mother said in exasperation. "Don't disappear into your head when I'm talking to you." "I'm not, Mother," Louisa murmured. "I'm right here." Every year since her come-out, Louisa had seen firsthand who made matches and who did not, and which men chose which women. Even if Mother hadn't spent the better part of each day lecturing Louisa on how to dress and act and talk and think, the same messages were continually reinforced just by looking about. By marrying Derham or Paxborough, Louisa could prove to her mother that all her effort and sacrifice had not been in vain, that Louisa was listening, had always been listening. Of course she would provide for her mother, just as her mother had always provided for her. Mother could stop worrying for once, maybe even for always. Wasn't that what a good daughter should want? Louisa's nose itched, but she didn't react this time. Ladies did not swipe at their noses as though an invisible fly had perched on the tip. Ladies suffered in silence. "Soon, Louisa," Mother was saying. "What if Greystoke takes a turn for the worse?" This was a rhetorical question. The Duke was going to take a turn for the worse. He was in the midst of an inexorable decline, which was why he was putting his affairs in order. But that didn't negate the point. Mother pinched her lips. "Act fast, whilst His Grace can still give his blessing." "He gave his blessing," Louisa reminded her. "We were there. His public blessing. Do you want him to miss his nephew's wedding?" Louisa wanted to miss the wedding, but all she said was, "Of course not, Mother." "And another thing," Mother narrowed her eyes. "I won't hear another word about this poet, Louisa. Use him as you must, but don't dally any longer in securing Derham's suit. We've less than 10 days left. If you haven't an offer by Friday, I will stage a compromise myself." "No!" The thought made Louisa dizzy with horror. "Mother, don't. Please do not intervene. I'll work on it now." She hurried from her mother's chamber, shut the door firmly behind her, and then collapsed against the opposite wall of the corridor with her hands curled into fists. Why couldn't Mother leave it alone, just for Christmas? Too many failed seasons, Louisa supposed sourly. Greystoke's "he could do worse" was the closest Louisa had come to landing a titled suitor. That she and Derham weren't a match was unfortunate. Paxborough would do. She would do what was best, and so would he. She would give birth to a future peer. Surely that was more noble than dedicating one's life to poetry. "There you are." A smile lit Ewan's handsome face as he rounded the corner. "I've been looking all over for you. Do you know how many guest rooms are in this house?" 48, she answered tiredly. Because they were neighbours, Louisa knew this estate as well as her own. It was likely part of why Greystoke thought she'd be a good wife to Derham. "Come with me." Eyes shining, Ewan held out his elbow with obvious eagerness. "I've a surprise for you."
Her pulse jumped. "You do?"
"But you need boots and warm outerwear. I'll wait out here while you pop back into your chamber."
"That's Mother's room. Mine is adjoining."
Louisa doubted Ewan had found something out of doors that she didn't know about, but his excitement was infectious. That he wished to surprise her was pleasure enough. She ducked into her chamber for boots, scarf, muff, pelisse, warm gloves. Then, with a jittery pulse and uneven breath, she walked back into the corridor and curled her hand around the crook in Ewan's proffered elbow. He swept her, not through the front door, but out through the back, a servant's exit close to the kitchens, a door Louisa had never used until today. The snow was up to their ankles, or would have been if they weren't walking a path trod by many other pairs of feet. At first, she thought he would take her to the gazebo, or the folly, or the frozen pond, but he led her past all of that to a much narrower path where few steps had gone before. So deep in the woods that Greystoke Manor was no longer visible, and the only sounds were their boots crunching in snow. There was only one structure in this direction, an old caretaker cabin, perhaps the original hunting lodge, before the new ones were constructed decades ago. Nobody used it for anything because it was minuscule and outdated, and too far from the main house. "Voila!" Ewan flung out his arms in triumph, as if presenting her with the keys to a kingdom.
"I didn't know this was still standing,"
Louisa said with a laugh. "Better yet." Ewan pushed open the wooden door and beckoned her inside. "Did you know it was a writing haven for female poets?"
"What?"
The word startled out of her, and she rushed forward like a child, even though it couldn't possibly be. It was. An escritoire sat at the base of the largest window, its smooth surface all but hidden beneath bottles of black ink and stacks of white foolscap. The bed against the opposite wall was large enough for a man and had obviously been dressed in fresh linens. The small fireplace boasted a modest fire, just bright enough to light the single room and scare the chill back outside where it belonged. Ewan placed a hand to his chest and assumed the posture of a grand orator. "Betwixt these narrow, dusty walls," he announced with an expansive gesture, "Miss Louisa Harcourt is free to be the poetess of her dreams."
"What?"
she stammered.
"How?"
"No one but me knows you're here," he explained. "One of the advantages to being a famously brooding, solitary poet is that hosts often provide me with a private place to work my craft, without fear of interruption by servants or other guests." He beamed at her. "And I'm giving it to you." Her heart pounded so fiercely she feared it might break free from her chest. "There's a pitcher of fresh water," he said, pointing out each object, "and plenty of candles, should the hour grow late. Extra kindling for the fire, and a basket of fruit and bread and cheese over on the table. Oh, and a bed, in the event you do your best work napping, as I do. And a kettle in case you—" Louisa had no idea what other treasures Ewan had been about to point out, because she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tight. No one had ever encouraged her poetry. No one had ever arranged a space where she could write poems to her heart's content. Yet, it was happening before her eyes, right here, with him. He looked as proud as if he'd built the cabin himself. "No one knows this old cabin even exists. It's yours, Louisa, until the revelry ends. And possibly forever, if she married Derham instead of Paxborough." Ewan thought he was giving her a Christmas gift, but in fact, he was helping her find a way to survive the rest of her life, with some part of herself still intact. She pushed the thought away. She would not think of either Viscount, not here in this beautiful, perfect cabin, and certainly not whilst she was in the company of Ewan Reed. The cabin would still be here after the festivities ended, but Ewan would not. For the duration of the party, it should not be her retreat, but theirs.
I can share, she said shyly, hesitantly. I'm not the only resident poet, and there are 2 writing services in this cabin, a desk and a table.
You think I can write poems while you're in the same room as me? The gold flecks glittered in his eyes like sparks from a fire. Heat crawled up the back of her neck and spread pleasantly across her skin.
Am I a distraction?
The best kind. He moved closer. Only a whisper separated his body from hers. Thoughts of kissing you consume me. He looked as if he wanted to consume her. Hunt her, capture her, devour her whole. Louisa's shiver had nothing to do with the snow outside. Her breasts tightened. She touched them lightly to his chest, as though by accident. The heat in his eyes indicated he saw through her. She licked her lips.
You can kiss me again if you like.
He reached for her. She covered his mouth with her fingers before he kissed the thoughts right out of her head. There was something important she needed to say, but she found herself wordless. Louisa was too embarrassed to admit her pact with Paxborough, could not breathe a word of it until there was a public announcement. But nor could she allow Ewan to think their time together could be anything more than a passing fancy, full of as many kisses as he wished to give her.
Whatever happens here lasts only for the revelry.
Ewan kissed the pads of the fingers she held against his lips, and she almost forgot what she had meant to say. Her breath was no longer even, but she forced herself to press on.
When the revelry ends, so do we.
His gaze was hooded, unreadable, penetrating her as though he could read all of the secret thoughts she kept locked away deep in her heart. Then he nodded. I accept your terms. The words were a warm whisper against her trembling fingers, a promise of heat and perhaps wickedness. He lowered her fingers to his chest and covered her mouth with his. Her knees buckled. He caught her. She pressed firmly against him, digging her fingers into the soft superfine of his jacket and the firm muscle beneath. This kiss was different than the tentative ones in the library. They weren't learning each other's mouths, but reveling in them, giving, taking, demanding more. His palms skimmed up her body, charting the dip of her midsection, the curve of her spine. She arched into him, helpless. He lifted his hands and cradled her face, as though she were the most precious thing he had ever encountered. But she wanted to rip off her pelisse like a wild thing, have done with clothing altogether, press her naked flesh to his and feel his warmth. Find out what his clever hands would do then, without stays and muslin to stop him. Such thoughts were dangerous, as tempting as his drugging kisses, the heat of his strong body. She would happily spend the rest of Christmas lying in the snow, as long as her hot limbs tangled with his, and he never stopped kissing her. If only for the Yuletide. Louisa broke away from him, panting, her heart rattling in protest. If she didn't stop now, she never would. She searched for something to break the spell. Her gaze fell upon the escritoire he'd arranged for her.
May I touch?
Everything you see is yours. His eyes said he didn't only mean the quills and ink. She ran her fingers over the pristine foolscap, traced the contours of each downy plume, each bottle of ink. She would write many poems here, some about him, and then she'd throw them all into the fire when Christmas was over. I didn't know what you might like. His voice was hesitant, embarrassed. But I brought these from the library. He pulled a basket out from beside the bed and placed it in her lap. It was heavy and felt like books. It even smelt like books when she lifted the lid. Poetry. He'd brought her poetry. Some that she'd not yet read, and some she'd read 1,000 times
and could not wait to do so again. The backs of her eyes stung as she glanced up at him.
Thank you for all of this.
I couldn't find the volume of poetry I really wanted.
His eyes twinkled. She frowned.
Whose?
Yours. He took her hands. You should publish your poems. Truly.
You've never read any,
she reminded him.
They could be horrid.
They're not, he said confidently. And even if they were, why should that change anything? Dreams are meant to be realized. I meant it when I said I could help you.
And I meant it when I said that I would never.
She took off her coat and hung it on the hook next to his.
If my mother saw my name on such a thing.
Why should she have to? His gaze was intense. You would not be the first to take a nom de plume. She stared at him, forced herself to tamp down the flood of happiness threatening to carry her away like the tide. It was a pretty thought, but still not possible.
Even if I wanted to, I couldn't afford it.
She groaned.
All I have is a dowry, which isn't mine at all.
His eyebrows flew skyward. Have you no pin money?
My mother purchases everything. I couldn't even afford.
She gestured wordlessly at the pile of paper and ink.
But it doesn't matter.
He frowned. Why wouldn't it matter?
Secrets never stay secret. My name would get bandied about in some damnable scandal sheet, and suddenly...
His shoulders caved, as though he'd just weathered a punch to the sternum. Louisa touched his arm. She hadn't meant to deflate his optimism, but she hoped he understood how serious the effects of idle gossip could be. It shouldn't matter, he said, but his voice no longer held conviction. You should be able to write and publish whatever you please.
Young ladies should be able to do a lot of things,
she pointed out dryly.
If I prioritized a list, poetry wouldn't make the first page.
The corner of his mouth turned up. What could be more important than poetry?
What about you?
She asked as she eased into the chair before the escritoire. He looked startled. Me?
You've not published a thing, as far as I know.
He was silent for a long moment. It isn't the right time.
Why not?
He pulled over a chair, placed it so he could prop his elbow on the edge of the escritoire and gaze at her. I'm helping my grandfather, he said at last. With the family business. Ah, that explained his disinclination to answer. The Ton's aversion to those who dabbled in trade was unforgiving. That a relative should be so tainted was bad enough. Ewan involving himself personally would destroy his reputation as a gentleman of leisure and dry up a fair percentage of invitations he received to participate in society events.
I think helping your grandfather is lovely, she said, and meant it. Under any circumstances.
Do you? The expression on Ewan's face indicated he was far from convinced. Louisa nodded firmly.
Family is first, no matter what.
I know. Ewan rubbed a hand over his face. Grandfather wants to build a nest egg as quickly as possible. He says he didn't spend sufficient time with his family and doesn't want me to miss out on mine, too.
That's sweet.
She touched his leg.
And a lot of pressure, I imagine.
He inclined his head. Grandfather relies on me. He wants me to live the life he couldn't. Louisa's heart ached. She drew his hands into hers.
I know that feeling all too well, she admitted softly. Sometimes I think my mother wants me to be her rather than myself. But it's not out of selfishness. She wants me to have everything she couldn't have. The best of the best. Only a churl could argue with that.
Only a churl, he muttered, and pushed to his feet. I leave you to your escritoire, Madame Poetess.
Shall I return for you at a specific hour?
I don't want you to return. I want you to stay.
She shook her head.
We shouldn't be seen coming and going together. Besides, if I do start writing, heaven only knows when I'll stop.
Not if. This time his smile reached his eyes. The gold flecks shone with warmth and confidence. You must write. Talent like yours makes the world a better place. She rolled her eyes.
How would my poems affect the world at all if I'm the only one who sees them?
He pressed a hand to his cravat and affected an expression of pure shock. By Zeus! You're right, Miss Harcourt. The only solution is to publish. Before she could toss a plume at him, he was out of the door and gone, leaving Louisa to stare at the tantalizing stack of paper and wonder, what if? Chapter 9. Ewan Reed, churl extraordinaire, spent the rest of his afternoon and evening resentfully flitting from tea-room to billiards-room to the ballroom in search of scandalous morsels with which to fill his journal. It was abominably easy. The revelry was a hotbed of intrigue. When Lady Eloise Bennet threw a cup of mulled wine at her husband, Ewan was actually splashed with droplets. The tit-bit wrote itself, which oddly made doing it all the harder. Grandfather soon would not be able to look after himself. He needed Ewan to persevere, just a little longer. 1 more year. He eased the damnable notebook back next to his heart. Its familiar weight felt like coal fresh from the fire. Why couldn't he have had an ordinary cross to bear, like Luddite riots or uneven whiskers? He had no idea when Louisa had returned from the cabin, but she was now whirling through the steps of a country dance along with half of the party. After a minuet with Derham to start the evening, she had become a dancing partner in high demand. Ewan never danced. All of the best gossip was heard on the fringes. That was why he lurked broodingly in the shadows by the refreshment table. But tonight, he could not tear his gaze from Louisa. She belonged in this world. She was the epitome of polite society. Her soft brown hair was pinned to her head in a profusion of artful ringlets. He knew what it felt like to dip his fingers in that luxurious hair, to cradle her head and crush his mouth to hers. He knew the curve of her spine, the flare of her hips. Not as intimately as he'd like, but his palms could feel those soft curves even now. The heat of her flesh and weight of her breasts had imprinted on him even through their clothes. But she would never be his. He did not deserve her. When Ewan had confessed his lowly connections to trade, she had found it sweet. Would that it was so. Oh, why did he long to impress her so much? They were friends, but temporary ones at best. She'd been clear that their association ended along with the festivities after 12th night. If he could not keep her, what did it matter what she thought of him? Because he wanted to have all of her, if only for a fortnight. He and Louisa were the same in many ways.
I know what duty to family feels like, she'd said,
and he believed her. He also knew the exquisite torture of wanting to write, yearning to publish something of actual value, and knowing it could never be. His blossoming friendship with Louisa felt like Christmas. Who could ask for a better gift than her kisses? He had an entire fortnight of the sweet warmth of Louisa's embrace, and an opportunity to atone for past mistakes. This time he wouldn't let her down.
I hope my Portia brings Lord Cleethorpes up to scratch,
came the quavery voice of Mrs. Phelps from the direction of the ratafia bowl. Ewan let out a long breath. Enough moon carving. He was here to work. He brooded closer, sending his poetic, unfocused gaze in the direction of the parquet, and keeping to the shadows in order to remain unnoticed.
How about your Louisa? Prodded Mrs. Phelps. Louisa, came an arch, cultured voice, is acquitting herself splendidly.
Ewan froze. He didn't need to look. That voice was Lady Harcourt, Louisa's mother.
Oh, said her friend. I didn't think she had ever managed a suitor. Who is interested in her?
Perhaps friend was too strong a word.
I am not one to gossip, Lady Harcourt responded, in a tone that indicated gossip was imminent. But I shouldn't be surprised if there's a dukedom or a marquisate in her future. She might have her choice of 2 suitors.
Ewan's blood drained.
You don't mean...
Mrs. Phelps breathed.
But how?
Lady Harcourt whispered back.
Paxborough will be Marquis one day. Haven't you noticed him slaver over Louisa every time that poet shows her any attention? If she keeps that up, Derham will beg for her hand. They're both jealous of the poet. God knows why. That spoilt lad, Paxborough, will whisk her over his shoulder in a jealous fit, more like.
Lady Harcourt's laugh was calculating.
I'd prefer Derham, but either will do.
Ewan was a fool. No wonder Louisa hadn't blinked when he'd mentioned his connections to trade. She didn't want to be friends. Even the kisses were likely calculated to keep him on the hook. He needed to appear interested in order for her to ensnare the lord, or lords, she really wanted. He was a means to an end. Not anymore. The moment the country dance ended, he stalked across the parquet to where Louisa stood smiling with friends. Her smile dimmed slightly when he stepped into her path.
I'm sorry. She made an apologetic expression. My dance card is full this evening.
Ewan bet it was. He had only a few minutes before the musicians would take up their instruments again. Louisa's partner would come to claim her. Ewan had no intention of being present when it happened. I hear congratulations are in order. Each controlled syllable was cold as ice. She frowned.
For what?
Rumour has it, a future dukedom. Thanks to Derham's irrational jealousy of a poetic gudgeon. Or is it Paxborough's marquisate you prefer? Louisa closed her eyes and grimaced.
Mother.
He had not realised how badly he wanted her to deny the charge, to look deep into his eyes and swear that she had been thinking only of Ewan when she kissed him. But she did not. I, he growled, shall not be your pawn. Her eyes flew open, and the pained expression proved all his fears true.
We cannot talk about this here, she whispered. I must go. I am promised to a waltz.
Ewan's heart flung itself against his ribs. She was promised to more than a waltz. She was all but promised to a viscount. He was as disposable as a broadsheet. Being used as a pawn shouldn't sting. It wasn't even a surprise. She'd always planned to walk away at the end of the fortnight. Now he knew why. Chapter 10. Praying unsuccessfully for sleep, Louisa tossed in her lavish canopy bed until dawn. She'd thrown herself in Ewan's arms, kissed him until she was giddy, and failed to mention she intended to marry someone else. She'd wounded him, which was the last thing she wanted. She liked him more than either of her suitors, and couldn't have him. After he'd spent all day setting up a private poetry retreat for her, just because he knew she would like it, she'd slunk away in shame. There had to be some way to put things to rights. He didn't come down to breakfast. She was the first one there, and would have been the last one to leave had her mother not appeared. Louisa did not want Ewan to walk into the dining room and think Louisa and her mother were cooking up more schemes. She rose to her feet as her mother made her way toward her. The Baroness raised her brows.
You didn't eat your toast.
Louisa had eaten loaves of toast. That was her 4th plate. She hoped never to see toast again. Her mother sighed as if put upon.
Why the black look, darling?
Louisa turned to face her.
Mr. Reed heard you last night, she hissed.
Mother's brow lined in confusion.
Heard me what? Oh, I don't know. Brag about using him to trap a viscount?
Her mother had the grace to colour.
It doesn't matter, she said. He's no one. You don't need him and are better off without him. He's someone, Louisa countered. He's a poet and a grandson and a person.
Mother rubbed her face.
What is it you want me to do?
Louisa's stomach tightened. Turn back time wasn't an answer. But maybe there was something else they could do for him, in the same spirit in which he'd tried to help her.
Become a patroness of the arts.
Mother blinked. What? Louisa pressed on, gaining confidence in her idea.
It can be anonymous. A donation to a publishing house, which can only be used to publish Mr. Reed's poetry.
How will that make him forgive you?
It won't. He'll not even know it was us.
Then what is the point?
Selflessness is the point. Being kind. Being grateful.
Mother's nose wrinkled.
What has he done for you to be grateful about?
Louisa pressed her lips together. If Mother knew about the cabin, she'd forbid Louisa from going and have Greystoke bar the door and windows. She arched a brow.
You wish your daughter to be a respectable lady one day, do you not? Are you bribing your own mother? Is manipulation only acceptable behaviour when you do it?
They stared at each other for a long moment.
This infatuation will go nowhere,
Mother said at last, a hint of sympathy in her eyes.
You cannot have Mr. Reed.
Louisa's spine sagged.
I know.
Gossip columns already send you into a panic. Can you imagine the scandal if you refused Derham or Paxborough?
I know,
Louisa repeated through clenched teeth. If it weren't for scandal sheets, she would have married years ago. She'd had suitors. And then came the gossip column. A certain Miss L.H. was less desirable than the watered-down lemonade at Almack's, it had claimed. Worst of all, it was almost true. How many peers had stood up with her at that esteemed institution? None. How many routs and soirees did long-suffering Lady H drag her daughter to in desperation? All of them. Who were the only men that glanced her way? Social climbers and fortune hunters. There was nothing else to recommend her. After that column, and two more like it, the one gentleman interested in Louisa had ceased looking in her direction if she was in the same room. She became a laughingstock, the Ton's youngest spinster. Asking her to dance was an act of boredom or pity. Asking for her hand, unthinkable. Gossip had ruined her life. Louisa would not go through a nightmare like that again. There was only one path forward. I won't be a patroness, Mother said. My funds are meant for something important. You, darling. Gritting her teeth, Louisa walked out of the door without further argument. Despite all his friends, Ewan seemed just as lonely as she was. She couldn't bear to fight with him. She found him in the conservatory, wandering amongst the greenery. When he saw her, his expression turned wary. I'm sorry, she said, before any other words could get in the way. I never wanted to use you, and I definitely did not wish to harm you. I should have been honest from the beginning. That is my fault. I apologize. A muscle worked in his jaw. She forced herself to continue. Here's the truth. Greystoke has given his blessing to Derham and me. Paxborough has indicated willingness to marry me. But no firm proposal has been made by either man. I am not promised to anyone. I haven't decided what I'll do. If you want me to leave you alone, I will. If you wish to shout at me, I will listen.
And if you wish to be friends.
She pushed a small, leather-bound book into his hand before her fear could talk her out of it.
Then begin with that.
He stared at the well-worn volume. What is this?
My poetry.
Her true self. His startled gaze met hers. Do you want me to read it?
No, yes.
She picked at her gown.
I don't know. I've never revealed myself like this before. But there's no one I'd trust with my poems more than you.
He closed his eyes as if in pain, then ran his fingers over the embossed cover. L was all it said. Could be Louisa. Could be love. Could be,
let me curl up in a corner and die of mortification before you even open to the first page.
Do you want me to read them in front of you?
No,
she croaked, the word scraping from her dry throat so fast, it seemed her soul exited with it.
Please do not.
He nodded and placed her most private, secret journal inside an interior coat pocket, well out of Louisa's sight. She had to restrain herself from reaching out to take it back. I owe you an apology, he said. She blinked.
You do?
Several of them. But at the moment, I can give only one. He shoved his hands behind his back. I know what it's like to have to be forced to do something you'd rather not, especially when it hurts someone else. I apologize. I'm in no position to judge. You didn't tell me about Derham or Paxborough. I took liberties without intending marriage. I have no claim on you, and I'm sorry. I do value our time together.
I love the poetry cabin, she said softly. I wrote the last poem in my book, seated at the escritoire you arranged for me, inspired by the liberties you took.
He brightened. Is it a lewd poem? She lifted her shoulder.
I suppose it depends upon your definition of lewd.
Dear God above. Ewan tilted his face heavenward as if in supplication. Please let it meet everyone's definition of lewd. A smile tugged at her lips.
Then, we're still friends.
Is that what you want?
I wouldn't mind being kissing friends.
His eyes glinted. I would be amenable to that. And more. Be your lewdest. She just wanted to be herself. Did she dare?
I suffer an itchy nose when I'm doing something I'd rather not. Last night, I spent an entire waltz trying not to sneeze into Derham's cravat. When I'm with you, the only thing I want to do with your cravat is take it off.
Her cheeks burned. Was that too lewd? His thumb brushed her cheek. Then it is fortunate we are in a public conservatory and not in a private poetry cabin. For I would be inclined to let you take off any garment of mine that you please. He was teasing, wasn't he? Louisa's entire body was overwarm. She'd never actually remove his cravat, or anything else. Would she? Yes. She was about to play a lead role in her mother's cautionary tale, the heiress who was only chosen for her dowry. This was her chance to know what it felt like to be desired for who she really was, not for what monetary benefit she could provide. To be appreciated as a person, not a purse. This was also Louisa's opportunity to experience passion, even if it was never more than kisses. There were separate activities for young ladies and the older generation, planned throughout each day, giving Louisa large blocks of time when her mother would not be looking for her. She was used to wandering off to write or to think, usually in the library or a quiet corner in an empty parlour. This time, it would be even better. Whenever her mother and the other guests were busy with the various planned activities, Louisa would cloak herself in her maid's plainest pelisse and disappear to the cabin to write, and to be with Ewan. Her voice was surprisingly steady.
Meet me in the cabin whenever you can slip away unseen?
Ewan's eyes were pools of heat. I wouldn't miss it. Chapter 11. Ewan sat at the cabin's rough-hewn table, penning a detailed letter to his grandfather. Louisa was at the escritoire, lost in a new poem. It had only been like this for a handful of days, yet Ewan had never felt more comfortable. He thought of this hardback chair as his, and the cabin, this sanctuary, was theirs. It felt like the home they could have had if they weren't saddled with other responsibilities. Sometimes they wrote for hours without a single spoken word. Other times, they lay head to toe on the narrow bed, heads resting on laced fingers, and talked about anything and everything that came to mind. Despite their increasingly inappropriate banter, they didn't indulge in anything more licentious than stolen kisses. Yet spending every spare moment together in their cozy secret home was more intimate than any embrace. Louisa knew Ewan in a way no one else ever had. A week might not sound like much time, but what was the typical Ton courtship? A few sets of 20-minute country dances in which partners changed constantly, a well-chaperoned jaunt or two in a public park, perhaps supper at a crowded dinner party, and then a stilted tea under the watchful eye of the young lady's mother. A gentleman of means could court the object of his affection for the length of an entire season and not spend half as much time with her as Ewan and Louisa had in a single day. They were as comfortable as an old married couple. Walking away from her was going to be torture. Louisa crumpled up a bit of foolscap and hurled it into the fire.
I believe I'll recline on the thinking couch for a moment.
The thinking couch was the bed. It seemed safer not to call it one. They'd been using it in lieu of a sofa, because there was no other furniture in the small cabin apart from the table and escritoire. Do you want me to join you? He asked. She always said yes, but he inquired anyway. If she wanted to be alone, in as much as was possible in a single-room cabin, he'd give that to her. He suspected he'd give her the world if he could.
Yes, come.
She scooted closer to the knotted wooden wall and patted the newly unoccupied space beside her.
Lie up here, with me.
Not head to toe, then. That had been another prudent measure, in theory, anyway. Ewan liked Louisa's toes and ankles just as much as every other part of her. This time, they lay shoulder to shoulder. There wasn't quite enough room, so he propped himself on his side and tucked a stray curl behind her ear. Poem not going well?
Perhaps I just wished to see if I could entice you into bed.
Always a pleasure. He touched her cheek. Do you ever wish this cabin was really ours? He knew it wasn't any more possible for him than it was for her, but it had become his favorite dream. What if we belonged here? We could spend our days doing nothing but writing and talking. She arched a brow.
No kissing?
I thought that bit went without saying. He kissed her on the tip of her nose to prove it. Her eyes sparkled, then dimmed.
Mother would disown me.
Partly true. All of society would disapprove.
It's more than mother, though.
Louisa glanced away.
I have a responsibility to my future children.
To choose the best, which wasn't Ewan.
I finally have an opportunity to marry well.
She swallowed.
When those dreadful scandal columns ruined my season, they destroyed my chances for a good marriage. Until now.
Ewan's stomach churned with conflicting emotions. Guilt for having had an outsized impact on her life. Sorrow that he'd hurt her. Anger at himself and society for letting an anonymous opinion carry so much weight. Shame, because spreading gossip about others was the only way he and his grandfather could put food on the table. Fear that one day she might find out. And a horrible flash of gratefulness that his column had ruined everything. Because if it hadn't, She wouldn't be here now, with him. She'd be married to another man already. He claimed her mouth without warning, infused each kiss with the apologies he couldn't say aloud, the shared future they'd never have. He kissed her as if she were the most splendid thing that had ever happened to him, and life would be meaningless without her in it. Some things were better unsaid, even if she had read the truth in his embrace.
I would be content to live as a poetess in a humble cottage, far from polite society's gaze.
Her eyes met his.
But I can't.
I don't think you'd be relegated to a humble anything, or be far from anyone's mind, once they've seen your work. Have you read your poetry? I've told you before that it's brilliant. You're brilliant. They'd forget about Byron and Coleridge and Wordsworth once they had a volume by Louisa Harcourt on their shelves.
Or my nom de plume, Anne Smith?
Or Anne Smith, he agreed. The most popular and revered Anne Smith who ever existed. You won't even be able to write poetry anymore, what with all of the balls and parties you'll be invited to.
If I went, they'd notice I wasn't Anne Smith,
she pointed out. How they'll gasp and clutch their hands to their bosoms, even the earls and footmen. Can you believe Anne Smith was Louisa Harcourt all along? They'll cry. Then spend all day in long queues just to beg you to sign both names in their cherished first edition copies. The corners of Louisa's mouth twitched.
And what will you be doing?
Arranging for more copies to be printed, of course. Once you publish, there will never be enough in stock to go around. People will have you autograph handkerchiefs and cravats and the faces of small children.
Won't the nib scratch their tender skin?
Leaving lasting proof of their brush with greatness. Ewan leaned forward. You could start by publishing one poem, see what kind of reaction it stirs. She gazed at him for a long moment, her eyes wondering.
I believe you want this as much as I do.
Ewan wanted it because she wanted it, because Louisa was talented and deserved every bit of success that could one day be hers, if only she would let it. He would happily be her friend, her lover, her publisher. The family business, he began, then stopped. His family business, what? Was the same newspaper that had printed the gossip column that had cost Louisa a suitor and her chance at a successful season? He could publish her poems, would love to publish her poems, but she'd probably rather set the printing press on fire once she learned the truth. She raised her brows with interest, perfectly game to accept what must seem an abrupt change in topic.
Your grandfather's business?
I have ideas to make it better, he finished. But grandfather is a traditionalist, and my improvements would earn less revenue. Her nose wrinkled in sympathy.
I wish maximizing income and land and status needn't trump all other concerns.
Or that status wasn't determined by the patronesses of Almack's, he said dryly. She made a face.
Would you believe that they didn't renew my voucher after the first few gossip columns?
Ewan's stomach soured, his neck heated. I didn't know, he wanted to yell. I didn't know you, and I didn't know the power of my own words. He had to stop. The thought of disappointing his grandfather, who had sacrificed everything for Ewan, made him want to vomit. But so did casually ruining lives by repeating frivolous gossip. But if Ewan stopped collecting salacious scandals, the newspaper would barely bring in more money than it cost to print. Grandfather might retire eventually, but Ewan would not even have time to sleep. He'd be utterly exhausted every minute of every day. Still, he'd be able to meet his own eyes in the looking-glass.
What's wrong?
She asked. Nothing could ever be wrong when I'm with you. He pulled her into his arms, needing her familiar heat, the lush pillow of her breasts, the scent of lavender. She kissed him before he could kiss her. Everything else fell away but the warmth of her soft body and the drugging spice of her kisses. She was everything he could ever want, everything he hadn't known he needed. He'd thought connections like these were impossible. Yet, she not only existed out there somewhere, he'd found her. She was right here at his side, in their bed, in his arms. When Louisa tugged off his cravat, Ewan didn't stop her. They had no future, but he was base enough to take whatever she was willing to give. It would have to sustain him for a life without her. He kissed the curve of her neck, her shoulder, her bosom. He didn't want to lose her any sooner than he had to. Couldn't bear to contemplate the inevitable moment when the fantasy would end. With luck, they would walk away before she found out the truth. Chapter 12. 'Twas the eve before 12th night, and all through the ducal estate. Ewan wanted nothing more than to be by Louisa's side. She was waiting for him in the cabin whilst the other young ladies were engaged elsewhere. He was almost to the rear exit when— "I have seen little of you this fortnight." Viscount Derham stopped directly in Ewan's path, a riding whip in one hand. "Been off scribbling rhymes, have you?" Ewan glared at him, then remembered he'd been off kissing Derham's potential betrothed, kissing her mouth, her throat, her breasts, albeit through her gowns. Several times he had barely stopped himself from pulling down her bodice. Ewan cleared his throat. "What have you been doing?" "Taking a dressing down from my uncle." Derham rolled his eyes. "It seems I haven't proposed marriage fast enough to the chit he's picked out for me. I can't find her, for one. I've not glimpsed her this past week. I suppose it doesn't matter, since we'll be seeing each other for the rest of our lives." Ewan's chest tightened. "You're going to propose?" "I suspect she's no more eager than I am, though I cannot fathom why. She won't do better than me, that's for certain. Well, she could have Paxborough." Derham swung his riding whip over his shoulder. "Of course, he'll have his lovers." "Lovers?" Ewan growled in warning. "Do you think it hedonistic to have several?" Derham asked with amusement. "There are too many to choose from," he says. "After the requisite heir and spare, one needn't waste time with one's wife." Ewan no longer felt like a cad for kissing Louisa. He felt like a prize boxer at Gentleman Jackson's, with Paxborough's arrogant face ripe for the punching. The woman Ewan loved deserved the life she wished, and she shouldn't need to wed a scoundrel to have it. Wait. He loved Louisa. A strange warmth filled his bones and set his heart beating faster. He pushed past Derham without responding. "Where are you going?" the Viscount called in surprise. Ewan held his notebook aloft and walked faster. Love. He was in love. Ewan didn't need a dressing down by his grandfather to know Louisa was the woman with whom he wished to spend the rest of his life. The challenge was how to make it happen. The revelry had only one day left. He'd beg for her hand in the morning. That would give him the evening to dream up the best speech, give her a chance to eat a few eggs and kippers. The last thing he wished was for her to be short-tempered with hunger, while he was trying to explain why a commoner who loved her was better than a lord who did not. It might not be possible, but he wouldn't walk away from what they had without fighting to keep it. Some battles could be won, if at great cost. Just that morning, Grandfather had acknowledged Ewan's latest request to discontinue the gossip section. They could estimate the lost subscribers when Ewan returned home. He detoured through the conservatory to gather a few flowers for Louisa. He didn't snip the stems. Instead, he replanted the roots in a ceramic pot lying against a wall. It was perhaps not the cleanest metaphor, but he was not the poet. Louisa was. She'd understand that he didn't want their bond to wither and die in a few days' time, but rather to grow, to flourish, to bloom. He hoped. When he entered the cabin, her head was bent over a pile of foolscap, her plume flying across the page as if it could not keep time with the speed of her thoughts. In silence, Ewan placed his offering on the table. He slid into the hard wooden chair to watch the woman he loved creating beauty from her imagination. When at last she set down her quill, she turned toward Ewan with a joyful grin.
Sometimes I stare at each blank page in despair, as though its emptiness has robbed all thought from me. Other times, words spring forth too fast to grasp all at once.
Her gaze slid to the ceramic pot, and her cheeks turned pink with pleasure.
Speaking of springing forth,
she hurried to the flowers and dropped her face to breathe in their sweet scent.
These are beautiful.
Not as beautiful as you. Was true, but trite, so Ewan settled for leaping to his feet, pulling her into his arms, and kissing her until they were both breathless. You should publish them. He kissed the corner of her mouth.
The flowers?
Your poems. She stepped out of his reach, took the other hard wooden chair on the opposite side of the small table. The flowers blocked his view of her face.
I told you.
I apologize. He pushed the flower pot to one side so she could see he meant it. Good intentions are no excuse. Pressuring you to publish against your will is no better than what my grandfather does to me, or your mother to you. She ran her finger across the veiny green leaves for a long moment before lifting her gaze to his.
I do want to publish my poems,
she said, her voice quiet.
I don't see how I can. Even if I took a pseudonym, I haven't the funds to pay a publisher. And I lack the courage to release a book into the world.
He hesitated. Do you want ideas? She wrinkled her nose, then nodded. What if it was just one poem? And free? He took a deep breath. My grandfather's business is a newspaper. It felt like admitting to treason. Shame seeped into his bones. She didn't know about his sordid history. Their scandal columns would close, but the mere thought of the family newspaper still felt like betrayal. He would have to tell her the truth eventually. What if he could solve Louise's problems rather than cause them? What if he could make it be a force of good rather than evil? Grandfather's newspaper has not been as respectable as I'd like, Ewan hedged. I once wished it were more like the Morning Chronicle. Now I'd prefer to deal exclusively with the creative arts. It currently contains nothing of the sort. But if you're brave enough to start with just one poem, so can we.
A newspaper dedicated to the arts? What a lovely idea. You'd publish, what, a dozen poems every week? A short story or two?
12 pages of content. The idea was coming into focus. Poems, short stories, serializations, interviews with actors, dancers, and musicians, reviews of their performances, notices of upcoming plays and art showings, painters seeking patrons and patrons seeking painters, sculptors for hire, tutors for children, models for classes, stained glass makers, architects who... He trailed off. She was staring at him as if awestruck.
You've thought about this?
Yes, he admitted. Imagining what he would do with his nest egg had kept him sane during the dark days he'd spent collecting gossip. Without the scandal columns, there would be no nest egg, but he could still do something worthwhile.
I think it's beautiful,
Louisa said.
You should do it.
It's not my paper. Grandfather was not pleased by Ewan's financially unsound decision to strike gossip from their broadsheet. But they would have to fill the space with something else. Grandfather wanted news of boxing matches and chicken fights and duels. Ewan would rather see poetry. Words that would bring light into the world, rather than reflect its darkness.
Your grandfather won't let you, Louisa said in surprise.
I can do as I please when I inherit, or when I've saved enough for him to retire without fear I'll run the paper into the ground. Until then, he shrugged.
If I had money of my own, I'd be a founding patroness to your Journal of the Arts.
If you had money of your own, I hope you'd spend it on yourself and your poetry.
Why not both?
She laced her fingers with his.
If we're dreaming, let's dream.
He squeezed her hand. The past 2 weeks had felt like a dream. Ewan loved when he was with Louisa, loved being together, loved being himself, loved her. He hoped she could love him, for himself, his new self. He was no longer a peddler of gossip. The scandal columns would soon be gone. But if he wanted a clean slate going forward, he'd have to give up his double life, abandon the myth of the smouldering poet. But first, he would have to think of some way to ease off the mask without causing more scandal himself, once he was exposed as an imposter. Tomorrow, he would come up with a plan that would solve all of the open threads, and he'd ask Louisa to marry him. For now, he pulled her to her feet and into a slow, silent waltz, an embrace to make up for all of the dances he'd been forced to watch from afar, never joining in. None of those missed dances meant a thing. Only here, now, with Louisa. Dancing with you is a dream come true. He gazed down into her beautiful eyes. Do you have a Christmas wish I could grant? Chapter 13. What did Louisa want more than anything? Ewan. Dare she have him? She reached behind her neck and unclasped her mother's locket. It symbolized giving up dreams for duty. But Louisa still had one night left. She set the locket next to the ceramic pot and let the delicate gold chain spill to the scarred table. There would be no miniature of her time with Ewan to hang about her neck. All she would have was the memory of what it had felt like to be free, to be herself, to be joyful here with him. She would savor every moment. She wrapped her arms about his neck and kissed him. His embrace should be familiar by now, but was still as thrilling as the first time. He cradled her head as he kissed her. She would never tire of being treated as if she was strong, yet precious, both admired and desired. Her chance for passion, her opportunity to feel wanted and cherished, was now. She adored Ewan's kisses, but kisses weren't enough. Not today. They needed to make their last night together count, a memory strong enough to cocoon inside when the rest of the world was inescapable. They stumbled to the bed without breaking their kiss. This was what kisses should be, passionate, diverting. When the mattress hit the back of Louisa's knees, they tumbled backward atop the blanket and smiled at each other, shy and bold at the same time. Her only regret was that the night couldn't last forever. Have I mentioned how beautiful you are? Ewan murmured as he trailed kisses from the curve of her jaw to the shell of her ear. She shook her head.
Not since you whispered it in the corridor after breakfast.
An unforgivable oversight. Now his kisses descended the curve of her neck, then traced a shiver-inducing path along the seam where her bodice met her bosom. Have I told you? You're the cleverest poet in England.
Don't need to tell me,
she gasped, as his teeth gently lowered the delicate linen, and he took her bare breast into his mouth.
I'm the cleverest.
She gave up trying to talk and surrendered to sensation. Every part of him was magic, his hands, his mouth, his tongue. She was helpless to resist the pull of arousal and the promise of impending bliss. But this time, she would not be content with him pleasing her as best they could, whilst swathed in winter clothes. This was her chance to see him properly, to know him in every way, to not just bear themselves to each other, but to give themselves to each other completely. She rolled onto her stomach. He pressed a kiss to the nape of her neck. "Has your bosom tired of my kisses?"
Never.
She gestured to her spine.
"It tires of this gown. Would you be a gentleman and kindly divest me of it?"
His hands froze.
"Are you sure, Louisa?"
"Yes."
His voice was hoarse.
"I thought you'd never ask."
Louisa had never shed a gown so slowly in her life. With every freshly released button, Ewan bared another inch and pressed a kiss to the newly revealed space. A delicious torture that made her want to rend the fabric herself, were she not a puddle of sensation, incapable of doing anything that would interrupt his tantalizing progress. When at last the final button was undone, she pushed off the gown, flung off her stays with trembling fingers, then rose to her knees. She yanked her shift over her head and tossed it to the floor. She should feel naked and exposed. She wore nothing now, save for silk stockings, tied above the knees with pink ribbons. But all she felt was eager. She reached for Ewan's cravat and fumbled it free from his neck, her heart pounding.
"Are you absolutely certain?"
His gaze was serious, his gold-flecked brown eyes dark with passion. She nodded.
"Very certain."
When she reached for his jacket, he did the honours himself, tossing his discarded clothing atop hers with a swiftness she had never dreamed possible. Everything about his body was magnificent, big and hard and strong. She expected him to cover her, to join their bodies together at once. Instead, he lifted one of her feet as though to massage the tension away, as he had done a dozen times before. This time, he did no such thing. He lowered his body and pressed a soft, worshipful kiss to the tender flesh where the arch of her foot met her inner ankle. Slowly, tortuously, his kisses marched higher. He tasted her flesh as if savouring it, as though he were mapping every dip and curve with the heat of his mouth and the rasp of his tongue, devouring her bite by bite until she shivered in want, anticipating each new kiss and dreading its loss until his lips touched her flesh anew. When he reached the top of her thigh, he did not continue higher to her breasts, as her straining nipples had hoped, but instead followed the sensitive crease with his tongue to the juncture between her legs, where her body pulsed with heat and wanting. Her breath caught, her pulse flew. He buried his face right where she wanted him most, and she arched into him, gasping. She had not known this pleasure existed. It was buoyant, overwhelming. Her head lolled backward to the pillow. His palms skated higher, reaching the breasts that had longed for his touch, their peaks hard and eager beneath his talented fingers, while his tongue worked its magic between her legs. The pressure was building too fast, the maelstrom too much to contain. Her legs tightened about his shoulders, and she convulsed against him, stuttering wordlessly as the apex took her. Only then did he fit his body to hers, slowly, carefully. Her body was boneless, sated, and yet hungry for more. The strange new invasion excited her as much as his tongue on her breasts, her nipples.
"I won't spill inside of you,"
he murmured. She nodded her agreement and wrapped her legs about him.
"I'm ready."
His shaft nudged at her core.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered, then jutted his hips. There was a brief stab of pain, quickly replaced by fullness and pleasure. Her hips rose to meet him as he surged within her. First, as gentle and relentless as the tide, then faster, harder, to match the quickening of her pulse and the strange little sounds coming from her throat. Nothing had ever felt more right. The heat of his kisses, his slick strokes within her, marking her, claiming her, taking her as high as she could soar, his strong arms holding her tight all the while. Was it any wonder she loved him? The muscles at her core spasmed at the realization. Love. That was why they fit perfectly together, why his breath felt like hers, his racing pulse her own. Their hearts were as entwined as their bodies. She wanted it all, wanted him forever, no matter what it cost. Chapter 14. When Louisa awoke, night had fallen. She bolted upright in alarm. Nightfall meant supper time. Mother was used to Louisa sneaking off to write, but if she wasn't seated at her place at the table with the others, Mother would send a search party to find her. That would be a disaster. Careful not to wake Ewan, Louisa slid from the bed. She added more wood to the fire so that he would not be chilled when he awoke. Her heart gave an extra kick as she gazed over at him on the bed. Ewan had given her more than the freedom to write her poetry. His unflagging encouragement gave her confidence and restored her faith in her talents. He made her feel proud of herself. She had never felt anything like that before. With him, she didn't have to hide. She forced herself to turn away in search of her clothes. Smiling, she sifted through the pile of clothes in search of her shift and stays. Of course, hers were on the bottom. There went Ewan's trousers, his linen shirt, his waistcoat, his jacket. A small book fell from somewhere inside the jacket and landed pages down atop Louisa's shift. His poetry notebook. She wouldn't snoop, Louisa told herself firmly. She would turn it over, smooth out any bent pages, and place it back on the pile of clothes. But when she turned over the small book, she could not help but recognize her own name, right in the middle of a page. Had he written a poem about her? She'd written several about him, but that did not give her leave to pry. She would just smooth out the wrinkles and... Hers wasn't the only name. There was her mother's name, and Derham's, and Lady Cressida, and the rest of the guests. Lady Harcourt, proud, hovers over Louisa. Mrs. Phelps wants Cleethorpe for daughter. Lord Cleethorpe, more interested in cards than courtship. Lady Stephen, hunting lodge. Paxborough, 2 lovers. More, after wed. She turned the pages too fast to read the hurtful comments, but methodically enough to realize there was no poetry on any of the pages, just gossip. It was as though he'd been writing the world's most comprehensive scandal sheet. She jerked her gaze toward Ewan. He was awake, his face ashen. She held up the notebook, her knuckles white and trembling. What is this? Notes, he admitted. I'm not going to use them. I told you, I didn't agree with the content in my grandfather's newspaper. Don't agree is a far cry from, I write it myself. Her voice was shaking. Her whole body was shaking. What newspaper? Louisa. What newspaper? He told her. Her heart dropped. Of course. It was the one whose scandal columns had damned her to a life of loneliness and mockery. The column that compared her to Almac's insipid lemonade and led to her being denied a voucher. The column responsible for the loss of a young man whom she might one day have wed. All due to gossip he had spread. The book fell from her hand. She could no longer bear to touch it, no longer bear to look at him or to think about what they'd done. She snatched her linen shift up from the floor.
I suppose I ought to leave you alone, so you can add this little interlude to your book as well.
Louisa, no, I would never.
I'm supposed to believe you would never.
She yanked her stays about her ribs. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. She held up her hand in warning.
If you come near me, I'll scream.
Everything was a lie. He wasn't a kind-hearted fellow poet. He was a blackguard who had spent years mocking the world Louisa belonged to, mocking her in specific. Ewan wasn't her soulmate. He was her nightmare. His eyes pleaded with her. I'm not going to write the column anymore.
Aren't you?
She kicked the notebook across the room.
There's an entire novel's worth about people at the revelry alone. When am I supposed to believe you stopped? This morning over tea?
It was not well done of me, he admitted. And I regret. She scoffed in disbelief as she tugged her gown over her stays.
Not well done? How many lives have you ruined?
It's reprehensible, he said. I don't blame you for being angry. You should be angry. I'm angry at myself. But that doesn't mean our relationship isn't real. She shoved her arms into her pelisse and glared at him.
Nothing we had was real.
His eyes were bright. I'm a blackguard. I admit it. But all you wanted from me was a diverting fortnight, remember? I'm a worse cad than you thought. But I was never good enough for you anyway. This whole time, you've been planning on marrying Paxborough or Derham, not me. We both know that.
You've no idea what I intended to do.
Her voice was cold and empty.
We don't know each other at all.
You do know me. He scrambled from the bed and scooped up the notebook. Here's a passage about the sweet scent of your hair. He turned the page. And here, I try to convey the joy of watching you write. And here, did you see this one? He held the pages out as if begging her to read them.
Do you really think a platitude or two makes up for destroying lives?
Without waiting for an answer, she stalked out of the cabin and into the bitter gusts of winter, heedless of the icy snow whipping against her cheeks. She closed her fingers about the gold locket in her pocket. Ewan wasn't the only one capable of destroying lives. Louisa had managed to ruin her own, all by herself. The heavy door slammed shut with a hollow thunk Ewan felt deep into his bones. He hurled his notebook across the room, then slumped onto the edge of the bed and dropped his face into his hands. Had he ever believed he could find a way to explain his actions, that Louisa might accept his hand in marriage? Instead, he'd hurt her terribly. Again. He fell backward onto the bed and covered his face with a pillow. Ewan was worse than the people he'd spread rumours about. Greystoke didn't hide who he was. Lady Harcourt didn't hide who she was. Paxborough didn't hide who he was. Ewan was the derisible one, not the society bucks whose egocentric antics he'd gossiped about. His duplicity had cost him the woman he loved. Chapter 15. Louisa did not attend supper. Her face was too splotchy, and her stomach churned too acidly to even contemplate being on display to the rest of the party. She could ring for her maid, but she didn't want anyone looking at her. Not like this, with her gown crooked and her hair dishevelled and cheeks streaked with tears. Breath shaky, she returned her outerwear to her wardrobe and exchanged her gown and shift for a linen night rail. She climbed up into the canopy bed where she could close each velvet panel tight and hide away from the rest of the world. In Ewan, she'd thought she had found a spiritual kindred. She'd been wrong. Perhaps there was no such thing as a kindred. Perhaps she was destined to be lonely, no matter what title she bore or what house she kept. Perhaps she should have taken her mother's advice from the start. Her door creaked open, then shut. Louisa froze in the darkness of her bed. It wasn't her lady's maid. Servants always knocked, unless they had been summoned.
It wasn't Ewan, was it? Her heart banged. He knew which guest chamber was hers. He stood outside of it whilst she fetched her pelisse and bonnet before their first trip to the cabin. Surely he wouldn't barge in uninvited. There was nothing she wanted to hear, nothing she wanted to say. Louisa didn't even want to feel any more. The velvet panels swung open. It wasn't Ewan. It was her mother, looking as fierce as a Viking warrioress at the thought that something untoward had occurred to her daughter. Louisa burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's arms. "What is it?" Her mother held her tight, one hand stroking Louisa's hair. "What happened? Did someone—"
"I did this to me,"
she choked out.
"I trusted someone I should not have."
Her mother wiped the tears from Louisa's cheeks. "I will drag whoever has hurt you to Tyburn Tree and tie the rope myself."
"He gave me everything I desired,"
she said softly, resting her forehead against her mother's shoulder.
"He said I was talented. He gave me a cabin, surrounded by nature, with a perfect little escritoire inside, and fresh ink to write with."
Her mother's hand stilled in her hair. "And what did you give him?" Louisa didn't answer. "Oh, darling," Mother said with a sigh, and then, "No one knows, I hope." Louisa let out a humorless chuckle.
"He's the very gossip columnist who ruined my chances for a successful season years ago."
Mother gripped her by both shoulders, forcing Louisa to meet her eyes.
"What?" "Don't worry," Louisa said sarcastically. "He tells me that he doesn't plan to spread gossip any longer."
"Tyburn is too good for this knave." Her mother's eyes flashed with pure rage. "I'd be delighted to turn our wine cellar into a dungeon."
"I don't want him tortured."
Louisa swallowed hard.
"I love him."
"Oh, darling," her mother said again, her eyes brimming with sympathy. "We do as we must. There is still time." Louisa's hands trembled.
"You still want me to?"
"What choice have you got?" Her mother brushed damp wisps of hair from Louisa's face. "Paxborough need never know. With him, you have some leverage. If he doesn't give up his debauchery—"
"Lovers. Plural,"
Louisa bit out.
"And I have it on good authority that he is the kind of man to keep them after we marry."
"Then such behaviour cancels a single indiscretion that occurred before Paxborough had the good sense to ask for your hand." Mother gripped Louisa's shoulders. "You can't say no, darling. Rejecting a wealthy heir will have dire consequences. This is your only chance to control which story is told."
"All right,"
Louisa said hollowly.
"If anyone asks for my hand tomorrow, I'll accept."
It would be a terrible, loveless match, but an honest one. Paxborough drank too much. He was as interested in her as a potted plant was in visiting the moon. And in return, she'd have all of the wealth and privilege a lady could want. Huzzah!
"No,"
she said with a gasp, then louder, firmer.
"No, I can't do it." "Can't be a marchioness,"
her mother said in disbelief.
"Can't give up myself."
Louisa straightened her spine.
"That might have been my fate before, but I no longer want it."
"What then?" Mother demanded.
"Resign yourself to fallen spinster."
"Yes," Louisa said simply.
"I'd rather live in a shack as a disgraced poetess than live in misery high in a castle."
"Shack," her mother spluttered.
"I would never abandon you. You're my daughter. You could lie with every man in England. And my home would always be your home too.
Louisa stared at her mother, heat pricking the corners of her eyes.
But,
she stammered.
the scandal.
Will be horrid, her mother admitted.
You were so devastated when that gossip column printed those ugly words. The loss of that milk-toast lad left you locked in your bedchamber for weeks. I thought you'd want a brilliant match to lord over your peers. I don't care about them,
Louisa admitted.
I wanted to please you.
Her mother cupped her cheek.
You're a wonderful daughter. I will always choose your happiness over society's good favour. If it's your dream to live at home as a fallen spinster, you have my blessing. And if what you really want is to live in a shack on a poet's meagre coin,
Louisa's heart skipped. Her mother gave a firm nod.
Then I'm afraid you're to be disappointed, because I intend to give you your dowry money outright, to do with as you please. And besides, I'd kill the man before I gave him my only daughter.
But, Louisa gaped at her.
You never let me have so much as a shilling.
Mother fluttered her hands.
Every penny went to build your dowry, including the land and the home I live in. I would have sacrificed the hair on my head if it would have helped you take society by storm the way I thought you deserved. My only priority is you. Be you, Louisa.
Mother kissed the top of her head.
Louisa gazed at her in wonder. She didn't need a titled husband to be important. All she needed was to value herself instead of allowing others' opinions to rule her. Having funds of her own meant Louisa could be her own patroness of the arts. She was free to be who she wished, to do as she pleased. She would start at once.
Chapter 16. Ewan didn't see Louisa again until morning, the last morning of the revelry. Since dawn, carriages had been lined up on the drive outside the front door, as guests with long journeys ahead of them made an early start. He had spent a sleepless night in the cabin, gathering the pillow to his chest to breathe in traces of Louisa's scent, praying she might at least return to collect the abandoned poems on the escritoire. She did not. Even if she never spoke to him again, he couldn't walk away without giving her the apology she deeply deserved. He walked into the entryway and saw her, bundled, bonneted, but still here. His boots skidded across the decorative floor tiles as he raced toward her. No one else was in the entryway. She was alone. Her blank face jerked in his direction and did not change expression. No anger, no tears, no flash of recognition. It was as if what they'd shared was nothing. As if Ewan meant nothing. He held out a bundle of carefully wrapped papers.
I want no gifts from you.
Her eyes and voice were flat.
It's not from me.
He held the twine-bound parcel out further.
These are the poems you left behind.
When it looked as though she still might not accept them, he added,
Do you want me to keep them?
She took the package. He handed her the other item he had been carrying. His breast pocket had hidden journals just like it for years. This one had almost been hurled into a fire. He placed the cursed leather volume in Louisa's hands. She held it as though it had been doused in plague.
Why would I want more of your gossip? It already ruined me once.
And now you can ruin me, he replied without hesitation. I wrote my name on the first page and signed it. Show it to anyone, and I'll never be welcome in society again.
She stared down at the journal, with interest, with disgust, with great delight at the 100 ways she could now enact vengeance. He didn't know. Her eyes refused to give any clue.
I suppose someone like you must have already begun a new book.
I have not, he said, then clarified. That is, I keep many notes, but the others are my plans and dreams for when I can start my own paper. I won't live a double life ever again. I did harm Louisa. That I was trying to help a family member doesn't excuse it. I cruelly and thoughtlessly hurt you. And I'm sorry. I do not expect forgiveness. I just thought you deserved to know.
She narrowed her eyes.
Why?
Why did I write the column?
She held up the journal.
Why give me the means to destroy you?
Because I am already destroyed.
The words scratched from his chest.
There is no worse fate than losing you. We agreed to a fortnight together, but a lifetime wouldn't be enough.
She blinked, and her brow furrowed. This was his only chance.
I love you, Louisa. I can't prove it with verse, because my attempts at poetry end up sounding like eyes the color of squirrels. And at the sight of you, my stomach flips like influenza, if influenza were a good thing. But I love you. I will dedicate the rest of my days to proving you are the most important thing in my life, and my heart.
He dropped to one knee. She didn't turn away.
What's this nonsense?
Lord Paxborough strode into the entryway with a glass of brandy and a perplexed expression.
Read? Why the deuce are you genuflecting to my betrothed?
A series of gasps sounded from farther down the corridor. Paxborough was not alone then. The gentleman who followed the Viscount had heard him lay claim to Louisa. His stomach fell. He was too late. It was over. Louisa crossed her arms over her chest and kept her gaze locked on Ewan.
I'm not betrothed yet. Go on.
He stayed on one knee and tried again.
I don't want to lose you. I want to marry you. I want to sharpen your pencils every morning and rub your feet every night and fall asleep in each other's embrace. I want to make you proud.
A new flutter of gasps rippled through their growing audience. His inadvertently public proposal was not only making a spectacle of himself. Louisa would once again be the subject of gossip. This time, however, the on-dit would be that Miss Louisa Harcourt had been fought over by two men, one a penniless poet, and the other a powerful viscount, in front of the Duke of Greystoke's guests. A story that would only burnish the golden reputation of the revelry. There would never be a finer opportunity for Louisa to publicly humiliate Ewan, just as he'd done to her all those years ago.
I would sacrifice anything at all for a second chance.
Ewan's chest was too tight, his stomach in knots.
For one more fortnight with you. One more day. One more hour. You don't just have my heart, you are my heart. Let me prove it to you for the rest of eternity.
She nodded thoughtfully.
All right?
His heart stuttered.
What?
You'll have to prove it for the rest of eternity, and not a second less.
She knelt before him so that they were eye to eye.
You were thoughtless and cruel, but you didn't want to be. You did everything in your power for someone you love. People make mistakes, including dreadful ones. They also can change. Good men are the ones who try to put things right.
Are they also the ones who marry the poetess they've been in love with, since she said the Duke's evergreens look like teeth? She said what? Derham barked.
He was standing at Paxborough's shoulder. Louisa set the parcel and notebook to the side and took Ewan's hands.
I love you too, Ewan Reed, even if my eyes remind you of a squirrel fur.
What? Came a high-pitched squeak that sounded like her mother. He cleared his throat.
As to the small matter of marriage?
Louisa grinned.
I accept.
Joy flooded him.
I would sweep you into my arms and twirl you about this room if it wouldn't cause the scandal of the century.
We've already accomplished that. She laced her fingers with his. Let's do it anyway. He twirled her out through the door and into their future. Epilogue. London, England, the following December. Louisa's heart banged against her ribs.
Is that?
It is.
Her husband handed her a pristine broadsheet, fresh from the printing press.
The very first copy.
Louisa's breath caught. It wasn't the first issue of the Patroness, their creative arts newspaper, but it was the first time Louisa had been brave enough to include her name beneath one of her weekly poems.
It's brilliant.
He swooped in to kiss her cheek.
You're brilliant. Everyone loves your poetry.
Louisa's belly fluttered. They think Hans Smith wrote it. When they find out it's me.
We'll have invitations again.
Ewan clutched his hands to his chest in faux rapture.
Who shall we turn down first? Lady Jersey? Prinny?
The Prince Regent was indeed fond of reading, a fact which did nothing to settle Louisa's nervous excitement. Her name was on the front page of the Patroness. Each issue featured different emerging artists, musicians, and actors, taking care to highlight little-known voices. Established literary journals published men like Byron's poetry, but the Patroness published his dear friend Elizabeth Pigott. And after they published the story, illustrated by Miss Pigott's hand, Byron himself sent them a verse. Louisa was happy to stay at her escritoire all day, with nothing but her plume and a pot of tea. Ewan, on the other hand, visited every theatre, studio, and publishing house he could find, not to fawn over their biggest stars, but to inquire the names and directions of the individuals who had been turned away. Less than a year later, the Patroness had more content than one could dream. In spreading the word about overlooked persons of talent, they connected patrons of the arts with producers of the arts, and helped fill vacant roles with excellent people for any part. In other words, their paper was still spreading gossip, but the very best kind. Rumours of who was wonderful, who was available, who should be snapped up at the first opportunity. People wrote in, requesting their own names be printed, their letters tied to sample bits of writing, or sketches, or invitations to performances. The Patroness was also the first to publish the list of guests to the upcoming Christmas revelry. This year, she and Ewan would be attending as husband and wife. Louisa no longer minded that he wasn't a fellow poet. Her handsome husband was a tireless promoter of the information he felt Englanders needed most: beauty, music, art and entertainment. Things like Louisa's poetry. And family. His grandfather had not meant to torture his grandson for the past decade. He'd wished to provide for him, but had wanted to make the most money as quickly as possible to ensure his grandson could live any life he pleased. It had horrified him to discover that the opposite had occurred. Mr. Reed wasted no time in discontinuing his old scandal sheet. He donated his printing press to Louisa and Ewan's new venture instead. Because Louisa's mother was still prominent in society, she used her influence to encourage the wealthy to subscribe to the broadsheet and become patrons of the arts themselves. Louisa and Ewan had refused to accept Lady Harcourt's home as part of Louisa's dowry, but they built a cosy cabin in the rear of the country property to retreat to whenever they weren't in their London lodgings.
You did it, my love.
Ewan danced her about the busy printing press.
We did it. We're still doing it.
She wrapped her arms about his neck and kissed him with all of the love in her heart. She'd never been so content or so joyful. The best poetry of all was the life they'd built together. Teeth, squirrels and all.